Hey, hey, SBG solution based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon Bracy and the wildest wake up morning show salute. Big dog, shout out to the Lurk, PH, Diva salute. Brownsville SBG solution based gang.
Oh, hey. Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are you doing today? Hopefully you feeling good, feeling great, the same way how you look. Damn it. So I know we got the best looking audience in all of YouTube. We got the smartest audience of all of YouTube. Shout out to y'all, god damn it. You know how we like to start our day, just like Genesis 1. Hey, sugar, good day. Good day to you. I love that great, productive energy. God damn it. So when I say good day to you, say it back. Because I can feel that great, productive energy come through the screen. It feels awesome. This is a great thing. What's up, Southern Charm? Gotta drink to some of these tears that we've been collecting over here on the SBG Nation. God damn it. How y'all doing out there? It's been going crazy outside. Did we learn anything yesterday? Did anybody watch Corey Holcomb and he bringing up Tasha K last night? What's up, Miss J? Good day to you, beautiful. It's always interesting. Listen, one thing I do understand what I did see yesterday. Somebody jumped my cousin? Who jumped my cousin, Miss J? Who did it? I'm on their ass. Who did it? Who jumped my cousin? We got some problems over here at SBG Nation. We're going to have to make sure we're going to start coining our names. God damn it. Ain't no more. We ain't playing no more Mr. Nice Guy anymore. What's up, Jazz and Laughter? Good day. We don't mourn each other over here, Jazz and Laughter. We say good day. Good day to you, beautiful. Good day, Corinne Mackey. Put my crown on. What I do find interesting, yesterday, I did stay up late. I did watch a little bit of the Corey 5150 show. Good day to you, Maya Reed. And what I seen is opposite what I thought I was going to say. Thank you so much, Jazz and Laughter. I appreciate you. I could feel that great energy coming from you. And I was just surprised after the video evidence of him saying some of the most egregious things. He coming out of his mouth. This is not no propaganda unless these were all AI generated videos. Unless it was AI generated videos. Those was his words, Shicey Bum. What's up, ADS? What up, Chesney? Good day to y'all. Those was his words. And his words were disgusting, to say the least, Kills. Corey Holcomb, the video that I was reviewing yesterday of the compilation, Shicey Bum, of Corey Holcomb talking, like a better word. He was talking like a 69 God. He's a FAN. He's a freaky N-word. Or maybe I should call him FAF. Freaky ass friends. Because we don't use the N-word over here. Right? And so what I seen yesterday is that instead of people really trying to hold him accountable and get some lashing out and get him to answer some tough and hard questions, what I seen was a ridiculous amount of support that he ain't never got before. Last night, he got over probably 1,000 brand new members to his channel. Last night, he got a plethora of red super chats last night. What's up, Tasha? Like over 1,000 new members in one night. He had over 15,000 people watching. Even though after he walked over to a woman and mushed her in the face. Even after a compilation of years of him talking up under children and women clothes from his own words, disguised as a joke, disguised as dark humor. I even seen a couple of people from in our chats over there. Yeah. I seen a couple of names that I recognized. I was like, oh, snap. And what it showed me that people don't actually care about protecting any women and children. They actually don't really care. It was weird to see. I was highly surprised. I couldn't believe my eyes. And why he going through all those, but people was breaking out all the negative things that he did to women and all the negative things he was saying towards children and these weird jokes. He got even more support. He got more. I do not know what that say. Is it that it's more sick people out there? I don't know. You ever notice when you start doing something good, something positive, something with purpose, people show up like, hey, who told you you can succeed? This is what I realized. Man, I woke up this morning minding my business and they telling me that they jumped my cousin. I just be minding my business. I'll just be minding my business. That's all I be doing. And then we got Davey Dix. He'll come here, even though he here every day. He act like I did something wrong to him. I'm just doing my show. Yeah. That's all I'm doing. I'm just being me. I'm just minding my business, doing my show, doing my thing. Speaking up for women and children. You know, the folks men should be protected. And suddenly I found out there's a whole group of people who've been doing this before me. I get it. And I didn't even know they existed. They came out of the shadows. Like, surprise, motherfucker. We've been here the whole time, and I'm just like, well, damn. Y'all could have said hello. But no, they didn't want to say hello. They wanted to say why he's getting support. That is their main argument to people like me and my cousin. They want to know why he getting support, why he getting love, why he getting money. You ever notice people don't get mad at what I say? They get mad at the applause I get after I say it. Like when I'm doing my show, I'm telling the truth. That's all. And they in the back. They in the back like, he don't deserve that. that should have been me. And then they hit me with the wildest logic. Oh, he's getting financial support? Huh? They like, oh, he's getting financial support? That really pisses them off.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
All of a sudden, that really pisses them off. I don't understand it. Oh, he's getting financial support. It must be some kind of they come up with all these weird things. I don't understand it. Well, then it must be I'm not doing something correctly, right? Then it must be that I'm doing something nefarious. It's a grift, it's a cash grab, it's all these plays and it's all these plots and all these things. It cannot be that this is just who I am. This cannot be that. I don't understand why I can't just be 100% me. What kind of Scooby-Doo mystery logic is that? So let me get this straight. If I get no support, if I'm broke, I'm authentic. But if I can pay my light bill, suddenly I'm a sellout. That's crazy. That's like telling a firefighter you saved the family from a burning building. But you got paid for it, so I don't know if you really meant it. Don't shut the hell up. See, the truth is, people don't really actually hate me because I'm wrong. People hate me because I'm right. And somebody else noticed. And the funniest part, they act like I stole something from them. They act like I stole something from them. Like I broke into their house at night and took their audience out their refrigerator. No, I just showed up, spoke from my heart, and people connected with it. That's not theft. That's resonance. And let me tell you something. I got standards. I got integrity. I got some damn good people supporting the show. Real people. Genuine people. People who don't need to tear somebody down to feel tall. And I deserve that support. I don't give a damn what y'all say. Whoever's I don't care, because I show up every day with purpose, because I speak up for women and children. Because men should protect the vulnerable, not compete with them. Let me say, men should protect the vulnerable, not compete with them. I mean, they literally be up there mad because Brownsville would say, shout out to the queens, and start naming the ones that he remember. Why you don't say all the kings' names? It's weird. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. And I don't understand it for the life of me.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Tyra says, slow the second one. Corey was shook. It should be crazy to me. What up, O'Shea Duke Jackson assistant? What up, BMU? Like, you should not be competing with them. Like, it's crazy. You should not be competing with the vulnerable for sympathy points. Like it's like they be competing for them like it's the Olympics, right? Like you ever seen grown men fighting over who's the realest advocate? It's like watching dollars argue over who had the toy first. I was here before you, Sharon. You need to go do your history. It's all right, but I'm playing with it better now. Get out of here. Get out of here. You can lead, like, you know, it's the craziest thing about it. Like, what are you disagreeing? Like, anybody that disagree with what I'm saying, like, I always put the link up so you could disagree and tell me what that I'm saying that is incorrect. I don't understand what this idea of attempting to humble me. This shit is crazy to me. And the funniest part about, look, I'm not even bumping heads with anybody. They're bumping their heads on me. I'm just standing here. I'm going to keep standing here because the mission is bigger than egos. It's bigger than jealousy. It's bigger than who started first. I'm just here to protect the vulnerable. That's it. I'm here to speak the truth. I'm here to do the work. And if that bothers you, well, that sounds like a you problem. I'm not stopping. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. And if you think a little support, financial or otherwise, is going to make me switch up my message, you don't know me at all. I'm not going to, I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to keep fighting, keep showing up. And if you don't like it, you can start your own show, but you won't stop mine. Shit is crazy. But we'll see who's going to talk to what I said. And we can have a discussion about anything y'all want. How about that? Anything you want. What you disagree with. I guarantee you this ain't going. Let me see who will hit the link and actually have a conversation. Let me see who's going to hit the link. Let's see. The link is pinned at the top. We're going to see who disagree with my words, who agrees with my words. We'll see. Shiesty bum. It'd be crazy. They be out here cursing me out, and I don't even be hearing and seeing these people. I don't even know who they are. They be mad at me. Who are these people, Shiesty bum? Because I heard Brownsville got jumped. Did you see it, Shiesty bum? Who was those people? Who were they? Like, we have people like Savage in the comments yesterday. What are you mad at? What do you disagree with? I don't understand it. Shiesty bum, but the crazy part is people be acting like I be making stuff up. That's the craziest part about it, Shiesty. They act like it's I'm making it up. I'm the delusional one. Good day, Brownsville, New York. Good day. How you doing today?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, am I coming through clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, man, let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Shiesty Bum, Maya Reed, Bomb Cherry Juice Rogue, C, it's me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Zero Tolerance, Victorious One, Dawn, Keisha G, Renee, Fantasy Island Girl, Corinne Mackey, The Real Prism, all the queens, man, all the queens, Reese, Black Beauty. I don't forget about none of the queens, man. Every time I hit this platform, I'm gonna make it my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. You know, Cuzzo, after yesterday's show, I thought about something, right?
Mm.
And I questioned myself. I said, well, what is the biggest problem within our community? Why we're not moving forward in a progressive way to where we're weeding out these brothers who are on the spectrum of predatory behavior, right? These brothers who have the Epstein gene. These brothers who support other brothers who have the Epstein gene, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the conclusion I came up with, is we're surrounded by too many brothers who are men of yesterday, right?
Ooh.
You know the brothers, right, who waste all their time reminiscing on how they was a man in the past, right? These brothers, you come around them and they 50, 60 years old, and all they could talk about is, oh, I scored 30 points at the Rucker 30 years ago. Oh, at my high school football championship game, I scored 3 touchdowns, right? That's all these brothers could talk about. They're men of yesterday, right? And the problem with these brothers is they don't recognize that they're living with a delusional mindset because they're unaware that the community has left them behind, right? It's almost like, when you leave the hood, right? And then you come back to the hood, and that same wino, that same crackhead who was on the corner when you was 15 years old, is still on the corner 25 years later, and he's still telling you those same war stories. It kind of makes you feel bad for them, right? It's like, man, this brother got left behind, and they done had 3 or 4 kids that they never took care of. And they get upset because the mothers of those kids all moved forward and progressed, left them behind. Their children, some of them was able to make it out the hood, do something better for themselves, and left them behind, right? The men of yesterday. So what do the men of yesterday have to do? Well, they'll come online, right? And they'll reminisce on a time where they was holding Kevin Samuels' jockstrap, right? They'll come online and they'll reminisce about a time to where they was on a panel with O'Shea, Duke Jackson, all of these other relics, and how they was bashing and disrespecting women, right? Living in a delusional mindset. These brothers got to get it together, because the reason why Corey Holcombs of the world, the Anton Daniels of the world, and the degenerates of our community have so many people that support them is because of the men of yesterday. right? Those are their biggest supporters. Those brothers who are deadbeat dads, those brothers who are a danger to women, those brothers who are on crack, alcoholics, and the only thing they can get glory from is reminiscing on the days where they actually had something going on, right? And then, Cuzzo,
Yeah.
you got these brothers, right, who all they do is run around in a circle, right? They run around in full circles. They're getting their cardio together. I give them that, right? They going out, they getting some physical exercise, but they're stagnant, Cuzzo, because they always come back to the same spot.
Woo.
They're never moving forward, never progressing, right? And then they get mad because all the ladies are ahead of them. All the younger men are ahead of them. Every other ethnic group are ahead of them. So they get upset and wonder why everybody's moving forward and they left behind. Because listen, you got to understand it's not fruitful for you to continue to run around in a full circle. Cuzzo, last night, right, I went for a walk and I seen this dog, right? The dog was in grass and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He was running around in a circle chasing his own tail. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, he's mimicking those full circle brothers. Because all they do is run around and chase their own tail. And I was thinking in my head, I said, man, this is such a dumb dog. And these brothers who have these dumb dogs mimicking their behavior don't realize that when people look at them and see them, they see them as dumb dogs.
Damn.
Running around in a full circle, chasing their own tails. We got to get out of this illogical mindset, man. We got to move forward and progress forward, right? We got to put to the forefront to protect the vulnerable, right? Lift up women and children. Be a leader, right? It's not too late to recalibrate. That's the motto for 2026, Cuzzo. It's not too late to recalibrate because these brothers who are men of yesterday, these brothers who are running around in full circles, we need them to recalibrate, man, because they're making us look bad. You shouldn't be online complaining about women being given terms of endearment. You look crazy. You look sad. And it's not too late to be involved in your kids' life, even if they're old, right? And you ain't did nothing for them when they was 5. You ain't did nothing for them when they was 15. You ain't did nothing for them when they was in college. Pick up the phone and give them a call. They'll probably answer. Ask for forgiveness and they'll probably forgive you. If you truly undergo some self-reflection and recalibrate your value system. Once we get those brothers, Cuzzo, the men of yesterday and those full circle brothers, once we get them brothers to recalibrate, I'm willing to guarantee that we'll start seeing our community move forward. But until then, we got issues, man, and we got to discuss it. Peace and love.
God damn, that was good. I thought mine was good, but damn, that was good. So we just need y'all to recalibrate. God damn. What up, Uda? Once we get them to recalibrate, we be good. And maybe they could go in a straight line instead of keep making full circles. Maybe that's the issue. What's up, Will? Man. I don't get it. But you know, the men of yesterday, man, They really have an issue because they not represented enough. It's weird. It's crazy to see, cuz. So they saying that you got jumped yesterday.
I didn't get jumped yesterday because of what happened is, and you know me, right? I don't run from conversations. I don't run from smoke. I just found myself in a conversation with a man of yesterday in a full circle brother.
Damn.
Right? And I didn't, anticipate that these would be the brothers that I would be talking to, but they quickly revealed themselves as those brothers that I described.
Damn.
Right? And it's just sad because you don't have to be that way, right? It's not too late to recalibrate. Get yourself together, right? Because I didn't know these brothers, right? I don't know these brothers. Apparently, they listen to your show. They listen to me speak. And something about me calling the woman queens and acknowledging the woman who listened to your show, something about that really rubs those brothers the wrong way.
Mr. Davidson.
And it kind of, it's like I guess those women, right, reminds them of their baby mothers.
Goddamn.
Right, who left them behind. Right? Because they were strung out on crack, or they was alcoholics, still sitting on that same corner that they was 25 years ago, talking about their high school accolades and what they was doing at Rucker Park and all these different things. And now their kids are grown. They don't have a relationship with them.
Goddamn.
Right? So when a man comes on a public platform and say, you know what, we got to do better. We got to protect the woman. We got to protect the children. We got to promote leadership, promote self-reflection, promote accountability.
Yeah.
They don't like that idea. Right? They want to talk about how, they were on a panel with these relics like Kevin Samuels.
Damn.
And, 10 years ago, I used to make Kevin Samuels tea. Well, that's not something you should be publicly online bragging about. That's men of yesterday talk.
Damn.
Kevin Samuels is gone. I mean, I hope, peace and love to his family, and hopefully, he found salvation. But, you holding up Kevin Samuels' jockstrap is not something that needs to be pedestalized. We're in a different era now. We're in the era to where we're promoting for the community to move forward, and not just the community of Rim Brothers, not just the community of lovers of men, but the community of men and women getting together and figuring out how we can better our communities. And what we're going to have to start doing is leaving those men of yesterday and those full circle brothers behind, because all they're going to do is try to create stumbling blocks for us to move forward. Peace and love.
Welcome to the show, Big J.
Oh, yeah. How about see? I missed all of this like yesterday. I missed this yesterday. I tell you what.
Why your microphone so damn loud? Turn it down just a little bit.
Okay. I'll turn it down. Let me turn it down. Ooh, let me turn it down. Yeah, let me turn it down for you. Let me turn out this mic a little down. Let me turn it down for you.
All right.
See, the thing is, right? How about me and you? How about the two of y'all? And you get what's the name? OOTA, who's in the chat room, because he wanted to be in the chat room last night, from what I heard. How about we have a 5 versus 5 debate? How about that? 5 of your for you in Brownsville get 3 of yours. I get me and 4 of on my side, and let's have this hashed out.
Okay.
I got one question, Big J.
Go ahead.
Are 2 of your guys you gonna bring the men of yesterday and the full circle, brother? Because
at least
hold on.
Go ahead.
If that's the case, we're not interested in having conversations where we're taking the community backwards, right? See, when I go home, Big J, I'm gonna land it right here.
Let me help you out, Brownsville. Let me help you out, Brownsville.
Big J,
help you out, Brownsville.
Hold on one second, my brother. Have a little bit of brevity, right? Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
When I go back to the hood where I grew up, right? And I see the old crackheads and the old winos that's still in the same place they were when I was 16 years old.
Right.
I speak to them, right? I ask them if they need any help, but I don't get into a prolonged conversation or debate with them because that's not fruitful.
Well, let me help you out, right? those old niggas that you know.
Hey, Big J, hold on, Big J. You know it's $2 for N-words, $2 for F-bombs. I'm gonna let that I'm gonna let that first one slide. But
Let me clean this up, right?
Yeah.
Those old fogies that you called it, right? Well, the way I see it is, were you around when there was campaigns on lobbying or being political? See, y'all call yourselves solution-based gang. The way I see it, I call y'all solution-based grift. So, I mean, put your money where your mouth is at. See, some of us who was here years ago, we was activists. And it's time for y'all to stop doing the, if you want to be leaders, you want to be respected, the way I see it is, just do it. Because Man of Tomorrow and Full Circle, they've been here for this. So, you know what? Peace and love, family. I just got off from work, and I'll see you next time. And let me say something. I wrote legislation. I did interviews with political candidates. And y'all just want to sit there and
hold on, Big J. Hold on, Big J. You gave us a challenge. I'm not understanding what the challenge. What is going to be the topic?
Over the problems that we have.
Right. So the problem is y'all never actually tell us what y'all problem is. What is your issue so we can understand?
What have y'all solved? What's the results of what y'all solved? See, that should be a debate. But like I said, it's peace and love. Peace and love, fam. I'm out. Y'all have a good one.
And see, and there you go. And this is why I was having my earlier synopsis earlier about what these people, they just mad because they was here before me. I don't know about you. It's not my fault you was here before me and failed.
And then think about this, cuzzo. Imagine how sad you gotta be as a man when your Big J Triple X is funky. Right? Put that into a little perspective, right? Because we know what Big J Triple X is known for, right? So if you're a flunky of Big J Triple X, then that shows you got a long way to go, right? And because I'm not interested in debating those types of degenerates. It's a waste of time, right? Because they're not interested in progressing, right? They want to pull you back to where they are. And we're not going to allow that, right? I don't care about your escapades from 30, 40 years ago, right? You shouldn't care about what we got going on. What you should do, man of yesterday, in the full circle, brother, call your son or daughter that you probably hadn't spoke to in 15 years. How about you put some time and effort in rebuilding the relationship with your children? That seems like that's a little bit more fruitful than trying to get into an online debate with me. Peace and love.
So we got NT caping for his brother. We don't know him. I don't know why you think we have to do research on somebody that have a problem with me, or have a problem with my channel, or have a problem with my cousin. Maybe they need to do some well, we already know they are attempting to do research. If you was here 10 years ago, hey, that's your business. What makes you think I need to go ahead and follow you? I don't know you, bro. I do not know Man Up Yesterday. I do not know Full Circle. They ain't never popped up in my channel. They ain't never hit no link because they're afraid to have a conversation. Because a lot of brothers like them can't really have a conversation. So what did he succeed at? So you could tell me, you could hit the link, you could tell me all the things that he succeeded at. Because I'm confused. What words that I say that he disagreed with? What success is it that he wants to brag about? What, his own personal success? What am I not knowing? Please, I would love for you to hit the link and please explain to me, because that don't mean anything. You are talking about things you don't know about. What am I talking about that I don't know about? That's ridiculous. You tell me, what does he have an issue with me? How about that? Tell me what's his issue with me. Is it because he don't like the things that I say? Then he could point out the things that I say. Is it because I'm wrong? Then he could point out where I'm wrong at. Like, who's supposed to know? Like, I don't get it. We supposed to be giving this man some kind of what? I don't understand. I'm sorry. We don't care about your old records that you did in 1989. It don't mean anything to me. I don't understand it. What do he? Okay, I tell you what, he failed at YouTube. How about that? Because nobody knows him. How about that? He failed at YouTube because nobody knows him. Who is he? What
no, but see, Auntie, right? He acts like we can't see through somebody's failures, right? Sometimes it's all in their conversation. It's all in what they want to talk about. It's all in their lack of self-control and self-discipline. It's all in their inability to have a productive conversation, right? That's where we can tell that they're failures, right? When you speak a certain way, I could tell you a deadbeat father. I could tell you don't have conversations with your children on a daily basis, right? Because there's going to be a certain vernacular in your conversation that you're going to be mindful of the audience that you're speaking to. So I know these brothers are deadbeats. I know these brothers are failures. I know these brothers, don't spend time with their families, right? YouTube and social media is all these brothers have to look forward to, right? That's their glory days, reminiscing on, when they wasn't failures. Listen, that's
and I just want to let Robin know, and seeing Robin was trying to humble me earlier because she had no idea. This is the problem. I don't know neither, Shicey, but I don't know, Robin. But when you trying to humble me, Robin, just know that there's a bunch of men out there that's trying to say things and lie on me every single day. It's crazy. I don't know. And then they act like they are so scared to hit a link. It is not even funny. That's the weirdest part about it to me, because they are so scared to hit the link.
Yeah, man. I mean, because, they're men of yesterday, right? and they want to pull us back to yesterday. I ain't going back to yesterday. I'm moving forward, right? Y'all brothers got left behind, and y'all got to recalibrate. It ain't too late. Like, you know, refix what you broke, right? Because these men, obviously, they're broken, right? And if you think that I'm being hyperbolic or I'm mischaracterizing these brothers, go listen to that show, particularly when I was engaged in a conversation with them and what happened after I left the conversation. They spent another 2-3 hours talking about me, and I was engaged in a conversation with them for less than 20 minutes. Right? It's just, you know.
Somebody said the cash out. They got a question for you, because they said, ask Brownsville his thoughts on online idealization.
This to me, right? I don't look at no online idealization. I don't even know what that means, right? What I believe that men should do is get in the habit of being who you are online as you are in your real life, right? Speak and communicate that same way, right? So you ain't got to code switch. You ain't got to be double-minded. You ain't got to put a mask on and pull a mask off, right? The same ideology you have in your real life should mirror the ideology that you're expressing online. And if it doesn't, that shows that you have some issues and you need to recalibrate.
Sheesh. And, you know, the link is open for any brother or sister that have a disagreement, that want to voice their opinion. We'll have a conversation about anything you would like. It is all good. Welcome to the show, Ant T. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts? What's your disagreement?
All right. Here's a disagreement, because I heard that yesterday, and all right, so here's what it sounded like when Brownsville was up there. It really just sounded like they was having two different conversations. I said this even when I went up there. All right, I've had debates with MOT in the past, not really heated debates or anything like that. I've had conversations and somewhat debates with Full Circles. My point is the boys have been over here for a while. And as far as MOT is concerned, that man wouldn't be considered a failure, not even by YouTube standards. The thing is, him with a lot of other people, they just went on to doing other shit. You know what I'm saying? He built a platform probably larger than yours and just as successful. It's just like everything. Time kind of runs its course and people started doing other shit. The platform didn't fail. I wouldn't say that man's platform failed, and I ain't no MOT fan like that. You know what I'm saying? I done had debates with him about talking points, but a lot of them dudes, you know what I'm saying?
So Anthony, do he still do?
I'm just saying, this is just your turn. So respect to you. I'm not gonna let you diminish what other people have done, Sharon. Just like I wouldn't let them diminish what you do. What you do.
What they do.
You put time, you put work in, and your platform is growing and it's successful. So I'm not gonna let people diminish what you're doing, whether I agree with your talking points or not. So, bro, I'm not gonna let you diminish what other people have done before you came here, and you don't even know who the hell they are, what they've done. Okay, go ahead.
So now the problem is that they coming after my channel, right? So that's the difference.
They ain't coming after your channel.
Yes, they are, because they
came after your cousin yesterday and tore his ass up.
The reason why
they coming after your channel.
Hold on. The reason why is because they coming after my character.
I didn't really hear that.
They try to make it seem like what I'm doing is not genuine, that I'm doing it for some nefarious acts, because this is not me.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, cousin. 1 second. So, Auntie, you heard the conversation yesterday that I had with them brothers?
Correct.
And so your synopsis is they tore me up?
Yeah, bro. They
okay.
Tore you up. It sounded like you was having, and I'll explain, but go ahead.
Hold on. No. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Cousin,
I'll explain when you're done.
Let's do this, right? Let's review that content with Auntie present, and I
Nah, that's not
so that
necessary. No, I watched it and I
now
watched
it's
it
not
again when
necessary.
Big J reviewed it today.
Now it's not
Please don't.
necessary, right? No, but listen,
It's not, bro. I done already
stand on
seen it twice.
stand on what you say.
I'm
That's the
not going
problem
back
I
and
have
forth
with y'all
with you, bro.
brothers. Y'all ain't willing to stand on what you say, right?
I told you, I was like, it sounded like y'all was having two conversations, and
No,
I'll
but
be more than
you
happy.
also said they tore me up, which is a
Yeah,
lie, right?
and I'll
'Cause you can
explain
see,
to you why.
Cuzzo, just
Hold
review.
on, but I don't want to really use Big
I'm
J.
not
I
sitting
don't,
up here
because
while
the
y'all
reason
do
why
that shit.
I don't, hold on, because we know if I use, we know what they could possibly attempt to do if I use their content. So
you can't review it under fair use.
Technically, you
Ron
can.
knows the rules. He knows the rules. Just in
Technically,
case somebody
you
doesn't want
can,
to
but
use their content.
just like how it was fair use with me using the NFL, but guess what happened? They still was able to block it for that time, so I pulled it down. People be finding
Here's what I said when I went up there, Brownsville. All right, I felt as though just listening, y'all was having two separate conversations, and I believe if y'all were actually having a conversation, now Brownsville left.
He probably got a phone call.
If they was actually having a genuine conversation, they would see, or at least Brownsville would see. But because he's kind of new around here, he doesn't understand that those are two of the most balanced dudes, you know what I'm saying, in this space. So trying to come at them with that, oh, they're just manosphere, they're just typical red pill dudes, they're just dudes that just belittle and go at women. Those are probably like those are not. Those are just the wrong two dudes to go at like that. There are some dudes like that, but MOT and Full Circles are definitely not those types of dudes. But from what I see with Brownsville, it was like, yo, you kind of just know how to have one conversations, and those dudes have been in the space long enough and had plenty of different types. So it kind of just seemed like y'all was having two separate conversations, and when they was talking to you, you really weren't addressing what it was that they were saying. You were kind of just saying what you wanted to say, and because of that, I believe that they tore your ass up. That's just my opinion.
So they saying, so Shicey Bum saying they mad because Brownsville called the women queens. Is that a true statement? Is that one of the arguments that they had?
I actually asked about that because that was something that I didn't necessarily agree with. I asked if there was something that they wanted him to apologize for, because when I came in, that's kind of like what I heard. I just wanted some context with that, and they said, nah, that wasn't the case. They just felt like.
So
I want, hold on, Cuzzo. I want Auntie. So what issue that they had with me that I failed to address? Tell me one issue that they had with me that I failed to address, because the only issue they brought up was me complimenting the woman and calling them queens. That's it. What other issue was it?
I mean, what I took from it, right, was
no, not what you took from it.
What I took from it is what the fuck I took from it. I'm an observer. I wasn't even in that conversation. What are you talking about? All I can do is observe and take something from it. I'm not the one that said it.
Nobody's saying that. What did they bring up? So like, it's one thing what you took from it, right? But it's another thing about what they actually said.
But I even went up there and asked when I came up there, and I tried to get up there while Brownsville was up there, but they didn't let me up because I wanted to kind of, just get some kind of context to what they was arguing about, because it seemed like they were having two separate conversations. But all I could really say is really what I took from it, because that shit got real heated, you know what I'm saying, after a while. But it really, it comes to, Brownsville's kind of lack of balance, which Brownsville kind of admitted to as well. You know what I'm saying? He's like, hey, he props up women, and he doesn't see any reason to prop up men like that. Cool. But they say that, your conversations are disingenuous. You're disingenuous. You pretty much make it seem as though, hey, women can do no wrong. You know what I'm saying? Men are all the problems. When, believe it or not, MOT pretty much said, hey, these niggas got a lot of issues too. These niggas got issues, but so do these damn women. And things ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like, when they explained it when I was up there, so it was more of a balanced perspective.
So now, how is that so you believe that's a good argument, that if I'm having a conversation about men being a problem, you think the good argument is that, hey, these women also, that's a good argument?
Yeah, because, all right, so when MOT was saying like this, okay, so what's the solution to the issue? Is the solution just for men to just call women queens and then everything's going to be fixed? Or would the solution be for everybody to get their shit together? That's it. That's what MOT pretty much told me. I'm summing it up when I went up there. You know, when I went up there and I asked
hold
for
on,
some context.
So now T himself is having two different conversations, right? Because I had a conversation with those brothers prior to NT coming up, right? So the conversation that NT had with them brothers did not include me, right?
It didn't.
The conversation that I had with those brothers is not what NT's talking about, right? The brother man of yesterday, right? And this is why I wanted you to review it, Cuzzo, because this brother, right, asked me a question right after the Full Circle brother asked me a question, right? So I didn't get a chance to respond to the Full Circle brother, and I was going to respond to both of them at the same time, right? Soon as I began to speak, the man of yesterday brother cut me off, interrupted me, and then started disrespecting me, using profanity and speaking over me and saying all this crazy stuff. That's why I wanted you to review it, right? Because Auntie is up here talking about, oh, this brother's a stand-up brother, and he did this and he did that.
I never said none of that, bro. I'm not going to sit there and speak. I didn't speak on nobody's character. You were talking about them being failures or MOT being a failure as far as YouTube is concerned. I'm like, the same thing that you doing, Sharon. You know what I'm saying? Streaming, you got to, you know what I'm saying, people in your chat, you know what I'm saying, you making money or whatever. MOT then did that already. Like, he did that already. And no, his platform wasn't a failure. He ain't lose his channel, none of that. He just went on to doing other stuff. So to call people failures that you don't even know, that's really what I came up here to address. I'm like, just do some research before you say that, because I wouldn't call anybody a failure that I didn't even know, bro.
Do he still do content?
Sometimes, very rarely.
All right, so he failing.
And listen, right?
Okay.
I don't have to
be truthful.
I don't have to do research on the crackhead I see on a corner. I don't have to do research on the wino that's been on a corner for 15 years to know that that person is a failure, right?
Really?
So
really? Well, if that's the case, then
you're gonna have to hold some. I got you.
I'm about to say let him finish.
You gotta have the whole decorum. I brought you up, but you still gotta hold some decorum.
Because I'll have the conversation. It didn't have nothing to do with me. I was just watching. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, bro. It's all good. I'll defend what I have to say. Go ahead.
I don't have to do research when brothers reveal themselves to me in real time, right? So if you are a brother who shows that you have no self-control, no decorum, no self-discipline, and you speak as if you are a child and you're above the age of 50 years old, then I know you're a man of yesterday, brother. And matter of fact, you got bigger issues in your real life than to be coming online trying to have a debate with me. And I don't even know you. I don't even know you exist.
And let me ask Big J while he here. Big J, do you have an issue with me reviewing the actual video? Because I'm going to get your permission to review it. So this way nothing nefarious can happen if I review it. Big J. Is that okay with you, Big J? Can I get your verbal confirmation that I could review your content from yesterday?
Big J, you on mute? Yeah.
Oh, I'm on mute. Okay.
No,
here's the thing, though, Brownsville. You can't be calling people.
No.
You can't be calling people.
Hold on, Big J. Did you hear? Hold on, Big J.
Hold on, Big J.
Did you hear? Big J, did you hear what I asked you before you go into that?
Yeah. I heard what you said.
Okay, is it
but
okay?
I'm not gonna let.
Hold on, so
do it if you want to. Do it if you want to, Sharon.
No, it's not if I want to. I'm asking you, do I have permission from the person that owns the content so I can review the content?
Go ahead and do it. Do it if you want to.
No, I don't like that answer. Do it if you want to. That sounds like a threat. That sounds like a threat.
It's not a threat, but here's the thing. The problem is you don't go around telling people that they're failures, and you don't know anybody, Brownsville. And the thing is, Brownsville, you don't own a company. You don't own shit. Yet you want to speak on everybody. You want to speak on everybody else, what they're doing or not doing. You don't know nobody over here. And you want to speak on folks. That MOT has a company, a trucking company over there in Colorado. What do you own? And don't say wife and kids and all that. What do you actually own that is see, what do you own? Because nigga, you don't own no part of no economics. You don't.
All right, you asked the question. Okay, hold on now.
Because
he didn't answer it, so I don't think it's safe for me to use.
Yeah, it's not safe. It's not safe for you to review it. But he also
it's not safe.
He also violated the rules by using words that we don't condone here.
He said the N-word or the F-bomb?
Yes, he said the N-word. Yes, he did. So
that's $2 for you, Big J, or somebody could pay the $2 for Big J, or give him some. I don't know. Y'all gonna have to figure out. He said the N-word.
Right. Here's the thing. Right. You see, these brothers like to come online and lie and say what they own and what they do, but they can't pay a $2 fee. Right? That's ridiculous to me. So if Man of Yesterday he's really this business owner, he got all this stuff going on, then he should be happy to pay a $2 fee so Big J can continue to bloviate, right, on his behalf. But he won't, because he ain't got it, right? These brothers are failures.
See,
this is hilarious.
Yeah. and look, and you got an extra $2, but just be careful with your words, all right?
Yeah, I forgot where I'm sorry. I forgot I was
because we're just trying to clean up
and not on my channel last night.
Yeah, we're just trying to clean up the conversation so we can have the strong conversations, but also maintain, decorum. I know Verbal Assassin usually don't have long, so I'm going to try to get you in there before the brothers get back into their deep conversation. Verb, you want to say something now, or are you good?
Yeah, thank you, because it is going to be quick. Big J, what's up?
Yes, ma'am. What's going on, Verbal? Long time no see.
No, I've been seeing. And we've been seeing. I just haven't really been on. I just started getting back up on panels. Why are you bothering these good people?
No, because
what is wrong with you? What is going on? What have they done to you? That's my first question. Okay, and I'm gonna drop down so you can ponder it and just tell me, because I do have to. I'm getting ready to get out of here. But my other question is, can you please answer yes or no whether or not Sharon can review your video? Because I also did see Uda in the chat saying that you were reviewing his streams. So it's kind of unfair for you to feel like you can do that, and Sharon is not gonna try to flag it or anything like that, but for some reason you don't want him to review yours. It's a yes or a no. Can he do it so we can all go ahead and see for ourselves and have our own opinion about who we think was right or wrong?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
He said yes. Right here on video. You can review it, Sharon.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not gonna do no reporting or flagging or anything like that if he reviews it?
No. However, I'm thinking about. Well, you know what? I keep it to myself. But anyway, yes, he can.
So he can review it. You're fine. Okay, it's on record. It's on tape. If he goes against his word, then you have it on tape. All right. Okay. I love y'all. Bye.
Sharon, can I speak? Sharon, I'm here. Can I speak?
Hold on. Big J, hold down 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. She said she's going to be in the chat. She don't have much time, so the questions that you're going to answer, she's not going to be on stage. Full circle, I will be able to get you in there as well. I want the two brothers to understand that we are willing to have a productive conversation, so you don't need to rush. You don't need to overtalk anybody. You will get your time to speak as well. So it is not that we are trying to silence anybody. Even if you along with it versus we along with it, you are going to get your opportunity to communicate. So there's no need to rush. Do Full Circle and Big J understand that? So this way, y'all not going to get attacked here. Is that fair, my brothers?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. So Big J, Verbal asks you a question. answer it, please, and then we're gonna pass it off to Full Circle so he could give us his statement, and we could build on this conversation so we can understand what's the issue that we possibly might have. Go ahead, Big J.
I already answered it.
You good?
I
Okay.
mean, I already answered it. You know, I mean, how many times I have to say yes?
No problem. Go ahead, Full Circle. Let me hear your statements, my brother.
All right. Thank you, Sharon. When I initially addressed Bronzeville, okay, when he first came on at the right time, I came in and asked him a question. Usually when he comes in, and I don't have a problem with it, and I know in the chat they're going to say this, that, and the other, as far as I have an issue with the word queens, that's dead wrong. I came to Bronzeville and I said, you have all these men, Sharon, from Shadow the Titan, Ether Man. You have plenty of men. Even the man, you can't pronounce his name. Oh, whatever. He looks like a relative of yours. He sits right next to you on the panel. I said to Bronzeville, you name off, you say the queens in your introduction as you take off your shoes. You name all the women. I don't have a problem with that. With the queens, I don't have a problem with that. But please, sir, don't forget the kings. You say the women, then you say the kings, the men. To many, it's like, okay, that shouldn't be a problem. I address Bronzeville with the question, why can't you say the kings? And if you don't say them by name, I threw in there, and I believe Bomb said this on her show, you know, and I mentioned it. You have God, he's a religious man, God, men, women, and the children. This is an adult show, so I leave out the children. Why can't you say it out of respect? We have the kings. We have Sharon. I mean, we have Shadow the Titan, Ether Man, all the ones that are regulars on your show. Just respect, Sharon. I mentioned also in my conversation, I said, I'm not coming for Sharon. This is just for you, Bronzeville, just for you. I looked at I watched the show, and I'm getting tongue tied because I'm just waking up. I watched the Super Bowl part of it where he jumped in Bronzeville and spoke of like, oh, how Bad Bunny, and he had a good point. He says, hey, Bad Bunny during the Super Bowl didn't have on a dress or LGBT for that moment. What happens afterward? Bronzeville knows nothing about me. He jumps in and says, okay, go address your children, your kids. Newsflash, Bronzeville, I don't. So you can't attack me on that as far as the children. But you, sir, you have children. Sharon, you're a married man. Ether Man, married, all these married men, mad respect. I was just basically saying put things in order. Don't forget about the men. He propped up Bad Bunny. Look at him. He got the women and the child and the one that accepted the Grammy, the one that was sleeping on the chair. Don't forget about our culture. We already have Anton trashing us. Trash called in the culture trash. 1 minute you speaking on this Bronzeville with the preacher man talk. Next minute it's like a flip-flop. And I don't know what it is lately. And I mentioned that in the long-winded conversation after you left. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. 1 minute Bronzeville was on this. And then he switches to this. And then I gave you even props, Sharon, in the discussion that you weren't there. I said, not everyone is always agreeing with Bronzeville. Salute to that. Because at times I used to listen to that. Everyone's just agreeing. Bronzeville word is gold, is bronze. Not as of lately. You've been wrong. All that right. You're dead wrong, sir. And there's not a problem with disagreeing with this man. One that I don't even know, but I listen to him. But lately it's been off. I land.
Okay. You got to address like 2 different points, cuz you got it.
Yeah. So, first and foremost, right? Valentine's Day is coming up, right? I'm against men expecting their woman to get them flowers. I'm against men expecting women to get them chocolates. I'm against men expecting their woman to get them edible arrangements and all of those kind of things, right? To me, you know, women should be lifted up in a certain way when it comes to terms of endearment, when it comes to letting them know that they're seen, especially in an environment that this manosphere created, right? To where the women are constantly being talked down to, constantly being disrespected. They're being called ugly. They're ridiculing. That's why a lot of women don't even want to get on camera anymore, because the first thing a man's gonna do is criticize their looks and sexualize them, right? This has been the history of YouTube. But instead of brothers like Full Circle coming online having an issue with those brothers who are doing these nefarious things, right? He has smoke for me because I'm lifting them up and I'm not lifting the men up, right? I got an issue with that because maybe we not cut from the same cloth. I don't expect my wife to give me no flowers. I don't expect my wife to give me no edible arrangements. The only thing I expect is when I get home, she know what's going on. But all the flowers, all the edible arrangements, all the gifts and all that stuff, that's for her. Men gotta realize and understand and know who they are, right? You're not in competition with women. And the problem is you don't know that. This manosphere has created a dichotomy where men believe they're in competition with women. If a woman is being lifted up, they feel like a man needs to be lifted up. If a woman is being given special treatment, they feel like a man should be given special treatment. How low have we become in manhood when we start competing and comparing ourselves to our women? That's problematic. And you say you want to have this conversation with me, right? But then you say your spill and then you leave. That's also problematic. You're not interested in having a conversation. You want a one-way lecturing. No, that's not how it goes down. We can have a conversation. We can go back and forth. My ideology does not change, right? My opinions on certain topics are something you're probably not familiar with, right? So when it came to the Super Bowl, I gave my opinion on that. When it came to the show yesterday about the Epstein gene, I gave my opinion on that. But if you've been listening to me since I've been speaking on YouTube, my overarching point is to push the community forward. I believe that men need to take a leadership role when it comes to recalibrating. And once the men do that, the women are going to follow that lead. And then we can be in harmony. See, y'all want to see
Auntie, let me know when I can go, please. Thank you.
And it's not Auntie's
This
show.
Sharon show.
I mean, Sharon. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, man. Like I said, I just woke up. But go ahead. Whenever you done, Bronzeville. My bad, man.
I'm going to land it right
Sorry,
here.
Auntie.
I'm going to land it right here, right? Y'all bring up God, man, woman, child as if it's related to a power hierarchy, right? However, it's related when it comes to who should have a higher standard. But y'all don't want to have that conversation, right? So God has a higher standard than everyone. Then men should have a higher standard than women and children. And that is how it's supposed to be broken down. Peace and love.
Sharon, may I?
Yes, let me read a couple of cash apps before you go. Thank you for your patience. I love it how the fellas is holding a decorum today. That is awesome. Of course, it's going to take a long time to load up. Okay, here we go. It says one is for Big J, and thank Izzy for the cursing jar. All right, and also we got, hey, I'm against dudes wanting to be uplifted by men. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Go ahead, Full Circle.
All right, thank you, Sharon. Sharon, last year, sometime late last year, I remember you had a conversation, and this has been brought up with even I guess maybe a solution of Bronzeville about lust and lusting. And I'm like, you have lusting since the beginning of time. That's never going to stop. And that's always been, if that's a part of the solution, stopping the lust. But I believe not an attack to you, Sharon. You mentioned, hey, women, either when's the last time or women don't lust. And I thought about it. Not too long afterwards, I heard a correction officer, a woman, and I believe you would put that in a category of lusting, meaning women make mistakes too. It's not just the men. And I'll give you all that, including you, Bronzeville. Men should stop doing this, that, and the other, including lusting. But women lust too. But when you, Sharon, once again, I'm going to put it back on Bronzeville because this is not about you. You mentioned that women don't lust. And I'm like, wait a minute. Women are making mistakes on a regular too. Not that they were equal, that we all make mistakes. But when you was like, when's the last time you heard of a woman lusting? I didn't throw that on there to say, well, Sharon, here you go, caping for the women. No, I didn't say that. I was more in my mind to myself. And no, I didn't jump on the panel to correct that and to bring up the stats and the news article that women make mistakes. The prison situation is just one example of women that lust as well. Breaking men out of, or losing their jobs over men, you know, regardless if they're married, got a family, and some do, fornicating, making big mistakes, got a family to take care of, and they lust as well. Going back to Bronzeville, so I'm gonna jump back, and like I said, this is not you and I one-on-one, mano y mano, Sharon. So let's get that straight. For you, Bronzeville, I don't have a problem with the conversations. You're bringing up the crackhead, this, that, and the other. When I address individuals on your panel, I don't know them from a can of paint. Shadow the Titan, Eat the Man. These are ones that are business owners. They're not on crack. They're not any of that. They have families. I seriously meant that. Address these men, regardless if you respect them or not, but they need their respect. And that was my point. When I mentioned, hey, put them in different categories, don't forget about them either. You might to yourself not see it that way. And I mentioned yesterday on Big J's, it went over your head, putting them in categories. I don't even believe that all men are seen as leaders. That whole submission thing, women submitting, I'm not with that. And if ones are turning to me and say, hey, MOT and Full Circle got a problem with the word queens, you're wrong, because I didn't have a problem with that. I was putting it in its proper place because I don't see Bronzeville ever doing that. You can do whatever. Keep your message and your ideology, to each their own. I was addressing that point. You went on a long tangent, Bronzeville. And I was like, why can't you address that? Later on, MOT came in with his question, but you just kept your target on me. I just wanted you to see between your thoughts on the NFL Super Bowl and who, when it came to Kendrick Lamar, I believe Venus Bomb jumped in. Hey, you must have forgotten. What about, Kendrick Lamar, how he did his show? You had your thoughts on it too, Sharon. And my points was like this. Sharon, kudos to you. He's his own man. Because I noticed with you, Bronzeville, hey, Cuzzo, you always think that he has to agree. Two separate relatives with two separate ways of thinking. Shout out to you, Sharon. It ain't going to always go your way, Bronzeville. That was my point. Everyone thinks differently, and we all don't have to follow behind your ideology and your message. I'm not down in it, but you can keep that. And for whoever wants to follow that, good for them. I'll land.
Yeah.
And before you go, cuz, let me just read this quick Cash App. It says, Full Circle and Bronzeville avatars explains a lot. Go ahead, cuz.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, right? Because now it seems like you're trying to have a different argument than what you came up here saying, right? First, your premise was, well, if it's God, man, woman, and child, then you should be lifting up the man, because of that, right? Then now you're coming up and saying, well, I don't believe all men are leaders, right? And now you gotta acknowledge Eat Man and Shadow because they're business owners, right? I respect Eat Man, and I give him plenty of compliments with his weight loss journey, right? With him being a good father, with him being a good business owner, and Eat Man would tell you that himself, right? I'm also critical when I disagree with his opinions, right? So it's not a one-way thing, right? in regards to the Super Bowl, my issue with the Kendrick Lamar's performance was because the overarching message that's left behind from Kendrick Lamar's performance is they not like us, right? Which was a beef song with one black man going at another black man. And I know some people say Drake ain't black. I don't get into that. I don't care about that. He was black, years ago when he first got on with Young Money and all that, but now he ain't black. Okay, whatever. The point is, right, I don't believe that it's fruitful for the black community to be lifted up because of degeneracy, right? I believe that it would be more fruitful if brothers like Arrested Development and their songs did the Super Bowl, or brothers like De La Soul did the Super Bowl. Public Enemy, right? Messages that resonate with building and lifting our community up together, right? Not us beefing and all of that kind of stuff. So that was my criticism in regards to the Super Bowl, right? And I'm gonna say this, right? Because this is exactly how I feel. I said when I had a conversation with you and the man of yesterday, that conversation reminded me of when I went home a couple of years ago and I had a conversation with a crackhead and a wino, right? Those brothers spoke the way you guys speak. They don't really have self-control. They don't really have self-discipline. And all they want to do is talk about what they did in the past, right? I listened to y'all brothers after I dropped down, right? And y'all spent hours talking about me and pretty much pedestalizing, what y'all used to do and conversations with Kevin Samuels and the relics of the past, right? And I'm like, now it all makes sense, right? The reason why you got a problem with me, the real reason why, is because you look back and you look in the mirror and you see that you got left behind. Instead of progressing forward, you decided to walk around in a circle like a dog chasing a tail. The man of yesterday, instead of focusing on today, focusing on the future, he got left behind. And all he can do now is brag about holding up Kevin Samuels' jockstrap. I have an issue with that because that's not what it's about. If you have an issue with me, then be able to articulate yourself and have a genuine conversation as to why. Peace and love.
Sharon, can I go next? Man.
Sure.
Okay.
And I got a couple of people.
They have a saying. Sorry, Sharon.
I got a couple of people in the back. I'm gonna bring you up in a sec. I just wanted to make sure that they really get a chance to fully get it out. Go ahead, full circle.
Okay, thank you, sir. They have a saying, listen to hear instead of listening to understand. And that's a part of the problem I have with you, Bronzeville. Because you say once you left, the whole rest of the 2 or 3 hours was about you. No, it wasn't. You're not a good listener. You hear, but you're not a good listener. When I brought in the Kevin Samuels, I brought in, along with MOT, but I know I did, a multiple of different things, okay? When I brought in the Kevin Samuels, I also spoke of Anton. I said, do you all remember, and those ones listening in the chat, because I'm not watching the chat, I don't see it. I remember when Kevin Samuels came in, and I said a lot of individuals, content creators, people out of nowhere wanted to be a Kevin Samuels, started following Kevin Samuels before he passed away. Anton, for example, Kevin Samuels, there's a snippet of him, and I mentioned this, and you can look at it. You heard it, Bronzeville. There's no way you didn't hear this. I said he mentioned his D. There's a clip, there's a snippet, there's a short. Do you have a big D? He was addressing a black brother, a black man. Do you have a big D besides if you got money in your wallet, in your pocket? He stayed on that. Who does that next? If you all are listening clearly in this conversation, who comes next starting to do it? It's Anton. It's been brought up several times on this channel between yourself, Bronzeville, Auntie, Big J, Sharon, myself, I've never heard of that. I've never heard men have to speak on what they have down there, if they're well endowed or not, attacking women or not. But that's the way of attacking women. That's what you have to show your manhood, or to show that you have something. I can see speaking on your pockets, your wallet, the money, 6 figures, 7 figures, as Kevin Samuels mentioned. But no man in his right mind that got it going on, and that's a married man, has to put that out there. And what wife or what woman, girlfriend wants their man putting that out there to the world? That's not Christian, like Christ-like. Okay. So once again, listen to understand, Bronzeville. Don't just listen to hear, and don't put words in individuals' mouth. And once again, with Auntie saying that, we're well-rounded. You could call it crackhead and winos and ones of the past. You just mentioned, sir, and I'm not going to call you on this statement a hypocrite, but at the same time, you're saying, hey, why can't we bring back Arrested Development, this and the other? But you just mentioned with us, ones who have been around forever. Hey, that's of the old. Y'all in the past, we going forward. Newsflash, Bronzeville. We're in the future. Do you know I'm way ahead of you? I don't mean how you think I am. Trust me, I'm so far ahead of you. We can have that conversation, but it's not about bashing. I'm not coming for you, Sharon. I'm not. I'm really not. So once again, Bronzeville, keep it in perspective. Let's have the conversation. You don't have to bring in all this extra stuff that's not even true. Because when I mentioned it, you say that's just lies, just lies. I'm not going to lie in your name, but I will give credit where credit is due. When you're out of line and you're misplacing a statement and you're wrong, because I mentioned that, and I even apologized. And you heard it when I even apologized to you. I said, I've never heard you ever take accountability or just say, I'm sorry. And when you say, oh, you can go back on Sharon's and even on Bombs, I've apologized. I said, you know what? I stand corrected. That was an example. I haven't heard it many times, but I apologize. But if you're going to lie, don't do that, because I'm not going to lie on you. I'm not going to mention something, that's way off, but that's what you're doing. And if I can't add anything, I'm not going to go after anyone that we haven't done before. We've done that in the past, MOT as well, regardless of our real lives. You tried, and now all of a sudden you're trying to come in and say, on Big J's, you said, hey, YouTube is not the same as the internet, real life. The internet is not the same as in real life. But today on Sharon's, it's all the same. I try to be the same person in real life as I am on the internet. But you mentioned to me when it came to the queens, you say I addressed them a certain way. You stayed on that. I'm not attacking the women. I'm not attacking the queens. I'm not going after them, Sharon. I was just mentioning, hey, don't forget about the men. He jumps in and says, I give respect to either man or this or the other. And I mentioned other names too, just really two. The Titan, Shadow the Titan. These are men with families. I'm still on that. Then he says, I'm saying something different from what I said on Big J's. It's still the same premise. It's still the same topic, same thing I mentioned yesterday. I was sticking on that. Don't forget about these men. I didn't even say, hey, Bronzeville, attack this character and say, you be caping for these women. I said, don't forget about them. There's a place for each of them, but don't you ever forget them. You know how the men come in and say, we're the builders. We built this. We did this. Without this, women wouldn't. I didn't even go there. I just said, don't you forget them. You do that. You come on Sharon's and give that little introduction. I'm with it. But at the same time, you know what? Don't forget them. They have a place here. Give them some respect. That's it, Sharon. Damn. I'm sorry.
Also, no, it's okay. And also with the Cash App, it says, can you be a mental or emotional crackhead? Sheesh.
And see, that's the issue, right? Because I guarantee you this, full circle. If you was to ask either man, does he feel left behind when I'm acknowledging the queens? I'm willing to bet he'll tell you no. If you was to ask Shadow the Titan Wasp, because he's here, if he feels left behind when I'm saluting the queens, I'm willing to guarantee you he will tell you no, right? The problem is you feel left behind when I'm acknowledging the queens, right? And that's strange to me, because you shouldn't feel left behind, because you shouldn't feel like you're in competition with the ladies. That's
Sharon,
the issue.
Brownsville, will you stop with that? I'm not trying to compete with the ladies. Stop. That's another thing that you're doing. I don't have an issue, and this is not emotional. Will you just address what I was saying?
My brother, I did not interrupt.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Go ahead, but stop with that, man.
I did not interrupt you, right? And see, that's another thing, right? Y'all don't have self-control and self-discipline, right? I'm patient, my brother. I'm willing to listen, to understand you, and then I'm going to respond from what I understood, right? You keep bringing up Edelman, Shadow the Titan Wasp, and saying that I'm leaving them brothers behind when I'm acknowledging the queens by name, right? But the reality is they don't feel that way. You want to know why? Because they understand that they're not in competition with the ladies. The only brothers who feel left behind when another brother is lifting up the ladies is a brother who is competing with the ladies or comparing himself with the ladies. That's a fact. So that's to that point. Now, I don't even understand the point you were making or what you was trying to allude to when you was talking about having a well-endowed conversation and all that stuff. I don't even know what you're talking about. So I don't even know how to respond to that.
Okay,
But
so
that's-
you don't. Oh my God, you
So
don't know how to. This was. Hold
Before
on.
full circle, before you go, can I say something?
Yeah, Auntie, you got it.
Hold on.
Okay,
let me
go
do
ahead.
this. Shadow, can you come off mute? Do you feel that you are being slighted when he mentioned Kings and he doesn't mention your name personally?
Hey, bro, let them go real quick. I gotta finish this last set.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I just say something? Real quick. Just to like what Full Circle's kind of trying to interject and say. That's the reason why I came up there is because like that's the way him and MOT and I guess Big J gave you permission to review it, so you'll see that too. I wasn't in there, but I came up there to try to maybe do a little bit of moderating because it seemed like they felt like, hey, he wasn't addressing what it was that they were saying, and he was going back to the same. Well, the women and the conversation really didn't like they were talking about something that really didn't have anything to do with women. So it was almost like they was having two separate conversations. So as the host of the show, Sharon,
All right,
I think you're doing a better job of moderating it now because Big J wasn't really on. I think he had to step away and do something yesterday, and Queen didn't want to get in between two men, so they would or three men, and they was just going at it. That's it. But I do want to say this though. When I went up there, I even said, I'm like, yo, can y'all give Brownsville a little bit of grace? Because I mean, I get it, but he don't know. Like he don't know, man. That's just what they do. But y'all got it.
And so, but what it does. So I think the thing that is missed with the situation of addressing the Kings and those things, right? I think from receiving the information, it sounds like he wants the same grace as the women. That's what it sounds like. That's probably not how he mean to display it. However, that's what it sounds like, and that's how people are interpreting. Even the people in the chat are interpreting it the same way. And I think we can move forward. We understand that Brownsville, he's going to have a difference of the women. He's going to acknowledge them in a different way do he do men, and that's just what that's going to be. That's not going to change. And I don't think majority of men feel a certain way. And when he is having his conversations about lusting, right? More men are getting in trouble, losing their family, losing their jobs from over being lustful than rather than women. Is it going to happen? Is it 100% women are not lustful? No, that's not. That wouldn't be. We're not saying that. But if we talk about majority of men are having a problem with this lusting thing. This is why some men, they go down to Thailand. We understand that they willing to be with them damn lady boys because they so damn lustful. They willing to say, hey, we could put a bag over the ugly girl because they so lustful. If you're willing to put a bag over an ugly girl, what else face you willing to put a bag over, right? So we understand that this lust thing is a problem for men. It destroys careers, it destroys families, and that's why we are addressing those things, because we need our brothers to recalibrate their value system for sure. We know we have a degenerate problem. We know we have a lust problem. We know men do not want to have honor and integrity at the top of their value system. Even we take the God situation out of it. It's a real issue that we have to address. And
because one thing.
Okay.
Because while
I want to get to the super chats as well, and I got to bring somebody up. So
while Full Circle is here, right? I would like you to review it, right? So that we can see if what Auntie and Full Circle are saying is correct, right? We can see who actually did what they said was done, right? And I'm willing to bet and I'm willing to guarantee that you will see that I conducted myself with discipline. I was attempting to answer their questions in a respectful manner, right? And they were the one who initiated the disrespect and talking crazy and all of those things, right? And then long after I left, they were being very disrespectful, talking about me, talking crazy, saying all kind of crazy stuff. So all this humble stuff that Full Circle is saying now is not what happened yesterday. Let's be clear about that and let's review it so that the world can see.
Hold on, Sharon. You're not going to make a show because I know what you're doing. I said it yesterday. I know how you work, Brownsville. And so for the record, hold on, Sharon, just respectfully. You're like, oh, humbly. I'm doing that out of respect. I'll do it on Big J's. I'll do it on yours, Sharon. In real life, you're saying humbly. Don't try to change anything, Brownsville, to look like you're the good guy or you're the victim, okay? Because you're sitting here saying that, oh, he has a problem. I don't think that Ether Man or Shadow would have a problem with it. You got it mixed up. You know what? I'm looking at it like this, Sharon. And I'm going to say it respectfully. You're talking about solutions, Sharon. You, Brownsville, I'm going to go back to the Super Bowl. In comparison to Kendrick Lamar and Bad Bunny, I said, these men speak on solutions. You both have children. In Kendrick Lamar's show, he did his thing. On Bad Bunny, someone mentioned, hey, they did this, they did that. The men were with the men. That I give it to you, Sharon. Yes, that's their culture. But you all have children. We're talking about solutions. But then you have your children possibly watching this. And then later on, when they get older, they grow up and then they have kids at a young age. Where do they get that from? You got the music. You got rap. It's all of it is a problem. The media, these children aren't dumb. They watch things. So when you're speaking on solutions, I'm like, well, there you go. You danged if you do, danged if you don't. If they watch over here, then they watch over here. But my issue was the other part. Bronzeville is upping Bad Bunny. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. And you're like, okay, over here, it might be a threat with Kendrick Lamar bringing over the Crips and the Bloods, regardless if it was another panelist on yours that said that it was a threat or if it was Bronzeville. And I'm like, I'm confused. So should we follow that? I get it. That's their culture. MOT had mentioned it. They're representing for their people. Kendrick Lamar is representing theirs. And there is so much hate. I don't have a hate for anyone in the chat, on the panel, including Bronzeville. You're not an enemy. You're saying, oh, today you're speaking differently. No, it's the same. It's the same message, even if I don't follow your message or ideology. But I'll be danged if you think that I'm going to sit here and accept that to say, oh, you want to be compared to the women comparison. No, it's not that. I'm not dogging the women. You can use queens till the cows come home. I don't even have an issue of that. Do that. I think it's a great thing. I never stepped in and said, you know what, I got a problem with that. That's wrong. I just said, hey, don't forget about these men. And there is a place for each of them. I don't even want Shadow or Ether Man to say, yo, I don't need that. I don't even need to question them and say, hey, do y'all got a problem with that? I was like, hey, don't forget it. You're talking about solutions. And these men don't know them from nothing. They seem like they're leaders to me besides having a business and knowing their lives, including you, Sharon. You're holding it down. I ain't putting nobody on here. Auntie, Big J, if they got a woman, a girlfriend, a wife, fiance, I'm not putting anyone down. They all have their place. But yet you're talking about solutions. But don't speak on my name, Bronzeville, and speak on lies. That's not true. And it wasn't all about you after you left. I'm not going to give you that. It's all about you. No, sir, it's not. But I did have an issue with you. Yes, sir. I'm done.
So here's the thing. 1 second, cousin.
I gotta get to some of the super chats. I gotta bring somebody up, and I want to understand. So it's about the recognition. You don't think that we recognizing the men enough?
Sharon, I think when it comes to you give them their just due. When they come on panels and they speak, and I've listened to some of the conversations and topics, and Bronzeville will jump in, and even the men will say, no, I don't believe in that. And Bronzeville, 10 toes down, he won't even step back, even though he's taking what I said, listening to hear compared to listening to understand. He won't say, like, you know what, I'll have to go back. I mentioned the Kevin Samuels thing. He threw that up. He says, I know nothing about that. Well, let me educate you. And actually, I'm not educating him. You can just look it up. Don't do it, Bronzeville. Don't do it, Bronzeville. Go ahead, Sharon. He gonna jump in. You just
Hold
told
on.
me not to do it, Bronzeville. Go ahead, Sharon. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No,
So I
listen.
want both parties to get.
He didn't interrupt you, Brownsville.
Yeah, but I just asked him a quick question, and we don't want it to be too one-sided. So go ahead.
Cuzzo,
Oh my God.
right? He landed his plane, and he made some mischaracterizations about me. You asked him a specific question, then he tried to go on another diatribe to where he's making all these other mischaracterizations about me. I don't appreciate that. I'm willing to go one at a time, but if somebody is saying some mischaracterizations about me, I have a right to respond, right? And sir, I'm never a victim. I never said that. You did, right? What I said was, when we review the content, it's going to be clear how you display your character, right? That's going to be for the world to judge, not me. This humble stuff that you're saying now, that is not how you expressed yourself yesterday when I was on the panel and when I left the panel, right? As far as the Super Bowl stuff, look, you disagree with my opinion on the Super Bowl, that's fine. I don't care about that, right? But don't try to sit here and move the goalpost, deflect, or any of that when it comes to your number one issue that you confronted me about, which was me giving the ladies terms of endearment. That was your number one issue and your only issue you brought up yesterday. So
Bronzeville, that's a lie.
We're not going to.
Sorry, Sharon. That's a lie, dude.
We're not going to move the goalposts, right? Your biggest concern yesterday was the terms of endearment I was giving to the woman and not the men. That was your biggest concern, right?
No, it was not my biggest concern.
That's going to be clear when we review the content, right? See, here's the thing. Everybody is just like, have some patience, right? You want to have a discussion and you want to be heard and understood, but you don't want to have the patience to listen and understand, right? I did not know who you were. Never heard of you. Never heard of Full Circle. Never had a conversation with you. I was having a conversation with Big J because Big J said he had smoke for me. And then when I was done with that conversation, you jumped up there. And we're going to see you jumping up there, bloviate, oh, I got a problem with you. You got a problem with Big J. I got a problem with you. You got to go ahead. But next time it's going to be on and all this crazy stuff you were saying, right? So then I said, you know what? Since you angry with me, you got a problem with me, I'll go to my appointment and I'll come back. Give me 40 minutes. My appointment took 25 minutes. I let Big J know I was there. I got up on a panel and that's what you expressed. Right? So that's why I want to just review the content so they don't have to listen to me. They don't have to listen to you. They can listen to what happened and formulate their own conclusions. Peace and love, Cuzzo. Go ahead with your show.
You're not going to put me in a bad light, Bronzeville. You keep trying to do that with everything that I say. And I see how you work. Anything that I say, you try to use it against me, even with the Kevin Samuels part. You're saying it's about this. I did the same to Ron. I said I mentioned the Super Bowl going back to men. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sharon.
Yes, hold on one second for a second. I got you. Welcome to, I was on mute. I'm sorry. Welcome, because I got to get to a couple of these super chats. Welcome to the show, the Supreme Vaginal Vessel. Are you there, beautiful?
I'm here.
Thank you for your patience, beautiful. I really do.
Just talking. Miss J.
You holding me accountable.
Miss J, $5. Brownsville's, we need buy them Hot Wheels and canes. Peace and love.
Oh, Lord.
Who owned a cane? Okay. Shadow the Titan Wasp, $10. My future F&N bounty.
Goddamn.
The official YT purge, $2 for Big J. Aaron, 2 Lucas, $5. Actually, full context of the KS clip, he was actually defending black women in that clip. The guest was saying he had a problem with them. Watch the full video. El Nix, something to think about, $10. Manhood goes wherever you go. Stop thinking the internet is different. If you can say you're different here, then that means you're not yourself. You're in character here. Manhood is not for sale. Miss J, $2. Liar, liar, liar. El Nix, something to think about, $5. Degenerate behavior has no gender, so you can call it all out. If you love people, you don't allow them to be out of order. Both sides don't help with that. Y'all be so worried about the women. Nevertheless, Shiesty Bum, $2. Come back, ninja. El Nix, something to think about, $5. Lust is a sin, so wouldn't we tell everyone that it should be taken out of their value system? We can't use the word to cherry pick the result of sin. Imperfect 2476, $2. He said, put the men's first. Right. Don't forget about the men's. What about the men's? We got names too.
Yeah, you know, and also I got the Cash App. It says the men of solutions are different. 100. And
Ron, can I go?
Yes, you can address it, and we're gonna try to get everybody involved in the conversation.
All right. Okay, so it's funny how Bronzeville, things that I say, and I know he has his own train of thought. He takes what I say and he uses it for himself, or he'll use it and flip it on me. I called it for what it was. I'll go back to the Kevin Samuels part. I mentioned that for those ones such as himself, and like how Anton will say, well, talk to me like I'm a C student. I'm not going to talk. I didn't talk to Bronzeville like he was a C student. Actually, I talked to Bronzeville like he was an A, not to put him down, A or A minus student. And whenever I hear that, we're not speaking to dummies. You all are educated, I believe, regardless if you finished high school, went to college, got a degree, PhD, or whatever. Nothing against you, PhD. But if you have any type of college education, you know, I'll put that. You talking about place a bet. I'll put that on the line, okay? But I won't diminish the things, or I won't backpedal. I stand 10 toes down on what I said. And it wasn't just about putting the men's first. You can say yourself, Sharon, regardless if you kept up on YouTube or the internet, on how they said men have walked away for whatever reason with this gender war. I said, okay, what's the real solution? When Bronzeville stepped away, MOT spoke on things as if like, hey, what's the solutions? What's the solutions? What's the solutions? Sharon, you can have a topic on anything. I've listened to it. In fact, you've had some interesting shows, some great shows. Ethan Man came in yesterday before your channel got struck or taken down. You put it back up because of whatever community guidelines, whatever it was. And Ethan Man said, you know what? Bronzeville is interesting. And I thought about it. I didn't really go deep because it wasn't that deep. I was like, he said he's interesting. I think he's interesting. I said that to myself. And then when you popped up Bronzeville on Big J's, I said, this is the opportunity to address some things. I spoke on what I spoke on, and it wasn't, okay, I'm saying, don't forget about the men. Don't forget about the men. I'm like, what's the solution? What is it going to take to bring us together? There's some times I hear Bronzeville, and he'll come up with the same the same thing. We need to do this, and brothers need to do this and do that. So why are they not doing it? What's missing? I jumped in there and said, listen to hear compared to listening to understand. And now, as you did with me, you're saying now, because yesterday you didn't say that. You weren't even acting that way. You weren't listening to understand. You were just listening to hear. So don't come over here like you did to me and say, well, over here was a different story. Now you're being humble. Well, I can say the same thing about you, sir. Over there, you weren't listening to understand. It was like an attack because you think I was attacking your character. I was attacking the points of like, hey, everything has its place. How, Sharon, do we actually bring this together to where we have more families, black families, or whoever you want to be with? We have more blacks coming together with black women to where we can fight this. And he didn't even see it. It went over his head. And that's why I brought up the Super Bowl, because he was up in Bad Bunny. And I'm like, give credit where credit is due. Kendrick Lamar has a family. Other entertainers have black families. Sometimes they're putting out the bad message, giving you, Sharon, Brownsville, Ethan, man, all these men that have wives and children. What's there? Why are they doing it? Sharon, what do? You go out, you do your trips, you go out with family, you're being an example. So let me move it. Bronzeville, let's give an example of yourself. See, we didn't get that far into it. He took it as an attack, and I stayed on that. And like I said, 10 toes down, I still will, to say, hey, the men are doing what they can. Don't do them like that. But then you threw in Bronzeville and say, eat the man, he did it. I give him plenty of this and I don't hear no examples of yourself. And I'm sure you do great with your family. But I'll be damned if I'm giving it to a man that's wearing a dress like on some Tyler Perry, Bad Bunny, and then later on he'll go out with his message. I'm not going to follow Bad Bunny's message. That was a part of the point that I didn't get it across. I'm done, Sharon. Sorry.
Okay.
I land.
I'm pretty sure Cuz want to address this. So do you believe, before we, if you could answer it quickly, so this way everybody can jump in as well. Do you believe men recalibrating a value system by taking lust and degeneracy from the top of their value system is a good start to a solution?
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I will agree with you, sir.
Okay.
It's a part of it.
Cuz
yeah,
I don't want to talk. I don't want to have a conversation.
I don't want to really play the video
anymore,
because I don't know if they're gonna, listen.
Is Big J still there?
He's there.
Oh, he's probably asleep. Yeah, man. It feels like we're having a conversation about the conversation. Now, I just want to review the content, right? So that everybody can be clear what the issue is, right? Because this brother here, he's lying and he's caping, right? And I don't know what's going on. I don't know, how many people saw the content, but I was up there to have a conversation with Big J, like I said. When I was done with my conversation with Big J, this brother comes up with a whole bunch of smoke for me, saying I've been waiting a long time for this and all this stuff, right? And like I said, his biggest issue was me giving the woman terms of endearment, right? That was his biggest issue. So I'm having a back and forth conversation with this brother. Then all of a sudden, man of yesterday come, right? And then now they both want to go ahead and try to go back and forth with me, and then they laughing and they, it's like acting like children. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, why can't we as brothers just have a conversation, right? And figure out how to solve whatever issue we're having, right? Conflict resolution. You got an issue with my ideology. You have an issue with my opinion, right? I'm willing to provide clarity. I'm willing to substantiate my argument. I'm willing to go back and forth and give my thoughts on whatever ideas of me you have, right? And I can do so and still maintain self-respect, self-discipline, self-control. Y'all two brothers were not able to do that yesterday, right? And that's what you don't want the world to see. And that to me is, it's kind of unfortunate that we can't review the content so that we can get your visceral reaction from what you did yesterday and how you purported yourself yesterday, right? So since we're not going to review the content, right, and other people, I guess they can review it on their own, let me ask you this question, full circle. Do you believe the way you behaved yesterday, is that a good example of how a stand-up man should behave and communicate?
I believe that your feelings got hurt. Let's start off with that for starters. I believe your feelings got hurt. And then you're with this whole lies. I said it before, Sharon. I'm not backpedaling. I'm standing 10 toes down, sir. Not to you, Sharon, you, Bronzeville. It's not a lie. You're saying the problem I had was with the women and then they calling them women. I kept saying over and over, I don't have a problem with that. I said, don't forget about the men. You don't even have to add kings to it. Don't forget about it. We're talking about solutions. The men are this whole, regardless if the women care or not, whatever race or culture of the men walking away. Don't forget about them. Don't put them by the wayside. How do you bring and merge them together? You're gonna throw in there, Bronzeville, and say, "Oh, you're still stuck on what I said, still on that point about the women." I never attacked the women, not once. And even if they're in the chat or reviewing it, I'm attacking them. I stayed on that. I said, don't forget about them, which is why I brought up examples. It was other men other than Ether Man and Shadow the Titan and other men. I said, these men, when I found out they have families and have wives, and besides the entertainers and stars out there, even Anton, Kevin Samuels, he didn't. He's out there doing what he do as a grown man, as a bachelor, and look at where it took him. But that was the whole reason. I said, is that that's an example? Yet he has all these followers. I could see where Sharon is maybe reviewing a show and saying, how is this man or Corey or any of them got all these subscribers, but they're not leading. They're not leaders. They're not real leaders, but they're hiding behind religion. So go back and review it when it was a whole snippet of things where it's like, wait a minute, hiding behind religions. I included you in that. But when I included that, I mentioned, wait a minute, Bronzeville, you speak on things, but you have these men that have stand along with women 10 toes down, and lately they'll give you pushback. And when it's pushback, you have the nerve. And I even mentioned bombing that when you did it yesterday, you said, oh, let me these panelists are emotional, as if let me jump off and let me get off of here. And Bomb, snickled at it and said, like, here we go. And Bomb was right. And I gave her kudos. I said, yeah, regardless if she knew it or not. But I said, yeah, that's it seems like that's what you do. And that's what you're doing with me. When what happened, your feelings are hurt. Your feelings are hurt. You're hurt. And it's okay. But then you're going to flip it back to me. Do you think as a grown man, as an elder, is this and the other? Don't try it. Don't try it. I'm very secure in my manhood. And I'm not even going to throw it back to you. I'm not going to throw it back to you and say, are you secure in yours? I'm not going to do the tit for tat. I know I'm going to stand 10 toes down. I'm not going to backpedal. And what I said, Sharon, on Big J's, I'm going to say it here. It's just that there was more, it was just a lot of extra. Over here, I'm not, because I don't need to do the same thing over here that I did over there. I'm done, Sharon.
Cuzzo, so for the record, right, I asked this brother a direct question, yes or no, and he couldn't answer. He bloviated for 5 minutes without answering a direct question. And to me, that is not a personification of a stand-up individual, right? You ask me a direct question, I'm going to answer it yes or no. Go ahead, Sharon.
Well, let me say this, right? I just woke up and I'm about to head on the bed, right?
Hey, Big J, since you're awake, I did pull up your video, and I just want to make sure I get the verbal confirmation that it is okay to review.
How many times I gotta say it? Yes? I said yes so many goddamn
times. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. How many times I have to say it? How many times I gotta say yes?
I just want to make sure, Big J. That's all.
Okay. Now, Brownsville. I'm gonna say this right, because you want to make you passing judgments on people, right? Talking about though, your behavior, this person's behavior, that person's behavior, right? But then every time when you on my channel, you don't act like how you act on this channel. Because every time I see you on my channel, you screaming, you yelling, you doing all that little foolishness. And don't worry, I have a collage of you yelling and screaming on topics that has nothing to do with women. But back in May of 2025, you did that. Last week, last month, you went ahead and did that, Brownsville. You were yelling and screaming. Last night, because I did a review of that last night's live stream. This morning, you was raising your voice, carrying on, not being stoic, as you trying to tell us how to act. So how can you tell us how to act like you when you do the opposite? That's my main problem with you. So peace and love, family. I'm out. Peace and love, yo. I'm out.
All right. So I guess if you have a character that you are 98%. That 2% that you could possibly tell at that character, that means that I guess you ain't following. That's kind of crazy.
And Sharon, I have that going back to Bronzeville's question. I have the right to do whatever, to be however I want. Just like I can't change him with his message and ideology. I don't need another grown man, not a child, trying to say and question me, a grown man, well experienced in life, like I wouldn't do to you, Sharon, or Bronzeville, to say, well, do you think that would be being a man of character? Don't do that to me. Don't act like you're gonna school me. You could never school me. And my point yesterday when you had left, Don't try to put me in a box. You'll never be able to put. I won't do it to you, Sharon. I will never do that to you. No matter how ones talk about you, they speak on things on you. A lot do, even if they don't hit the panel and face you face to face. No, it's not necessary, Bronzeville. Whatever you try to pull, it's not going to change me. I said what I said. I did what I did. I'm not going to step forward later on to say, you know what? I need to act a certain way because Bronzeville said so. You got it twisted, brother. Okay. And if I had to light it up with respect for your channel, Sharon, I know how to light it up, Bronzeville. Once again, is that a way of a certain, that question that you asked, you can call it whatever you want to call it. From back in the days to now, there's a certain way, a certain decorum, the way you act. I know how to turn it up, and I know how to bring it to a medium. I know how to bring it to a pause. But for you, sir, specifically, like you don't want me to lie on your name, don't lie on my name. And you not changing a thing. I'm done, Sharon.
All right.
Cuzzo, so go back to where I first jumped on the panel, right? It's not going to be long. So go back to where I first jumped on the panel, and then you'll see how everything unfolded. Peace and love.
All right.
Spoke for me. So I would like him to address me.
This is the right show? I don't know why it's paused.
Yeah, it's the right show, but when I first jump on a panel, it's just me and Big J there.
So this ain't the right show? Because they got all of them.
It's the right. Well, I don't know if you're you got to go to the show from yesterday. Big J himself reviewed it today, I believe. So maybe you're on that show.
Diva, what you think of all this? Well, I'll go find the correct show because maybe this ain't the right one. You there, Diva?
And then if I have
what's the name of the show?
And Sharon, just for the record, even with this and after this, before this, I'm not going to go campaigning. I'm not going to go run to someone I know or a relative and go saying, hey, listen to this. Look what just happened. I don't need to do that. Going back to like speaking on your manhood, I'm not going to do that, Sharon, just so you know. I don't have to go to other people's panels. People would do that back in the days. I'm not taking back nothing. And I meant what I said.
You said it was just y'all two. What's the name of the? Do you know the name? Is it "There's No Kindly One to Troll" or something like that?
You're right. That's the one.
But it doesn't show you and Big J by yourself first. Hold on.
Yeah, when I jump on it, it's just me and Big J.
And so this must be a different one then. I don't know. This is why anyway.
And Sharon, let the whole world see, as was mentioned. So what? Let the whole world see. This doesn't define me, and it shouldn't define anybody else. I've seen worse, but you act like I really just did some things. I destroyed. I brought the house down.
You shouldn't have to qualify yourself, man. I mean, you sounding ridiculous right now.
But you're not going to qualify me because you're not in the position to qualify me or validate me. I don't need your validation, sir.
Forever.
So this is
solutions. You don't give a jack about solutions. You're not trying to solve anything. You're not even trying to help the community or the culture. You're just here yapping. It's entertainment, strictly entertainment.
It's kind of like, okay, he's back. He's back. Okay, hold on. I'm dropping the link. Yeah, he's back.
No, you gotta go. So you gotta go before that.
Dropping the link.
Yeah, the beginning.
So
you gotta go.
I'm gonna leave here in a minute. So Queen, you
get what you gotta get off your chest.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well. There's a whole lot of things, and I have a little bit of time. Let me say this: why was everybody? How come all the men was to blame for those two women going at it today. Because that's why I went on the panel and I laughed at y'all. Do you know why I laughed when I got on the panel? When those women were scrapping and dragging each other? Because that shit was funny to me. The hypocrisy was on an all-time high. So you want to check men for what these two women were doing? What's the name? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter who they are. These two women were going at it for 15 minutes or so, cussing each other out, and you want to blame the men. You said it was a men's issue. You said it was and yet you the same nigga that tell everybody else men should need to stay out of women's business.
So what was it that you want me to see? Because
look at Sharon. This is so important for him. It's so notice it's so important for him. But go ahead. And yeah, I did laugh. Okay. Deal with it.
You go ahead, guys. Where you want me to be at? This is where you want me.
Yeah. Listen, you know, the foolishness gotta stop. Period. But you can just play it and or you can even fast forward to this dude full circle come up, right? Because that's towards the tail end of me and Big J's conversation, right? So you can see how this dude purported himself when he came up and what, you know.
No, I'm saying because I don't want to just all right, because I don't understand.
Would you like me to respond, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. No, let's start there. Let's start there,
right? So number one, I did not blame the men for the woman getting into it, right? See, I believe you got a comprehension or understanding problem. When the woman was getting into it, I tried to give them time to work through it. Once I seen they were unable to work through it, I told them, hey, y'all need to have some decorum. Y'all need to, you know, show everybody who's listening that y'all understand conflict resolution. And then when they did not comply, what did I do? I told my cousin, cut it. That's it. That's all. Right. But the show was about predatory behavior against women and children, which is why we were talking about Corey Holcomb. Right. So I did not want the men who are on the spectrum of predatory behavior to deflect and distract from the point of the show because those two ladies had an issue with each other and they were unable to resolve their issue.
Yeah, but there was something that you said afterward though Brownsville that really egged everybody on up in that all some of the men that was in that chat room, because shouldn't the blame be on your cousin for allowing that to continue more than what he could have cut that off a long time ago.
Well,
when those two women, when Venus and Jalen was going at it. Go ahead.
We wanted to give them some time to work through their issue. You see, I believe in conflict resolution, Big J. If you got a problem with somebody, you should confront them and have a conversation about it, right? And see if you can work through it. And if you're unable to work through it, then it has to be cut off at a time, which is exactly what we did. We gave them room to work through their issue. It was determined that they was not going to work through their issue in a resolute fashion. So I told my cousin to cut it, and that's exactly what he did. And we went on to continue to conduct the show, which was about the predatory behavior of Corey Holcomb, who has the Epstein gene, and men like him.
Okay, well, let's move on, because, you know, I'm not going to stay on that topic, even though I would want to, because I got to go work tonight. But let me go to the next point, right? About the tyranny issue, right? The main reason why me and Bomb got into a beef. So, are you aware that your cousin used to be on the Fight Club, right? And on the Lapeef and Anton, right?
Yes.
So are you aware that Anton trash Tyranny and her children.
Yeah.
Am I okay? But it doesn't make any sense that now, since the incident between Corey Holcomb and Anton, to bring up to make
I don't know. I really don't understand the complaint to me at this point.
Sharon, is there anybody else that wants to speak? Anybody else that wants to add to it? Honestly,
before we keep going, so we'll let it keep playing so we can get a full understanding of it. PAZ, would you like to jump in? Good. Uda, would you like to jump in? All right. Shadow.
Yeah, I'm gonna just make it simple. First, I'm not offended by Brownsville not addressing man. I don't really care. I get addressed by the person who I care about being addressed about, my wife. So moving past that, I also want to say Full Circle's, he's making a point that's getting intentionally ignored or unintentionally ignored. He's not saying he has an issue with Brownsville bringing up the women. He's saying that Brownsville is not also bringing up men. Those are two different points that are being made that are being ignored. And I don't know why, because I didn't even hear the conversation. But as I'm watching it play out live here, I'm watching that dispute happen where something is being said that's not being understood. Done.
Thank you, Shadow. And that is the point. Like that is honestly, you get it. See how you took that and you comprehended it, dissected it. You listen to understand, not just to hear, regardless if Sharon, you review it or not. There you go, Shadow. Out of all respect, it wasn't even coming like it was the problem. I'm not going to backtrack on that. That was the problem I had, and why Bronzeville couldn't get it. I kept saying, do what you do. Your message ideology, I might not be all with, but at the same time, 10 toes down, it's not different about being humble. It's just understanding where I was coming from. And which is why, once again, for the 100th time, I brought in the Super Bowl with Bad Bunny, because that one part stuck out. He says, hey, let me sit up. Hey, he didn't do that by wearing a dress, which would have been against everything and bringing LGBT. But as far as Bad Bunny and his, not his message, however, in music, but the man still wears a dress, just like when we had an issue, we have issues any other time, men wearing dresses. And what example is that for men? And then you have the, who is it? Magic Johnson's sons, however they turn out, but neither here nor there. Bad Bunny was put on display and he got his moment and he did it for his people. MOT brought that up for the culture. Kendrick Lamar did that for the culture. But as far as who did the dang thing, they both did their thing. But as far as where it goes from here, and then I believe, was it someone mentioned, I'll drop his name, Auntie, or someone said, what happens next year in Super Bowl? What's going to happen? Now we're using Super Bowl as a platform for political gain. And instead of the message, just like yourself, Sharon, it's like, okay, what's the real solution? Is it going to be for entertainment? Is it for effery, goofiness? What is the real solutions? Don't think I'm not listening, Sharon. It's like, okay, SBG, wherever, however you want to call it. I'm not going to downplay that. But what's the solution? If you're going to give solutions, give some solutions. Give the solutions. Let's have some results. I came at Bronzeville to be like, you can't be just thinking word is bond and everything that you say is correct, because I've listened to him interact to panelists. And there's times when Bronzeville is wrong. And why he can't just be like, you know what, this is what we need to do. We need to recalibrate, or I need to recalibrate some things. And maybe these men and women that are speaking, I need to make some changes and maybe we can come up with some other solutions. But we didn't get that far with it. He thinks that it was like he can take it for what it is, an attack. I wanted him to see that you're not always right. And to listen to others and listen literally. He'll say it now. I get it. You say it now. Listen to understand and not just to hear.
So your main issue is that Brownsville's not always right, but he get pushed back when people feel, everybody on this channel get pushed back when the other person doesn't agree with them. So that's just what it is. Everybody's going to get pushed back. Me and Diva, we have pushback sometimes. Brownsville and PZ even sometimes get pushed back. Everybody's going to get their full thought out. So it's never been about that he's all right. So who is acting as if Brownsville is always right?
But sorry, Sharon. But my point is that even with the solutions, and I've seen this within the Black community on topics and conversations, that there's a part in the conversations that is being missed. You'll have a few. I'll just give an example. Out of 6, it'll be maybe 4. And it'll be 4 that are on the same page. 2 will be like, knob. Or it'll always be that one. There's a saying, it's always that one. And that's what I'm hearing throughout. I've heard it throughout YouTube. You can say it's in the past, it's dinosaurs ages ago. And Bronzeville mentioned, I'm going to the future and stuff. I've watched it to where it's like, for just once, can all 6 or 8 or 6 panelists to be like, you know what, I agree. As Bronzeville mentioned, I'm moving forward. Back then, there was a conversation about the collective. Do you know I don't even hear that anymore? I mentioned on Big J's, it was about B1. I hardly hear about B1. I even mentioned about Umar. I'm giving an example now that it wasn't all about Bronzeville. It was other things that was mentioned. Don't think that I'm just a one-centered and it was just a one-sided conversation. It was mentioning all things when it comes to the Black community and our people, to where it's like, we can never come up with the solutions. Giggles or no giggles, laughs or no laughs. It's not funny. At times it is, but at this point in 2026, it's not funny. And over and year after year, regardless if you're here or not, Sharon, not taking anything against your channel, in the future, what's the conversation going to be? How can we do this? How can men and women, Black men and women, how can we come together? How can we be one? I'm literally from back then in the old school to, as Bronzeville say, forget about the past. But yeah, you're trying to forget about the past to go to the future, but you'll never, just like with the whole slavery conversation, you can't forget about the past. You can try, but how are you going to move to the future? And then when you have these conversations with 8 panelists, 6 panelists, and it'll be that 1 or 2, I disagree. They'll disrupt it. They'll say something. No one is agreeing on nothing, to where we can't even move together as a group and say, you know what, let's do this. That's not being brought up. So I don't want him, as far as the premise, as far as thinking it was just about that and it was all about Bronzeville. It was the problem that I had to be like, if you're going to come with solutions, I get what you're saying, but is it the real solutions? And if it's something that's not agreeable, recalibrate, as you would say, and say, you know what, I got it, cuzzo. I got it, panelists. What do you all think about this? Do we need it? Not just the whole thing of lust and this and this. There's something that's being missed with us. Big J, according to Big J, or others might say it's a curse. It's a long curse if you believe in that type of stuff. But we're missing something. We don't have to even all know each other, one another. We all have families. You have children that are going to grow up one day and sitting back saying, you know what, not to blame the parents or yourself, Sharon, or even Brownsville, to say, you brought me to this mess. I didn't ask to be born. You know, we can go on and on and on. But let's be honest with ourselves. Don't just take this and review the video and say, oh, look at him, bad man, put me on the torch and light the match like I'm a witch. I'll be danged if you think you're going to put this on me when there's no real solutions being had.
But that's not true, that real solutions not being had, because you already agreed with one of the solutions already. And so the thing is that him bringing up the ladies is not a detriment to our culture or our community. And so we cannot act as if this is hurting somebody because he is telling the ladies good day to the queens, and he's willing to give them a little extra love and attention, because on these YouTube streets, as you know, that women get beat down a lot in these YouTube streets. We also see children, they are very vulnerable as well, as we can see, right? No matter how much information came out with Corey Holcomb, his numbers went up yesterday. And while we over here arguing about solutions that you already said you agree with, you're right to stick to the things that you disagree with him personally as, instead of saying, hey, you know what? I don't like him personally, but he said this correct, and this correct. The thing that he said wrong about Bad Bunny is not even a big argument, because Bad Bunny doesn't really affect our community for real.
Hey, cuz, can we just fast forward to the part where he comes up, right? So, I mean, I'm tired of having the conversation about the conversation.
Well, we not have. I just moved it from.
But Bronzeville, you're not focusing on the focus. Isn't that what you would say, Sharon? You ain't focusing on the focus, and that's what it is. I never said I had a problem with you naming the women. I never said that I had a problem with you with that. I said, as far as putting it in its place, just like a record, you know, on the radio, you play music over and over again. After a while, it's gonna be like, you know what? I don't even like the music, but I hear it out on a regular basis.
I'm going to listen to me, Full Circle. Slow down.
Yeah.
You don't need to rush. I'm the one that say focus on focus. And again, we are going to deal with the issues that we got to be able to point out the issue. Right now, you have not pointed out an issue that you disagree with. That's the issue that I'm having with you right now, Full Circle.
What issue is that, Sharon?
That you are not pointing out the disagreement with Brownsville.
Oh, no, I thought I did that.
We keep saying that we don't have solutions, even though we gave one that you agreed with.
But I would be crazy to not. I would be crazy to not. That would be disingenuous if I go back and say, no, I don't agree. I think we all should less. I know less than because you're going to that. That is a problem, but that's not the only problem. You're saying that's one of the things. Look, hold on. I brought that up. Bronzeville brought that up in his speech, his message, not ideology, his message. He brought that up. I'm saying that even though Shadow, the Titan, and maybe others, even Etherman says, well, I don't have a problem with it, or I don't have an issue with it. What I'm saying is that regardless if he thinks of it or anything like that, you will say Bad Bunny don't give it. That's Bad Bunny. That's his culture. What I'm saying is that you all have children. You all have children that you're raising. They're going to grow up one day. I'm not going to question how you raise them. Go ahead.
Okay, so now what Bad Bunny have to do with the Black community? Because we all agreed yesterday that none of us know his music. None of our children listening to Bad Bunny are those type of things.
But so Sharon, didn't we have millions of people watching the Super Bowl?
Go ahead. Now, what you were saying with the,
didn't you have millions of people watching the Super Bowl? You're saying the bad, but yet that was a part of the conversation. He was a part of the performance. He was a part of, last time I remember, the Super Bowl, the performance, the culture, going back to the culture. I even flipped it and spoke of Anton saying that the culture was trash. You had people at all saying, wait a minute, hold on. And now we have Anton 1 minute this way, the next minute he done flipped it. And causing all types of mischief, and as if like he's not even gonna claim he's over there saying I'm this person and not this person. So we done did that. We done sold out.
I want you to correlate. What do the Super Bowl have to do with our children? Our children are not really watching the Super Bowl for real.
But hold on, this is crazy. Weren't the children? Weren't there? There was Bronzeville just mentioned. Listen to me, Sharon.
Okay.
Bronzeville just mentioned a woman that Bad Bunny propped up and a child got a Grammy. And as far as ICE, he brought that up. You're saying, the children don't have nothing to do with it. Yeah, Bad Bunny had that in his performance. You know what else he had in his performance? He had a marriage. Latin, he had that. And that was a real couple. When I did the research, it was a real couple. He had all these different examples. In my speech, and what was brought up, I believe, by Auntie, it was like, I believe it was Auntie, somebody's got to do something different. If it wasn't Auntie, it was maybe Rilla. Someone's got to do something different next Super Bowl. I jumped in and said this. Well, what do we have to do to keep proving ourselves? And I'll give a shout out to El Nixon. I said, yeah, myself, anyone. We shouldn't have to always prove ourselves. What do we have to do next? Pick cotton as far as a prop and a display for the NFL is being used for things that it shouldn't. It used to be for entertainment. We got to have Kunta Kinte with the whip. We'll always have to prove ourselves. And my problem with it, and I didn't get a chance to mention this in Bronzeville, I'm not going to compare myself and compare our culture to every other culture. You notice that usually pops up. We got to compare ourselves to the Asians, to the Hispanics. We always do that. Then you got those ones that jump up for whatever gain and say, yeah, we need to be like this. Why can't you just be yours and be the example?
Okay. Full circle. You said about 3 different subjects, and that is fine. It's clear you have a lot of things to say, but we got to be able to attack them one at a time. And so I guess that's probably the only issue that I have.
Go ahead, Sharon. All right.
Cuz.
Yes.
Listen to me for a second, man. Can we review the content? Right? Because that's why we're here. That's why he's here. Right? He's talking about a whole bunch of things that really doesn't even,
because I'm trying to move the conversation forward because I don't like
Bronzeville. That's not why I'm here.
Hold up.
I'm not here for that.
Real quick, full circles. Real quick, because I just want to say this to Sharon.
Yeah, Auntie.
Nah, I mean, I think he's here to have to come up with some kind of maybe solution or resolution. So, I mean, I get it. Everybody in the chat wants to see it because it was a dust up. There was profanity. People was cussing at each other and all of that. And Brownsville's like, hey, let's review the content. I get it. So I don't know if the purpose in reviewing it is to, I don't know, place blame. Look, I wasn't wrong. But if you're talking about moving forward, both of y'all brothers are on the panel. So actually have the conversation, and you be amazed. Y'all might have more in common than you don't have in common, or you might, because the way I see it, I think, and this is the same thing like MOT was kind of on when he said this before. I think he mentioned Taz on Big J's panel, but he was like, people want the same thing for the community, but they just have different routes to get there. You know, that's it. So maybe y'all can come to a resolution if y'all can just have a conversation as men. But I mean, I really don't think there's going to be much of a resolution listening to this. But hey, y'all do what y'all want.
I think we need context. Context matters. I think we're going around.
I mean, yeah. If you're trying to place blame, Buddha. No, I'm just saying, if you're trying to place blame,
I'm not debating nobody. I'm not debating you or no one. Listen, Auntie, I'm not debating anyone. I just want to say something. That's it. This is what I'm saying. We're just going around in circles, so it got to come down to the point. So even if we don't listen to the full thing, just go to the interaction when Brownsville enters and Soul Circle's there, so we could just see what the genuine conversation was about right there, and we'll just put that to bed.
Because where I started from is a whole hour and a half.
Get past all of that.
Before, like Big J and Cuz, y'all talk for like an hour, and then you dropped, and then it seemed like they talked for another half an hour, and then you came back. So that means I was reviewing.
Right. So no. What I want you to do is go back to where Full Circle, because see, Full Circle comes up right before I leave, right?
Yes.
And so play that part, and then you can go and skip back to when I come back.
Yes, this is when he comes back. This part right here that we're looking at now is when Brownsville comes back 40 minutes later. But before this, he's talking with Big J and them on the panel, saying that he's going to come back around.
And here. Please don't think that it's going to defame me or take away my character because you keep saying Brownsville. I don't know why you're not trying to do it. It's so for the whole world to see. So how you look, I could give a rat's you know what, Brownsville. It's not for that. I didn't come here for that. I came here to let you know, because I know how things get twisted to make it seem as Auntie says, no, I got enough was enough for me to be like, hey, why can't we all just be the whole solutions? You'll hear that throughout the rest of the video. Where's the solution? So where it's like, the lust, that's just one thing. Sharon, I mentioned that. You mentioned that. I agree on. But there's other things. You say, well, what is the Bad Bunny type of thing? I'm thinking to myself, like, oh my God, isn't this about the culture? This is the last time I remember we were black. And I mentioned that. I said, well, I don't even hear B1. It's almost like just for, entertainment, just for talk. Don't nobody stand and back it up for nothing. 1 minute it's there. It's the topic for conversation during that time. Then it's gone. It's like, what happened to that? What happened to actually, as Brownsville say, we're moving forward? I don't see it.
I get you. I get that. But let's just play the interaction so we could just understand the genuine interaction, period. And then that's it. And then from there, we go from there. I think it'll give us some kind of context.
Yeah, and one of the solutions got to be that we got to be able to stand on principles and codes. If we are in agreement, we shouldn't be going against the people that we actually agree with. So that's one of the problems that I'm clearly we seeing.
The things that I hear, it's been a long time. I haven't been on panels for at least 2 years. And then every time I listen, I jump on panels. It's this issue, it's that issue, it's this issue and that issue. It's like we're literally in a church, in the pulpit with the preachers and the elders, taking in money, constantly taking in money, and that's all it's about. No solution.
Hey, cuz that's
but
not.
Yet we have individuals.
So you gotta go to before I left, right? I was there with Big J. Then this brother Full Circle comes up. We have a brief interaction, and then I leave and come back.
This is what I'm
So go back to where I'm on a panel.
You're right.
Right.
You close around there. Go back a little forward. Yeah, around there.
You got questions for me? You want to have a conversation with me? I don't mind.
I got questions for you. I got questions for you. And you got problems with Big J. I got problems with you, Brownsville. So you'll find out soon. You got things to do, right? So I suggest you come back another time because I have a problem with you. Look at it, Full Circle, okay? Next time you get that opportunity, make sure you enter here. That's right. That's right. If you have the time, If you don't, then I suggest you make time because you have problems with Big J Triple X. I've been waiting a long time, sir.
Okay, well,
And
that's fine.
this is no peace and love. This is no peace and love.
That's fine. That's fine, my brother. Listen, I don't run from smoke. I got an appointment to go to, but I tell you what. If you're here in the next 40 minutes, I could be back, right? And we can have a conversation.
And I am here. I will be here, and I'm not your brother. This is no peace and love. Okay? So I'll be here in the next 40 minutes to address some issues.
Listen, even if you angry with me and you got a problem with me, I'm still gonna respect.
Oh, I'm not angry with you, but I will show you the respect. So make sure you come back in the next 40 minutes. Okay?
Okay, no problem. Peace and love.
Well, I didn't plan on this to be.
Now you can pause it there.
A very long live.
That's the beginning.
Pause it there, cuz so that's the brief interaction. Me and his brother, who I never spoke to, didn't know anything about. He came up with aggression, right? No peace, no love. He has smoke with me that he's been waiting a long time to get off his chest, right? I was still respectful to this brother. I said, okay, fine. I'll handle my business and come back and have the conversation. Now we'll fast forward and go back to when I first came back and then see what happened. It's brief. It's not long.
MOT, you can go first. You can go first. I have time.
All right. So Brownsville. All right. So
Hold
why
on
do you think it's
1 second, man, of tomorrow? 1 second.
Okay?
Right.
All right. Cool. All right.
So I don't have that much time. So I want the brother full circle who said he has smoke for me. So I would like him to address me. And then if I have time after that, then we can, have that conversation we need to have. But
all right, fair enough. You said you had time for a full conversation, though, not a
exactly. Now all of a sudden you done switched up, and now you don't have time. Yeah, I caught that too, MOT. Before I got that time, give me 40 minutes. Now all of a sudden, no, not that much time, but you go first. Like we in high school. What is this? But anyway, I'll play your game. I don't believe, Bronzeville, you believe half the things that you preach on the Sharon show. I don't think you do. I don't believe that. You can address that. I just landed. See, I'm not going to be long-winded. I'm going to do bits and pieces, piece by piece for you. Do you believe half the things that you say on his show, on your cousin show?
Absolutely, right? But you're entitled to your opinion, and I would love for you to substantiate your argument.
Let me say this before you jumped off. You were speaking on the NFL, the NFL show yesterday, the NFL Super Bowl. Why do you not, are black men that bad in your eyes that they have to get a title of the Rim Bros? And just like in yesterday's statement, I mentioned when you dropped off, Kendrick Lamar is married with children, but you sat on Sharon's channel and say, oh, Bad Bunny had the wife and the kid, and the kid got the Grammy and was caught up with ICE. I hear less and less as time goes on of you even giving the black culture their props, black men. So my question is, do you really have that disdain and a hate for black men? I'm not speaking of Sharon, so this is you and I, Bronzeville. I'm not bringing in no one else. Address that, please. Do you have a hate for black men? I'm asking you.
Absolutely not. I don't have a hate for black men. I got a son who's a black man, who's going to be a black man soon. He's 16 years old, right? I got plenty of family who are black men. I myself am a black man, right? However, when it comes to how black men should behave, I have a high standard because I believe in order for us to progress as a community, we have to move in a recalibrated way, which is my message to black men, is to recalibrate their value system, remove lust and degeneracy from the top of their value system and replace it with God. Add some honor.
So you don't feel like he's answering the question full circle? I'm confused.
Well, see, what's interesting to me is that, thank you, Sharon. What's crazy is that, and I've heard this before, he went straight to his sons. He says the sons, and I respect that. That's going to grow up to be a man. nowhere in there. And in the conversation later on, I've even mentioned it about the black women, mothers, daughters, nieces, aunties, whatever, but black women as a whole. Nowhere in there. And was I listening for it? I kind of was. He never, and it's none of my business, and maybe that's a whole different story. He never mentions his father. So when he went on there earlier before this whole review talking about the winos and the crackheads or anything like that, I know that's a whole different conversation.
Are you moving it too far? Yeah, because we're gonna review it. So
yeah. But go ahead. Okay, go
what
ahead.
I was saying earlier was that he wasn't answering questions, and he was saying something. Right now, it seems like he's answered the correct.
No, he is. Go ahead, Sharon. He is.
Okay. I wanted to make sure we was both on the same page.
We are.
Okay, we agree. All right.
Integrity, self-respect, self-discipline, stoicism, conflict resolution, ambition, things like that. That's gonna make you a solid man and a solid leader, right? My call is for black men to fulfill their purpose, right? Leave the degenerate behavior alone. Leave the unlearned behavior alone. Seek knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and self-reflection, right? Look yourself in the mirror and recognize you got to be better tomorrow than you were today, which is what I do. I don't claim to be perfect, full circle. I make mistakes all the time. But what I do try to do, I try to strive to make sure that I'm improving one step, one day at a time. And I'm not above reproach, which is why I'm here. So you said you had issues with me and my ideology. You said you feel like I'm not a person who believes in what I say.
Can you cut it short, Bronzeville? Please, I'm just asking. I gave you something short. I didn't ask for the long sermon. Apologize for cutting in.
But he didn't. Hey,
Sharon, pause right there.
I don't see the issue with what he got. What he
Sharon,
says
but this is let me say this with
Okay.
everything that Bronzeville is saying, and then I'll let you continue with everything he was saying. I get all of that, and I'm asking you, Sharon, where would that possibly come from? You don't get that from school. Would you get that from school? That's not their job. Do you get that from church? That I'm not saying that was a part of the problem, but when he speaks, that's just my opinion. Where I see it comes from, and it's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with that. Where it's coming from church or from some sermon, but the credit that I would give, and I was trying to get that into where he gets that from. Me personally, I would say, you know what, those values and virtues and all those things you're mentioning, I would go back to my father. If you even had a father in your life. Now, I didn't jump in and say, yeah, that's the problem. You ain't, that's been put out there in the manosphere and some of these channels. That's the problem. You ain't got no daddy in your life. I never went there, but I never once heard that from Bronzeville. He went to his son. He mentioned all these values. I give him that, but I'll say, you know what? Those things, where would you get it from? And I'll go anywhere and say that. You would hopefully want to say, I got that from my father, not a school teacher, not a professor, and not an elder or a preacher. I'm done.
Yeah, but sometimes some brothers, clearly they don't have fathers or good father figures in their life. And so if right now we are given a positive outlook on how we should be moving as men, especially ourselves, because we see a lot of grown men, like for example, what's his name? P. Diddy, Shannon Sharp. Like we can keep going down the list of men that risked it all for some goddamn lust and degeneracy.
But Sharon,
we understand that grown men are falling to lust and degeneracy in our community.
Okay.
And so we cannot just say it's just our father figures that's going to do it. We need multiple men that's moving in accordance and say we holding the standards and these codes so we can keep moving forward. So when a brother falls short of it, we can all say, hey, brother, you are moving wrong. And we also the living representation of how you move correctly so he can get back on the right course.
Okay, so Sharon, take what you just said. Now, even when you review the video where it's going over maybe others' heads, Bronzeville's head, look at what you mentioned. I knew you would go there with that, and I'm with agreeance with you that many don't have fathers in their lives. They never had stepdaddies. And if it is a stepdaddy, okay, fathers, don't exclude that. When Bronzeville jumped in and says, oh, that's a thing of the past or a thing of the, do you know the fathers? Because he's a father. He's going to get older one day. So imagine it where if it's this conversation, another conversation where it's like, oh, Bronzeville, you old school. You ain't even included in this. I'm not saying he's gonna feel a certain type of way, but it's like I would expect him to take a step back and say, you know what? I paved the way. What the hell are you talking about? So don't try to downplay it. Not saying you did that, Shawan, but it's the same thing that I'm trying to connect together, regardless of what you think of the video, to say, even on your channel, to be like, don't ever forget the men, the fathers, because we all had one, regardless if they're in our lives, passed on, or anything like that. To me, Bronzeville tried to downplay the old school men or the fathers. He might not say he's not, but he can't because he's a father. So that's why I was like, you trying to exclude, that's old school. Oh, it's funny how certain ones will try to push, and I'm not like I'm 100 years old, please. But even though you could learn a thing or two, and I have an issue with where some try to downplay it, where it's like, you don't know what you're talking about. We hear that sometimes, where it's like, oh, so you know everything. And that might be one of the connections, the part of the key, the putting together the chain, to where it's like, don't exclude them. That was a part of what I was mentioning. It was never to downplay the women and the whole queens and talk bad about them. It was more of like, maybe they're included, but maybe they do need to be included. Not like some validation thing, because I rarely hear it. I didn't ask Bronzeville to be like, who hurt you? Was your father in your life? That's not even right. Who would I be to even go there with that? But I don't hear it enough. In other words, Shawan, to say, you know what? When I grew up, I had my father, and I didn't have my father. I had a stepfather. Well, who actually taught you these values? Who's going to teach these individuals values? Would it be you, Bronzeville? Maybe you, Shawan? Maybe the men that are on your panel. I will never exclude the men, regardless if it's like men first, just like the men you would think would speak to the men instead of attacking the women, the men. And that was my whole premise. And I wanted to get to his head to be like, don't ever forget the men and the fathers and the grandfathers before them. That was my point. Call it aggression if you want to, but I stand 10 toes down on that. Who's going to teach them? Okay. You?
All right, hold on. All right, so you want to address that? Or you want me to get back to the video, cuz?
I want to address it real briefly, right?
Okay.
So you asked me a specific question, right? Do I believe in what I say? Now you're trying to move it to, well, what is the origin of my ideology? Did I get it from my father? Who did I get it from? Right? You could have asked me that then, and I would have had that conversation as well. So you bringing up what purpose my father served in my life and how did I get this ideology? That's a good question, right? But that's not what we're talking about now. So we can have that conversation after we review this video, but we're reviewing this video to see exactly the issues that were brought up.
Bronzeville, we never got to that. We never got to that part because we were still stuck on the part about who puts who first in order that you took personally, and you stayed on that. That's why when MOT jumped in, you can never address MOT. You came back to me. You stayed on me like it hit you somehow to where either I was wrong or out of place because I questioned you on the position of men and women or kings and queens.
Hold on, let's not move it too far. We'll watch it ourselves. This way we don't have to go with Brownsville or your point of view. We're just watching for ourselves. Let's not go too far into the content we're about to review. So I don't think it actually matters who's teaching it, because if we are expressing it on our panel and then other brothers express it on their panels as well, then that's teaching. So I think that's the issue that I keep having.
But Shawan, how does it not matter? I know to you it doesn't matter, but I'm not gonna sit here and say, but no, hold on.
No,
it does matter, Sharon.
So full circle, what I'm saying is this: if Brownsville said, I say it, and then you said, that is teaching.
But what's the problem with what I said to say, you know what? I never said it was a problem with that you all are teaching it. I mentioned that it had to come from someone. And if you're going to speak on someone and you're a mentor, meaning you're their son, you're the son of your father, regardless if they're in your life or not, you had to get it from somewhere, because you'll have these men or if you call them rim bros or manosphere, teaching things, and it's like, well, where did they get it from? Let's give an example. Red pill. I'm not on no red pill. I'm not red pill. Okay, so let's get that straight. It's like you have these teachings, and you have to question yourself: who did you get it from? A comedian, an entertainer? Who did you get it from? And you'll have it to where they, regardless of how much money, it's neither here nor there. I'm not pocket watching. They got all this mess that they're spewing out. They have to have gotten it from somewhere. So for you, Sharon, to say, as long as I'm teaching it, I'm not saying that's a problem, but if you're going to teach it, I pray to God that it's the right information, because where we stand right now, obviously it's not. And then you have these men that have families going in a whole different direction. And this is what we have as the results, is my point.
So the thing is that you don't disagree with the thing that we are attempting to teach to our brothers that is falling short. You actually agree with it.
No, wait, hold on, because I've seen that done before. If I have a problem with it, I will let you know. Just like, for example, if I have a problem with it, I didn't say everything.
Let's keep it.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah,
well, then, Sharon, you got to be more specific, because I'm not going to say yes. I agree. It's going to be. It has to be specific things, because I'm not going to agree with everything.
Of course. So now let's just slow it down just a little bit, right? So this way we can get the full context of what we agree and disagree. So you agree with the lust and degeneracy part. So therefore, if you agree with it, we should be pushing that as men to keep on pushing that type of narrative, so men don't keep falling short and losing money, losing careers, and losing families. That is two things that we could agree on. Then we could agree on honor and integrity, right? And we could move forward with that. So the things that we agree on, we could build upon that. And whether you get it from me, you did it 20 years ago, we didn't see it, and we doing it 2 years, like whatever the case is, as long as it's proper information and we could build on that, that's what we should be focusing on. Not the fact that maybe a couple of rim bros, which we all agree on, right? Red pill, incel, manosphere, no good suckers. They are producing the wrong type of relationships. And it's not getting better since the red pill got here.
But Sharon, so where are they getting that from, Sharon? Where are they getting that from? I'm asking you, sir.
They are getting it from other men. And they're getting it from men that beat down on women. A lot of men that beat down on women, especially black women, they get praise for it. They get fellowship, they get super chats, they get memberships, they get notoriety. It's a plethora of things that they get for talking down, especially on black women.
So did you catch what I said earlier? You just mentioned, I do agree. You said the men are getting it from other men. So who raised those, as TK Kirkland would say, who did those men get it from? All these men that get it from men to men to men to men, where are those men to men to men getting it from?
They're getting from other men that they see that's influenced by other men. So they see one man start talking, and people started regurgitating that information, and then he started chanting, and then it's all regurgitated information passed down of degeneracy.
Okay, so catch what I said. You said passed down. You mean passed over? I'm not saying you missed the point. Did you catch earlier when I said the ones, regardless if they are in their lives or not? I didn't hear you say it. You're not saying that the fathers might have had something to do with it, or the stepfathers, because they're not innocent, but these men that are passing it over from one man to one on the internet, they have to have gotten it from somewhere. They're not getting it from the women. And once again, for the women listening, I'm not putting you at blame. This is not involving you. I'm here with the men. They have to have gotten it from somewhere, Sharon. I'm trying to get you to see a point of addressing that. This whole crossing it over from man to man to man, like we are here on now. We all have had fathers, regardless if they're in our lives. I'm not saying if you have to be with it or not. I'm not asking for that. I'm trying to get not just a solution, an answer to be like, where did they get it from? Did they get it from their mothers? I'm not even going to put it on that. These men didn't just come into the world by accident, they just appeared.
So the men,
who did they get it from, Sharon, is my point.
They got it from not being accountable for their actions. So as long as the men that they was watching is not being held accountable for their lies, and then they go ahead and regurgitate the same thing, so they're getting it from themselves. They looking at other people and how they get propped up and how they are gaining. They're gaining.
And the fathers didn't teach nothing? The fathers had nothing to do with it? Nothing.
We're getting
but it doesn't matter.
Stop the Bronzeville. Stop. Okay, go ahead, Sharon, please.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter if they got it from their dad or not, because they could also have a horrible father that teach them all the wrong things. So it's not about which dad was in their life, but we do understand that there's a lot of men that is moving in a wrong direction, and a lot of other men are telling them that it is okay to move in that direction. These Rim brothers, the red pill instead of Mansfield, the no good suckers, they are promoting degeneracy. They are promoting go ahead and get the vagina. They are promoting going ahead and get the lady boys, put a bag over her head. It doesn't matter. She is, as long as she got a box, that's the only thing she's worth. They got men saying that they trying to make it seem like you should be going after teenagers because that's when they are the best that woman can be, is when they're a teenager. That's when they can have a baby and bounce back. These are all of the remedial rhetoric that have been pushing for a very long time. And it have not been men that could also say the opposite, but also live the opposite and have proof, social proof, that living the opposite can be fruitful for yourself and your family, and that your woman is a productive thing in your life besides her vagina.
So Bronzeville.
That is the least important thing that you are going to be doing with your woman, is having sex with her.
Right, but Bronzeville, do you have daughters or sons? But I'm just asking, just please. Daughters, or do you have a son? You have daughters, correct?
Yo, cuz.
Yo, hold on. Do you have a son?
We can
in your life, Sharon. If you don't,
respect,
you don't even have to answer it. The sons are going to grow up. These same ones that are on panels, they have daughters and sons. They're going to have a son one. They got sons. They're going to grow up one day, and they're going to look back and probably have a channel, and they'll be preaching to other men. They're going to look back and say, "Hey, where did you get that from?" Well, I learned that from my father. He used to have a channel. He used to be a content creator. All these men have fathers, is my point, and they're passing it down, regardless of the wrong message. They're degenerates. It's not helping anyone. We're excluding where they got it from, and always the blame. Where to blame? You know, the back and forth, the gender war. We can't always keep pushing the pole, as Bronzeville say, pushing the goalposts. Someone, who are we gonna blame? Who takes the blame?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Slow down, please. Go ahead, Brownsville, New York.
Hey, I asked this repeatedly, right? I don't mind having the conversation after we review the content, because this is an example of full circle trying to move the goalposts, right? Let's stay within the framework of the conversation, right? So when we're reviewing the video, he asked me a specific question. I'm in the process of answering the question. Then he interrupts, right? And he wants to talk about something else. Let's stay in that framework. After we review the conversation, then we can have whatever conversation Full Circle wants to have.
I interrupted so you could shorten it. That's what I did, Bronzeville. Even though you claim that you was trying to make a point.
We're gonna play it. Go ahead, PhD, because y'all two are fucking stressing me out. Jesus.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Go ahead, Diva. You there? Let me not rush the goddamn vaginal vessel, because I don't want to get beat up.
Hey, Sharon, you gotta calm down, bro. I can see you stressing. You gotta go get some water.
Men, Casino with the 20 ball. Men resist. Admitting their lust because problems. Hold on, let me restart. I can't even read properly right now. Men resist admitting their lust causes problems because it requires taking responsibility. Men who change either experience consequences, get guidance before collapse, or find a higher purpose that makes control meaningful.
I'm proud of you for getting through that.
Can he say brown, then bronze? All right, so let me just play this goddamn video. I'm not going to even stop it anymore because it's starting to aggravate me.
Have a tendency of going long. So when a person has something that they want to give you in response, not jumping ahead, you drown it out. Can you at least cut it down? Because I see what you're doing. Even MOT says he wants to get in, but you're going to do your long summer. Please don't do that up here. I'm asking you. Don't do that, because I know exactly what you're doing with your imperfection, because that's one of your imperfections, being long-winded. Cut it short, sir. Please.
Okay.
Okay, well, I got a
cut it
question.
short, right? But this is
Yeah.
my first. So you are aware of me, but I'm unaware of you, right? So I don't know.
Absolutely, but you're aware of me now.
Right.
You are
So
aware of me now.
I'm unaware of how much you know or understand about my message, right? So that is why I went there, right? But if you say you already know that that's the way I think, then yeah, I can cut it short. So what else would you like to know,
that
sir?
you're long-winded is what I'm saying. I said not your message, your ideology. And you know what? That's cap. And I'll give you a reason why it's cap. I'll give you the imperfection, even though with your imperfection, you don't take accountability. I've seen individuals on the Sharon show while you're on it, and while they let you know that you're wrong and they don't agree, you never apologize. You take no accountability with your imperfection. And you're a man, just like individuals here on the panel. We're men. But we know how to say, you know what? I apologize. I'm sorry. I was mistaken. I was wrong. You never do that. You and Sharon, forgive me because I didn't want to bring him in, but you, sir, you take no accountability. I've watched it. You say, I know you very well. I know you very well. Not in person. This is just YouTube. I'm going to tell this to you, and I want you to listen to this. When you come in, I like that little introduction, not the little cartoon thing. You give all the women their kudos, but yet you say, after all of that, you do it each time as you take off your shoes and you enter Sharon's house, his kingdom. But yet with the men, and kings, that's a slap in the face. But yet you're a godly man. I thought it was God, men, the women, the children. When will it ever be a time when you say, and these are regulars on the show, Ether Man, Shadow, the Titan, all these different ones. You can't even put them before the women. That's a problem. You can say what you want, but yet you're a godly man. And your message, the hell with your message. The hell with your ideology, and which is why I say you don't even believe half the things that you say because it's disingenuous. Take some accountability, and when you're wrong in the future, next time regardless if I'm on Sharon's show or in the clouds, when you're wrong, just say you're sorry. And if you don't know something, sir, with your message, just say you don't know. Don't sit up on a panel acting like you know everything because you don't. Right? No, you're dead wrong. I'll land.
Okay, so I'm glad that you informed me that I was long-winded, and I can concede to that, right? I can be long-winded at times. However, this long soliloquy you just had was very, very long-winded, even though you claim to be somebody who practices brevity, right? So that's hypocrisy. That's number one. Number two, your claim that I don't apologize or I don't admit that I'm wrong ever is not only false, it is a lie, right? And I can prove it to you, right? So if you want to talk about accountability, you want to talk about credibility, let's do this, right? If let's put a bet on it, right? If you're willing to bet, I don't care how much money you want to bet, I can pull up a show from this year where I apologize, right? Since I never apologized, I've been speaking on my cousin's show. This is my third year, I believe. I can pull up a show and show you where I took accountability and apologized,
That
right?
was about a week ago.
Matter of fact, I can show you the last time I was on Bomb Cherry's show, right? I apologized to her when she called me out on something, right? So what you're saying about me is a lie for somebody who professes that you are aware of me and you know everything about me. Obviously, you don't know enough to speak the truth, right? And then your final point was how I address the woman versus the men, right? And here's the issue with that. I call men kings, I call women queens, right? I'm more chivalrous to women. I don't know why that's a problem for y'all brothers, right? And here's the reason why, and I'm going to land real quick. Here's the reason why I'm more chivalrous towards the women. It's because when I started speaking on these platforms, before I was speaking, when I was just listening, right? And I'm with my wife and she's listening. We're trying to support my cousin's show. And we're hearing all of these women getting disrespected getting called B's, getting called H's, getting called all these different names under the sun just because they disagreed with the brothers, right? I took offense to that. The reason why I took offense to that is because I have a black mother. I have a black wife. I have a black daughter, right? And they were specifically targeting black women. So if I want to come online and give women a term of endearment and acknowledge their presence and speak life to them, that shouldn't bother a king such as yourself. Peace and love.
All right,
let me say this to you. Well, hold on, MOT. If I'm a hypocrite, you're the king of hypocrites. I'm gonna let you go, MOT. If I'm a hypocrite, you're the king of hypocrites. How many times have you apologized? Let's just say you can pull up something. I don't care that when you apologize, you can count on how many hands? Maybe one, if that, one time. You don't even remember when you apologize. Yet you say you have, and you say, "Oh, well, I do. I know you enough on the Sharon show." Of how you get down. You didn't address what I mentioned. You say, well, how do you brothers have such a problem? It's the respect, sir. That went way over your head. You didn't even address it and say, hey, you address the other part of being long-winded. We can play the tit for tat. That doesn't mean anything. That's child's play with the back and forth. But the part with the kings and the men, it went over your head. I know you're not going to change it. You're your own person. You don't have to. I was just addressing it, that it's the respect given to the kings of why you can't mention them. Mention them by name before the women. It's not like small-minded. It means something. Because every time I look up, you're going after the men. Do what you will. But that's a problem. Respect within itself. I'll land. Since I'm so long-winded.
Yeah, I just think that's weird. When men feel that they should be treated like women with chivalry, I just think that's weird. That's number one, because I don't expect any man to be chivalrous towards me, right? The reason why is because I don't need protection. I don't need you to lift me up. I don't need you to provide anything that I can't provide for myself as a man, right? So I'm not going to have an issue with you telling Queen, hey, I think I should acknowledge you today, right? If you came on here full circle and you didn't say nothing to me and you just spoke to Queen and lifted her up, gave her a term of endearment, I would look at you and say, hey, that's solid, right? But y'all brothers, for some strange reason, even though you understand that there's a manosphere, right, which is weird in itself, and y'all know it's a red pill, which is against women, right? And y'all know there's a long history of brothers acting in a reprehensible way towards women and children online. But yet, the problem you have is that I'm trying to lift women up. Reconcile that.
That's a lie, okay? Okay, peace and love. Speaking, hold on, MOT. That's a lie. I don't have a problem with that. And just for the record, I'm not angry. If I saw you face to face, sir, and just so you know, for the record, you're talking to an older man, a grown man. If I saw you, your wife, and your kids, I would address you face to face, sir. The problem I have with ones like you allow it. If I was to go straight and meet you and your wife and address her, if it was even me, that's a no-no. You address me, sir, eye to eye. Individuals out there, they look, you notice that? They look to the side. They're not men, or as they call real men. I'm going to address you, sir, out of respect. Then I'm going to address your wife, then your children, if I'm allowed, or if it's just you and your wife. I'm not going to go straight to your wife. This whole building of women, you got that wrong, and that's a lie. You don't have to apologize, quote unquote, accountability, but that's a lie. I'm going to shake your hand. I'm going to address you by your name. Then I'm going to move to your wife. So it's not about building up women and, oh, I don't understand why you men or such as yourself full circle have a fun, but I don't. I'm a grown man. I'm old school. It's how I've been raised. I don't know about you and your background, how you've been raised. Hoorah. But you got another thing coming. You got the wrong one, but you actually got the right one today, sir. You got it, MOT. I'll land.
Let me respond to that real quick, MOT.
Okay.
So what you did, my brother, full circle, you moved the goalpost, right? So you're talking about how we interact in person. And you're 100% correct on that. In person, the interaction is different. But guess what? When we're addressing each other online, it's totally different as well. So it's not going to be the same interaction, right? When I'm speaking on a panel, online, I'm speaking to that individual person. I don't know if she has a husband. I don't know anything about her personal life, right? So that's totally different than the way we experience the world and the way we experience people when we're face to face, right? So what you did, that's called moving the goalpost, my brother. So I'm going to move it right back to where it was, which is online interactions, right? So I believe it is my ideology that men should be chivalrous to women online, should be respectful to women online, should give women terms of endearment online, right? And same for the men. But I don't have to address the men individually because those men are supposed to be men, right? And since we're in this manosphere space, in this red pill space, those men are used to being acknowledged by other men. It is the women who are getting beat down. It is the women who are getting put down. It is the women who are downtrodden in this space, getting disrespected day in and day out. But like I said, instead of brothers like you, full circle, who's an old school brother, instead of brothers like you having smoke for those brothers who are disrespecting women daily online, you have smoke for me for lifting them up. Reconcile.
First of all, did you just land the plane, Bronzeville, land the plane. Land the plane, and no, it's not. Hold on, I know, right? Look at this. Stop. You're talking about other channels. I'm strictly speaking of Sharon's. You're talking about, oh, this went over your head. You're not stupid. You're not dumb. I'm speaking of the same thing. Don't try that moving the goalpost. You totally took that and went over your head and acting like you stupid, but you're not. You're still doing the same thing. You know what? Forget the speaking of them individually. I'm going to stick on that. From real life to YouTube. You think it's a difference. It's not. I said it and I'll say it again. Address the king. You don't have to do it individually. Real life and compared to YouTube. And I'm talking about Sharon's show. Address the kings, the women. There's no children because it's an adult show. And then you come up here and say, oh, it's the women. When it's the women, I don't know if they have a man or a husband. That's not the point. And then you say, oh yeah, you agree with that part. I haven't moved the goalpost. It's still the same. On the show, on the record, off the record. Sharon, hey, cuzzo, we family. Hey, kings. Hey, queens. And you can name all that you like individually. Address the kings in order. And yes, don't you ever forget it. I'm an old school cat. You think I'm going to jump on the bandwagon as if I haven't had smoke before? Do your research, sir. I've done it in the past. That's in my past. And I've gotten in with the best of them. You just haven't found out. You just don't know. I'll land, MOT. You got it. Because this could go all day. And I ain't got nothing but time.
So can you pause it right there, cuz, for a second?
Well, Bronzeville, I'm not sure you understand what.
So I agreed to come back on the show to have a conversation with the brother full circle, right? The man to yesterday, brother, I didn't agree to have a conversation with him, right? So me and him are involved in the conversation, right? Full circle lands a point, and then he attempts to just give the conversation over to man of yesterday without me having the opportunity to respond to his mischaracterizations of me, right? So you'll play it out and you'll see how the conversation happens. You can play it.
Hey, Sharon, before you do that, let me say this, and this is to you, Bronzeville, and I'm chilling and calm right now with what I'm about to say. That's a prime example of what I'm saying. Like with you and someone who put that in the chat, because like I said, I'm not watching the chat, just whatever pops up. If I said bronze, I meant Brownsville. So I apologize. So it's not meant in any disrespect, bronze, BRONZ. I meant Brownsville. I noticed that with you, you're saying, and you do that, you've done that. I don't know if you're doing that just to be funny. I don't know why you do it. It's man of tomorrow. It ain't man of yesterday. Just same thing. The rim broke. Y'all done took that, made that up, and ran with it. However, whatever the meaning behind it. When I said as far as the women, let me throw this on here. On top of what I just said, the panel, I've never seen that argument like I've seen on other panels with the disrespects. Other channels, men, they let the women go back and forth. No one really steps in. This ain't the old shade back in the day of Rumble. But on your channel, Sharon, I never see anyone arguing back and forth with Bomb, PhD, but, you know, going back like back in the days, the early days where it was like, can somebody step in? Because this disrespect is out of order. I never said that you can't prop them up. You can't big up them. And they need the validation and the chivalry, this and the other. I was still, which is why I had to keep going back and forth with you, Brownsville, to say, just put things in order. Don't forget about the men. Don't forget about the fathers, because whatever we were taught had been brought down. That might be an issue. That might be a problem, but you never speak on that. I'll give you an example too. I just simply came to Sharon, and I'm being calm right now, the best I can. I said, Sharon, do you have any sons? I believe you have daughters. You have sons. Sharon put his head down. He didn't do the emotional thing like he does. And I watch how you do your not the emotional thing, your facial expressions. You just put your head down. Even though you didn't answer it, I said I was saying that to ask, like, hey, with the sons, don't forget that, because even on the internet, that's being put out. Abort the babies, the sons. Get rid of the sons, the boys. That was a big thing back then. And I don't have to go back on no video and drop names. It was more of like, what the hell with the sons, the hell with the men, hell with the boys, to the point to where we have the divested group. We have all these different groups, but yet Brownsville, Sharon, we have no solutions. You, SBG, I give you that, but still it's not going anywhere. I mentioned in the video, Big J's, and down the line, in the next year's 2030, same conversations. Your daughters, and if you got sons, they're going to grow up one day. I even mentioned Umar Johnson. No school. These children are steady getting older. People are steady pandering and collecting money. No solutions. But I wish Brownsville would get to the point, even though you played the video, I have no problems with that. What's done is done. It was more of like, don't forget, because we all came from somewhere. I have a father. He's still in my life. And regardless of my mannerisms or way it's put out, I'm not trying to be nice about this. And back in the day, Sharon, Brownsville, it used to be way worse than this. Not just from me. We're not back in those days. Oh, individuals used to cut it up, not just on Shay's Rumble. Cats used to really put it out there, and they wouldn't let things slide. So on other shows, when the women are degraded and talked to and like on Anton's and saying all types of things, I have a problem, let's just say, with that. And I kept mentioning his name because I do have a problem with Anton, and not where he's at now in his six figures and all that. Even with the Kevin Samuels and where he comes from, it had to come from somewhere. You're saying from brother to brother, I agree. But these men had fathers. This man, Anton, has a father, and however he got his money and all of that, I don't care. Kevin Samuels has a father. We all have fathers. So we all have to have gotten it from somewhere. And when I mentioned you, do you have a son? You put your head down this together. I said it to make a point. Kudos for your daughters. But you can't forget about the sons either. And for those men, I'm going to big up them every time, because I am not a father, but my father who taught me, I come from someone who gave me teachings, regardless if you think it's aggressive or it's like you can't, because this society is somehow, some way, with this whole masculine, toxic masculinity, is trying to forget about the men and the boys. So that kind of threw me off when you put your head down when I simply asked you, Sharon, hey, do you have a son? Because one day he'll grow up. And if not, but when you didn't answer that, it wasn't like, well, see, there you go. I didn't judge you on that. I just was like, wow, you wouldn't even answer that. Okay, we'll move on. If you do Brownsville, you might have sons that you're raising, your teachings, you're teaching it. I'm not disqualifying that, but they'll grow up one day, regardless if YouTube still exists, and they have to, they're going to pass it on. And whatever you're teaching them, Brownsville, and you're teaching them, they'll be able to teach that to other men. But if you're going to teach them the right way, not to take out women and not take them out like that and hurt them and harm them and be put in prison and jail. Because somewhere it's not sinking in somehow, because it's steady happening and we're steady at ground zero. And even though Brownsville said, well, you didn't say this, we never got to that part yesterday, because I was still trying to say to Brownsville, it's not going to change. I'm not asking you to change the cartoon, none of that. You're not going to change anything. I was just saying, do not forget, because we all came from somewhere. Please don't forget the boys and the men and the fathers and the grandfathers who taught them. That was where I was going with that.
And right. And see, here's the problem. You see how you're being able to speak freely, right? Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's cutting you off. Nobody's interrupting you. We're letting you get out your full thought, right? And we're hearing you, right? You didn't give me that same respect yesterday, right? So let me ask you a question, right? When I agreed to come back and have the conversation with you, did I agree to have the conversation with that other brother? Yes or no?
You agreed to have the conversation with me. Yes. Yes.
Right. So when I agreed to have the conversation with you, right? And we're going back and forth, you just landed your point, and then you try to skip me and give the conversation over to the other brother. That is disrespectful. That is not man code. That is not trying to have a good faith conversation. So can you explain why you did that?
But before he
Okay, so
does,
first of all,
Brownsville,
hold on, real quick. Brownsville, you forget MOT was on the panel as well. And so don't think that I just passed the torch. MOT mentioned too, he says, I have something and you agreed to it. So please don't do that to where it's like, don't make it seem like, oh no, I didn't agree to that. You came back to have a conversation with me, just like we have a panel here. I'm not going to sit here and tell Sharon, don't you do that. No one else is allowed to come in and jump in on the conversation.
But
Don't do that. You agreed to it. I said, MOT, would you like to go first? You were right there, Bronzeville. You was like, okay, no. I'm here to speak to Full Circle. And after I'm done with you, Full Circle, MOT, you can jump in. Don't do that, Bronzeville, because you was there.
So what we done, hold on. I said,
real quick, Brownsville. I just wanted to jump in.
No.
Real quick, bro. Because I asked a moment ago.
You don't have anything to do with it, my brother. So please hold on, right? Me and you were involved in a conversation, Full Circle, right? I didn't expect to have a conversation with Man of Tomorrow when I came back, but when he was up there and he said he wanted to have a conversation with me, I said, after I have my conversation with Full Circle, then I can have the conversation with you. Did I say that? Yes or no?
Wait, repeat that. Say it again.
So
I missed it. Yeah.
Before I left the panel, I agreed to have the conversation with you, Full Circle. Is that correct?
Bronzeville, that's correct.
Okay, so this is my other question. When I came back on the panel, the other brother was on the panel, right? And he was attempting to have a conversation with me. I said, hold on. I'm here to have the conversation with Full Circle. And after I have the conversation with Full Circle, then me and you can have this conversation. Did I say that? Yes or no?
Brownsville, yes.
Okay. So my problem with you, Full Circle, is we weren't done with our conversation, right? But what you did was you landed a point, and then instead of allowing me to respond to your point, you tried to move it over to the other brother. And that is how the whole entire conversation got derailed, which we are about to see.
Wait, hold on, pause right there. That's not true. I myself will admit, I said, you MOT, you go ahead and go. You jumped in and said, no, I will, because I don't have that type of time. That when it jumped in and say, oh, wait a minute, now you don't have that type of time. And that's when I threw it over to MOT, because I wanted that part to be like, okay, this is you and me, to where, okay, MOT, say what you got to say. It probably, and I believe, and I might be wrong, MOT was like, I've just got to get this one thing out. And then you all can have at it. And that's when I even volunteered to say, you go, MOT. But then you was like, no, you and me go. And I jumped in and said, no, okay, let's do this. Brownsville, let's have a conversation. And then when it went into all, the conversation was going, and I did jump in, I said, hey, just shorten it a little bit, because you're giving the speech. And at times when I hear you in the speech, you'll throw in some things with your message and ideology where it's like, okay, is this a speech, or is this a conversation, or is this like a solution? What part that confuses me, where it's like, what? Because I hear it over and over again, Sharon, and I'm with you on that. Keep doing it until you drill it and drill it and drill it. But there's times I get it from you, Sharon. I hear that. From Brownsville, I don't. He'll throw in some things like da-da, 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 da-da. It's like, hey, are you seriously trying to really? What are you doing besides the whole up in the women? And I don't have an issue with that and chivalry and all that. I said, wait a minute. How are you trying to bond us both together? Are you literally trying to bring us together, Brownsville? Or is it just you putting out your speech to where it's like, what's missing here? What's really missing? MOT has the right to jump in. And he didn't even jump in. He came in to where it's like, I have a question for you, because I was quiet. I even mentioned that in a video. I didn't jump in. When I was done with it and I was quiet, I didn't jump in. MOT had a question for you. And it wasn't about being tag teamed. It was more, okay, MOT, you have something to say? And then when he came in, you can review it in the video, you didn't even answer his question. You didn't even answer his question. So that's a problem that I have too, to where you will throw it on me. Hey, I had a question for you, Full Circle, yes or no. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, all right, they have that right. They did ask yes or no. I have to answer them. It's only right. It's only it's the right thing. You ask me a question, it's either yes or no. Nothing long and drawn. I've seen it. I do that at times. I'll mention some other stuff. It's like, no, let me stop. Let me work on that. It's either yes or no. But you didn't even answer MOTs, and where it blew up. It literally blew up because you didn't answer that man's question.
All right, we're about to watch it.
Go ahead.
Real quick, Ron, before you play it, I just want to address you, bro.
Hold on. So we're gonna let Auntie say something real quick, and we're gonna let Wall Street Willie say something real quick. They've been trying to tag team in and get finding spots.
That's why I was just gonna say both of them pretty much just spoke to my point earlier when I came up, that they were having two separate conversations. And I think now you get into the crux of it or whatever. It looks like Brownsville was trying to have a conversation with Full Circle about one thing, and then MOT came up and he starts trying to talk about other things. But at the same time, I can understand where Full Circle is coming from, because the panel's open, MOT's up there. And as you just heard when you were breaking down the video, MOT asked to say something, asked to interject like 4 or 5 times. And both of them were like, okay, I'll let you get to it. But they both kept skipping over him. Both of them, they just kept responding to each other. So eventually he said something, and that's when shit got out of hand. And they both just agreed that the conversation was derailed. Well, Brownsville said it was derailed. Full Circle was like, hey, you saying one thing, but you're not answering what's asked of you, or you're not addressing the conversation. So it was like they were having two separate conversations.
Go ahead, Wall Street Willie.
Peace and love.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Why are you smiling? It's your silly ass now.
I got one bullet left.
Y'all cold, bro. Y'all cold. The man was on mute, bro. Great, bro. Silence of the lambs.
Now, Sharon, you get what I'm saying here. Just listening to their reaction to it and what you just heard.
So here's the thing, right?
Okay.
I was on the panel to have a conversation with Big J, right? I didn't know who Full Circle was. I didn't have no plans on having a conversation with Full Circle, but he asked to have a conversation with me, right? So I came back specifically to have that conversation with him. The other brother tried to jump in, and I said, hold on, wait. I'm going to have this conversation with him, and when that's done, then me and you can have that conversation. I did not agree to come on Big J's panel and be interrogated, right? That's not what I agreed to. And to me, right, it's not in good faith to ask somebody to have a conversation, and then you say what you want to say, and then you pass it to another brother so he could say what he want to say, and then you criticize me for trying to address both of you.
But Brownsville, you're wrong. I didn't pass it on to another brother. You keep saying it like I passed over the torch. That's not true, dude. MOT, I stopped and I paused. MOT came in. So stop saying like, okay, I'm going to pass it on. I didn't do that.
No. And that's what I was saying.
Like I just volunteered and say, well, come on in and tag team with me, brother.
Hold on. I'm going to just play it. I'm going to just play
somebody that asked to come in 4 times. You know,
I'm going to just play
but I can understand where Brownsville's coming from. Like, yo, I'm talking to you, and now he's jumping in, but he did politely ask to get in like 4 times, and y'all both skipped over the man. So I think Full Circle.
So his ass should have stayed out of it then. God damn it.
Replay to know what I'm saying is the brother. Full Circle. Hold on, pause it.
You got it, because this can go
right.
We ain't gonna never get to the damn video, y'all people. Go ahead.
Rewind it a little bit and play that part again, because I got something to say about that specific part.
Y'all killing me today.
acting like as if like I haven't had smoke before. Do your research, sir. I've done it in the past. That's in my past, and I've gotten in with the best of them. You just haven't found out. You just don't know. I'll land, MOT. You got it, because this could go all day, and I ain't got nothing for time.
So pause it right there. Pause it right there. Now, this brother Full Circle just lied, right? He said, I didn't pass the baton to MOT. That's exactly what you just did. You were addressing me, right? And instead of giving me an opportunity to respond to your mischaracterizations, you said, oh, MOT, you got it, because this could go all day.
Because he never had a chance to talk.
That does not matter, because
it does matter.
I was not there to have a conversation with him. I came back to have a conversation with you.
So you mean to tell me there's rules in this game to where you can't, regardless of passing the baton, and I just like to where when you're on panels and you're on panels right now, that no one can come in, you're saying, I'm just here just for you. Everybody step out of it, because it wasn't that type of party. I wanted to one-on-one with you. You coming in on someone else's channel setting the rules. When was that ever a thing? Is that something new that I don't know about, to where somebody's on the panel, even with Queen Sunkiss, if she'd have decided to come in, or Big J to come in from wherever he was from, I think he had to go to work, that they can't, and that's on his channel, just like on Sharon's. If somebody, you and I are interacting, and someone decides to come in with Sharon's permission to say, hey, I have something to say, like Auntie is doing right now. What you gonna say, Bronzeville? Oh, no. You're not allowed to do it, Auntie. Or whoever was about to come on, or Shadow. Nobody's allowed. So you setting the rules. Is that what we doing, Brownsville?
Okay. So if I personally invite you to my cousin's show to have a conversation with you specifically, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And after I land a point, I am not going to go and say, hey, cousin, what you got to say? Or Supreme Goddess, what you got to say? Or Uda, what you got to say? No, I'm going to give you the opportunity to respond to what I just said. You want to know why? Because that's respectful, right? That's me understanding that I invited you to have a conversation, and it's just the right thing to do to allow you to respond to what I say.
Oh, so now we talking about what's right and what's wrong. Okay, Brown. Okay.
Because
what's right and wrong.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think it is absolutely, and I left and I just came back. Absurd and asinine that we're going through all of this because you did not take roll for the men when you came in and took your shoes off at the door. Like, this is crazy to me.
Goddamn.
It's crazy to me too, but this is where we are. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and these brothers are trying to make it seem like I got the problem. Or I got the issue. You know what I'm saying? I don't got the issue with these brothers. For some reason, they got an issue with me calling the Supreme Goddess PH Diva a queen.
Brownsville, why do you keep saying that there's a problem with, I see each time you keep doing it, like I said before, you're making it seem like it's a problem that they're being called a queen. I never said that. I didn't even make that into an issue. You keep pushing that and making it seem like it's a problem with that. I said, hey, you got the men out there that are fathers with families, and at least don't forget about them and address them as well. Why I actually came in like that and say, why can't you do that? And I even asked you, I said, do you have a problem? Are the men that bad? The same men that are on your panel, I wonder if you behind the scenes call them Rim Bros. These same men that are on your panels, Uda, now that I see his name because I kept forgetting his name, I think it's Uda, and the ones that I've mentioned in the past, Ether Man, Shadow, you name them, whoever comes in and they disappear and come back. Do you think of them as Rim Bros? Do you under your nose just talk badly about them? But yet they have a lot to contribute. That is my point.
But the thing is that we don't call Uda a rim bro. Also, let me shoot the cash app. There's a difference from full circle and circulation. They got smoke for you. Also, dudes too responsive, defensive, and impulsive. Recalibrate. Let me read some of the super chats as well. Since Diva is back, she took a nap, a shower, drank some coffee.
Hey, and Sharon, just for the record, you know what? Check this out. Sharon, check this out. And it is what it is, because I'm with it. It's funny to you and it's funny to whoever. I'm not tripping off that. That doesn't do anything for me. You have to look back at it or look at it. I don't care if you look back at this and forget it in a couple of years, a couple of days. Laugh at it now, but you know what? When it's all said and done, you might think so, sir. It's going nowhere. I'm not saying because I'm serious right now. I'm gonna laugh with you. I'm laughing with all of you, but at the same time, you know that it's a serious issue. And the thing with Brownsville that I got smoke from, a problem with them, is after this, I'm not even tripping off this. I know in real life and the internet, it will continue to be a problem. We laugh over it because we brush over it, and we've never taken it seriously. And I'm not talking about the other world and the other cultures, how they look at us and they don't take us seriously. But it is a major problem. It will continue to be a problem. I'm not bringing up any other's children, but I will say this. Your children will be older one day facing the same issues where we can't even be on the same page. You think that it's just this one issue about calling the women queens and giving them validation and chivalry, all that Brownsville is saying. I won't take that away from them. I didn't even say that was a problem. You keep putting that in there. I'm saying, look, it's going to come up. It's already a problem, but it's still not being resolved. It's still not being solved. There's still no results and solutions. And yet, if I see it, great. I still don't. It's happening in spurts, but it's a problem. We laugh at it. We think it's a joke, but it's not funny, dude. It's not funny.
What is the problem that you're referring to, though? I'm sorry, I don't.
Man not noticing him is the problem he's referring to.
What I'm getting at, who was that? PH Diva?
Yeah.
What the problem? Okay, let me give a small example.
No,
At
you can just
times,
tell me
even
what
if you're
the
PH, hold on, PH. Go ahead. Look, PH Diva. Let me let you see this. Even if you're on the panel or not, at times I will watch the show, and you all will be on a particular topic. It'll be individuals. I don't know about the women, well, maybe the women, and I'll see like they got something going on here. And at times there might be one or two that be like, wait a minute, I'm just trying to be on the same page. I'm trying to help. I want to be a part of the solutions. I want to help with this. And at times they're laughed at, they're booted off. And I'm like, well, that's not going anywhere. I thought like back in the days, as I mentioned, it was a collective thing. And then we have the argument, not me, it'll be the argument we can't get anything done individually. And the collective thing has gone out the window. Just like I mentioned before, it was all about B1. I don't hear about that no more. I don't hear about the collective anymore. And the individuals, Ether Man had that the other day about how he tried to do with his business. You got to start off individually and work within his family. But then when you have ones that's coming up with solutions, that's literally trying to come with solutions, and I'm still stuck on the SBG thing. Not that it's a wrong thing. I'm still stuck on the whole, I thought this was about solutions. But yet we laugh, and I get it, we brush it off. And it's like, you know, we're still back to square one. We never even gotten anywhere with it. So that's the problem to PH Diva of an example. And I don't have to break down a specific video where it's like, look why can't it all be on the same page to where it's like, hey, you got PH Diva, you got other Black women that come on the panel where it's like, hey, I can rock with that. I can work with that person. Each individual goes their separate ways, and then we're back on square one. Then you're reviewing another video and another video. I thought it was SBG, Solution-Based Group. That's the last time I thought. But then at the same time, the men that have something to really say where it's like, I want to work on this. They're either getting downplayed or they get getting dogged in their conversation or their point of view. And it's like, yo, I don't see where it's going anywhere. And it's not funny. And we all, out of the people that are on the panel, 8, 9, or 10, however number, aren't even coming up with they come up with a solution, but everyone is not on the same page. And I've seen that for the longest. That's a problem.
Okay.
And so you have a platform, right?
What's that?
Do you have a platform?
I do.
Okay. And so are you able to get everybody on the same page?
Actually, okay, PhD, but actually that's not even what I do. That's not what I do. And hold on. Let me throw this out there to you. Just for the record for Brownsville, when I say do your homework, do your research, and Taz, shout out to him and Nyla, the GOAT. I've been on panels before. I've done all of this. I've done all of that to the point to where it wasn't about bringing drama and all this rigmarole. It was about like, hey, we gonna come up with a solution. We gonna figure this out. And still nothing, still nowhere. But my question to you, PhD, do you have a platform? Do you have a platform?
No.
Okay. So that wasn't a shot to you. Back to me, I don't have with my platform. That's not what I do. But I don't have a problem with contributing to like-minded individuals. And we come up with a solution, seriously, to where regardless if you got children, family, mothers, fathers, where does this end? Where does this go? Where's this going? Not just what we have going on here. Where does this go? That goes even for you, Sharon, in the future, where you're having your conversations, and if you take in like how Anton does it, he just grabs videos and just reviews them and then talks the way he talks. Even with you, Sharon, besides Brownsville contributing, where it's like, hey, you done put a dent. You done really did some things here. You done put forth some effort. You got George Macon out there, for example, got a channel full of subscribers. He does reviews, but he has his family and kids, the nerds or whatever he does with his family. Macon got sweatshirts, got this, got that. You got SBG. Brownsville got George Macon got the nerds thing going on. But he's making progress. He's made a dent. And it's not always about the subscriber. Look at my subscriber count. I get it. It's a business. Get all the donations you want. I'm looking at the real results, besides the solutions. Real results, Sharon. I'm not dogging you in no way like that. But that's where I'm coming from, PH Diva, to where it's like, at times I brush it off. And at times I'm like, you know what? This is more serious than we think. Because one day your children, they're going to get older and they're going to look back. And I hope that they don't place blame and say, you know what? You set me up. Or you set me up for this. Why? So that's my thing, PH Diva, to where it's like, it's not to cause drama. It's to be like, you know what? I want to see some solutions. I want to see some real, like, and let it be a business, Sharon. No, not taking that away from you. But at the same time, it's like, have we gotten any results yet?
He just want to
Baby,
talk.
you are extremely long-winded. You will just talk. But what I heard you say was, oh, well, I got a platform, but that ain't what I do on my platform. But now, Sharon, you need to do this the way I think you need to do it on your platform. And that's absolutely ridiculous. If you're interested in that type of thing, then take it over to your platform and do it, right? But trying to, club people over the head to do what you think they should do and to stop, doing what you think they shouldn't do just seems kind of ridiculous.
Sharon, let me ask you a question. Are you doing this for me being long-winded? Sharon, do you do this for a business or do you do this for results? Sharon, do you do this for a business? Going back to PH Diva's point, do you do this for a business or you do it for results or solutions?
Both.
Okay, going back to PH Diva, you're saying techno. I don't do it for that. I don't do it for a business. And as far as solutions, I don't do it for that. You're saying to do that. Well, I could say the same with you. You're on the channel on a regular, and I don't want this to be a back and forth with you and me, right. PH Diva. I get it. But at the same time, I'm wondering, in your case, because you're here on a regular basis, how come you haven't started a channel?
Because I don't want to.
Okay. So guess what? With me, I don't want to either.
Right, but I'm also not here.
So it should be stopped right there. Let's stop it right there.
Because I'm also not telling other people how they need to run their platform.
PH Diva, I didn't tell him how to run his channel. First of all, I didn't tell him how to run his channel.
That's what this whole thing
go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead, man.
You don't like that Brownsville don't call y'all by name, which is ridiculous. Wanting a man to sit there and say your name, every syllable of your name for you to feel validated. What kind of shit is that?
Did I say that he should say every person by name? Probably you wasn't listening. I got off of that and I said he doesn't have to do that. I said, don't forget the men. That's what I said, PH Diva. You just cut in and jumped in, and I'm not going to downgrade it and say you don't know what you're talking about. I got off of that and I said, you know what? You don't have to mention those names. I said, don't forget the men, PH Diva. We're not going to do that back and forth because you're looking for a challenge. Go ahead, Sharon. Because I already knew this was going to come. I know how you work, PH Diva, too. I know how you get down. But go ahead, Sharon, you got it.
Hold on. Absolutely not. You cannot full circle after we've been here for 3 hours say I knew this was going to happen.
What, the part with PH Diva and the rest of the cavalry? Come on, man.
Hold on. No, this is not possible that you are trying to attempt that. Hold on. You cannot say that you knew this was going to happen when you and Brownsville, we all gave y'all respect to have y'all full conversations to even review the bill, and we barely interrupt neither one of y'all. You cannot now say that I knew this was going to happen. You knew.
I knew that PH Diva wasn't going to come in, is what you're saying?
Hold on. You knew for 3 hours that you was going to be able to substantiate your argument versus Brownsville. That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I knew with PH Diva that she was going to step in. It was a matter of time. I could almost predict that to say, okay, not like in a negative way. Here we go. I know when it comes to PH Diva that it's rare for her to say, you know what? Go ahead.
Thank you, because I don't want it to be. So again, she was on the panel for 2 hours, didn't say a word. She left and came back, still didn't say a word until Brownsville finally threw her the ball and said, hey, go ahead, shoot the ball. And then I was
I dunked on your ass. I dunked on you.
Who did you dunk on? You didn't dunk on me. See, it's a competition. You didn't dunk on me with anything. I mean, if you think it's a competition and you getting your high from it, you didn't dunk on me. Go ahead. You all excited. I dunked on them and stuff. Like it's a sport and totally missing the issue when it comes to men and families. Get out of here with that, man.
Hold on. So hold on. Let me just say this. We brought Full Circle in, and so we're not going to drop Full Circle. So I feel anybody that's trying to drop him, we're not dropping because we asked him to come up so he can substantiate his argument with Brownsville. So we're not going to do that to Full Circle. We're going to allow him to be
Why?
able to.
Why? Hold on. No.
So this way y'all can have y'all conversation.
No.
Hold on. I do not want to have and hear the argument that he was not able to communicate.
No, we gotta have this
conversation and all these other things. I don't want to hear the BS because for too long they've been able to go ahead with BS all day, every day, and that's why it's a point that we review this because he's saying that it's not about what we all hearing. It's but he cannot go away from it.
Listen.
So we cannot keep allowing them to run away.
Nah, it ain't.
Yes, that's that. I'm not even going to address anything else about that. He's going to stay here. He's going to deal with it. He's going to deal with it. That's that. He's going to deal with what y'all two had to go with. He got to deal with it without him running away. He can't run.
Sharon, first of all, and thank you for that, for putting your foot down. Hold on.
Thank you for saving him. Thank you for saving him.
Right, because he's not getting
hold on. Saving who? Wait, hold on. Who is that? Saving who?
He's saving you.
Saving me? For real? I've even heard you. I've even heard the women and men come after you, sir. So ain't nobody saving nobody.
Let Sharon go.
Go ahead, Sharon. You got it. Yeah, saving somebody. That kills me, Auntie. Go ahead, Sharon. Saving somebody. I dunked on you. Y'all kill me with that.
Hold on.
He's so sensitive.
I don't want to hear it. Don't chase him away. Stop.
If I'm sensitive, you're super emotional, sir.
Sharon, hold on. I do not want nobody to get chased away. I don't want to hear it. Hold on. All this whole day, y'all been trying to tell me how to run the show. Stop. When I tell you to stop. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. Conversations with MJ, $10. Sharon, go get you some water and cucumbers. Remember what I said about aneurysms. Don't get one. And I don't know who dude is, but why he has so much aggression towards Brownsville? Because Brownsville didn't say his name. Shadow the Titan Wasp, $2. Brownsville not wrong. Conversations with MJ, 20 ball. So is the frustration that Brownsville congratulates or acknowledges the women by their names and he does a collective greeting to the men? Yes. And he needs to sit there and call roll and make sure they all in attendance. If so, isn't he entitled to acknowledge and welcome people the way he chooses? You would think. Southern Charm, $13, $5. So all of this because he doesn't acknowledge the men by name? Yes. These men got families, jobs, the whole nine. But when Brownsville don't shout them out by name, their whole world just crumble. Conversations with MJ, $10. The lovers of men ideology really needs to be examined. Shaking my head. Attacking a man for not addressing all the men by name and before women is a new level that opened up in the metaverse. Voice of Venus, hey girl, hey. $2. Protect Brownsville at all costs. Conversations with MJ, $5. Until next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, that made me feel good.
Imperfect, $24.76, $2. Say my name, say my name.
When no one is around you, say, baby, I love you.
Chicago Rilla, it's a solo, baby, not a duet. The Chicago Rilla, $5. Brownsville, don't do it. Wait, don't what? Don't go. We need this interaction. Real love. Talking to kinfolk, $2. Is this Afro nerd brother? Goddamn.
That's funny.
Either Man Williams with the wrench, $20. He gotta go.
Hey, PH Diva, I got.
So we not doing bounties. Do I got one in the
no question. I remember what happened a couple days ago. We live here from now on.
Well, me, what did I do?
Well, permanent.
Hold on. Hey, hold on.
He just said on full circle. He just said on full circle, either man. That was what Sharon said.
Sharon, I need to.
I guess put me one in the chamber then, since I ain't gonna respect my money over here.
I love putting them in the chambers. Either that chamber is fine.
Got me disrespecting my $20.
Nah, he just said the bounty didn't apply to full circle because he wanted him to come up and have the conversation.
Now this nigga say he's in a safe place now. What we doing over here?
They need safe places. Goddamn, they want to be able to communicate. Sometimes
this why these men need to be married so they women can say.
To be honest, I mean, that's why we got to show Sharon a little respect. This is the host of the show. This is his house. And that's the number one house rule, is that the house rules. So if that's what he says, that's what he says.
Forget them house rules. I'm the vice president.
Hey, Sharon, let me say this to you. Sharon, let me say this to you. You know, Sharon, I didn't have to come up, Sharon. I didn't have to come up on your show.
Yes, you
but
did.
You get what I'm saying? I could have let that roll and let you all think the way you wanted to think. But I decided to come up, not to justify and not to give an explanation, to let you know, hey, this is what was happening. I didn't want it to go to where usually it goes, where somebody's not able to speak out and stick up for themselves. You know, I'm not coming here to be like, hey, come and save me. Here's the cape or any of that. And the part that you said, well, how did you know with PH Diva? Even though she wasn't here, and I knew it was a matter of time of coming up. I'm not saying I need PH Diva to agree with me or not, and that's how it rolls over here. It's neither here nor there. It's more of like, this is what went down. I came up with some decent points, regardless of the chat. Like this is some Tyson Holyfield type of fight where it's like, whose side you gonna take and what bet you gonna put on. I was specifically saying that there's a problem that needs to be addressed. PH Diva jumped in and said, why don't you do that over there? I'm not trying to tell you, Sharon, how to do I never told you how to do that. I said to Brownsville when you give your speech, because this ain't Brownsville's channel. Sharon, this is your channel. I said in your speech, can you name and put them in the categories or name them and don't forget about them? These men that have families. But you jumping in, and then you up there saying, well, you need to do, this is how you trying to tell this man how to do his channel. I never told this man how to do his channel. Brownsville has a mouthpiece. This was specifically for Brownsville in his speech, PH Diva. Go ahead, Sharon.
All right, so go ahead. We got Diva, and we got Hot Wheels in the coffin.
I wanna hi everybody on the panel.
What he said after me, honey. Calm down.
Okay. Don't take that disrespect, Diva.
Oh, no, I mean, bro. I gotta give a shout out to Sharon, man. I hope you and Brownsville work that out.
So yeah, back to full circle.
I can't even shout out the host. Damn, Diva.
No, but I know we at that 4 hour mark, and I don't see no more donations.
No, so full circle is very simple. If you feel that calling them in by name is that important, then maybe that's something you should include in your whatever you're doing over there. You should go through the chat when people start showing up and shout the men out by name. Very simple.
Wherever I go, where PH Diva, where?
Well, see, that's the other thing. You don't listen very well, right? And so one of the things is we have 2 ears and 1 mouth because we should spend twice as much time listening as we do speaking.
The kettle calling the pot black. Go ahead, PH Diva. I got you.
You can't even let a person finish their statement without you talking all over them, right? You do know that, right? And that's
it's just you, PH Diva. Now that you decided to enter the arena,
you do it to Brownsville as well. That's just who you are. That's who most of the men in these spaces are, right?
And who are you, PH Diva, to even judge somebody? Who are you?
I'm making an observation.
No, I'm asking you seriously. Who are you? Who are you, PH Diva?
I'm gonna try to settle it again. It's PH Diva and Hot Wheels in the coffin. You can address it after they finish, please.
Okay, but the thing is, I'll let him speak. He can't seem to let anybody else speak without him speaking over him. So if he come off that mute button, mute his ass again, please. Just that simple.
Give
So
Sharon orders and
again,
shit.
you can do all of
Exactly.
that on your own channel and stop trying to force somebody else to do it if it means that much to you. I don't see why it's such a big deal, but you're certainly entitled to have that mean a lot to you. So men, we need y'all to start going to Full Circle channel because he gonna shout y'all out name by name, in the beginning of his shows. Oh, y'all think he wanted to argue with me? Oh, you don't want to argue with me.
Oh, PhD, but why don't you create your own channel instead of riding the coattail of Sharon?
It's not your turn yet. I don't know.
Oh
why
no,
you
I'm
trying
done. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Because
I
bitch,
don't
we
know
about
why
to
he trying
do
to
it.
start an
We
issue with
finna
me.
fucking
I don't
do it.
understand
Let's
why.
do it.
It's okay for me to listen to PhD, but I don't know why you act like it's something wrong with me listening to PhD. But that's weird.
Actually, I don't even have an issue with PhD, but I see, like you said, how did I know? Because she's predictable. She has a love.
Hold on. It wasn't your turn yet. You would get your chance. Go
You
ahead.
see what happens when you protect people, Sharon? Now he think he can do whatever he want.
I see. I get it. Go ahead. Hot Wheels in the car.
The same way he protects you, you roach.
Exactly. The same way he protects you, Full Circle, you wrote. She's talking to you. Hey, she's talking to you, Circle. She ain't talking to me.
All right. You know what, Sharon? Yesterday he paid.
She ain't talking to me.
Girl, we're not even talking about that. Shut the fuck up.
No,
Damn,
we
you
are.
always talk some stupid shit. Full circle. Back to you. Right? And so I don't have a problem. I'm going to participate in the conversations. I'm here every day, right? So I'm going to participate. If you got a problem with that, that's your problem.
No, it's gonna be your
But again, girl, nobody's talking to you. Shut up. Full Circle. Mute her, please, Sharon. We don't want to hear her inebriated rambling right now.
I'm gonna have to end this show because it is too loud. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, this is the wildest wake up show.
It is, but y'all gotta calm down. Y'all gotta let the show be. Y'all cannot talk over each other. Hold on, Miss Jalen. Hold on, Miss Jalen. Hold on, please. Hold on.
Stop saying that.
Hold on, please.
And PhD, I was built for this. You just don't know. I was built for this. So whenever you're ready, but I'm not gonna have an argument with you because it's not about you.
I don't care.
Okay, all right.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's whatever you want to do.
He was built for it tough.
I'm on whatever you want.
Y'all stressing me out.
You named the show Wild Out Wednesday, so you really can't.
Right.
You can't be stressed about it.
But PhD, but you're not on what I'm on because you don't know everything. So you need to stop with that.
Oh, you know everything? I'm sorry, wait. So
I know you don't know everything. You don't know everything. You another one that thinks that they know everything and you don't.
You don't either. Right?
I never claimed that I did. You need to stop. Coat riot.
Not knowing everything.
God damn it.
Go
Ahead, Diva. Let's try to calm it down. God damn it.
Here, another man who.
No, I'm another man that you don't know how they get down. You don't.
Full Circle, respect the money. Hold on.
Right. Shut your ass up. Candy Cane Lane. $5. Shout out to Sharon for opening the panel and allowing everyone to bring the smoke, sands, buy downs. You had a lot of people wanting to address you.
Yeah.
Dallas 2221, $2. Sharon, they don't want you to be great.
I swear, Dallas, they don't want me to be great. Goddamn shit.
Justice 5897, Black History Month, Hero, Spawn, Divest and Go Us. Justice is wild.
He is wild.
Hey, Sharon, I thought y'all was lying about these men was jealous of these women. I was wrong. I apologize, Sharon. I didn't know they was jealous. They jealous.
He mad at my screen name. They be so upset because my screen name indicates that I have a PhD. I'm sorry.
And don't nobody care because whatever's whatever.
I care.
You got all that stuff to talk about.
Always mention it.
You know what? You gotta say that just to big yourself up. You have to say all of that to big yourself up. Really? That says
I
a
didn't have
lot.
to say anything. Y'all can keep my degree out your mouth, but y'all
Ain't
always
nobody
make
give a
mention of
damn
it.
about your degree.
That's why
I'm a
you come up here talking
PhD.
about I don't know
That's some
everything,
funny mess,
right?
man.
Because that was because of my screen name, not because I never said I know everything. So you.
I know that. I know that. You know that too.
All right,
Right,
so
and you don't
You
do
can
that.
keep your
You don't-
PhD screen name. Don't nobody give two issues about that. That ain't saying nothing, man.
That's what
I know
you mad
He's
at.
a
issues
fan.
about
That's
He's
why
a
y'all getting left
fanboy.
behind. That's how y'all getting left behind.
Fanboy.
And that's why you in the position where you at, alone, and with some cats.
Absolutely.
That's why you got some cats, if that. And that's why you sitting up here alone, let alone if even if you got a husband. You got
I
some
don't want
nerve.
one. What I need with one of those.
No, ain't nobody gonna accept you. That's why. Talking about you don't want one. There's your answer, people, right there in the chat. There's your answer right there. Every time she up on here, got something to say. You can't compete with the other men, the other families, the other men that got wives and husbands, and vice versa. You up here sitting alone, riding the coattail of Sharon. That's a sad thing. That's a sad day. In the next 10 years, you're gonna be sitting right here all alone with your animals and your cats. You sorry. You's a sorry person. And got the nerve to have so much to say. And like I said before, you dead wrong. But ain't nobody ever put you in your place, let alone the women. There's women that'll challenge you, but you think you got it going on like that? You dead wrong. You ain't got nothing going on. But you got to sit on a PH Diva name and stuff. For what?
We always can go back
That's
to
a slap in the face. And no, it ain't no comparison, competition, and no jealousy. Of what?
New York, we got to deal
In the next 10 or 15 or 20 years, by 2030, you're going to find PH Diva right over here on Sharon's, riding the coattail, reading off super chats. Oh, God.
Exactly.
He's a
Because we
big
all want to be
hater.
content
No, this
creators.
is crazy, man.
Anonymous
It's
content
really
creators
coming
that
out.
don't
That's
nobody
coming
care, don't
out.
nobody watch. That's why you got to get
No,
better.
because nobody's ever said that to PH Diva.
Hold on.
Y'all ain't gonna address. He said that men with
hold on,
wives
hold on,
and
hold on,
husbands.
hold
We
on,
gonna just
hold
let that go by. That the wives and husbands.
Hold on. I do not understand. I really don't get why y'all have such a hatred for the show when y'all watch every day. It doesn't make no sense why y'all try to hate on the show, why y'all try to hate on the characters on the show. This ain't just to you, Full Circle. So you don't need to take it personal.
Well, he about to run off in a second anyway.
I do not get it. I don't understand it. People in the chat do it. Full Circle, you ain't the only one that have this fake anger with the show. And I give everybody an opportunity to communicate. I need y'all to just stop lying. You enjoy the show, you want to be a part of it, just hit the link and have your conversation. But don't try to act like you have some issue with PhD when this is your first time communicating with her.
Yeah, but
Wait, Sharon, I never said I had an issue with her, but when she comes at me, you think I'm just gonna stay and let her get her little slick remarks?
That's fine.
And ain't nobody ever approached.
Hold on, what I'm saying is this. Hold on.
But he's a fan.
So what I'm saying to you is this: you trying to go at PhD but through my channel. That doesn't sound like hate.
He is
Hey.
And that is wrong. If you are really saying that you want solutions to move forward, then you should not be trying to use my channel to get people to discredit my show, discredit the people that's on the panel, discredit the people on the chat, when you know for a fact that other channels do exactly what you are fighting against. You know that for a fact. Big J noticed for a fact. MOT noticed for a fact. All those other channels, they are big on Republican conservatives, bash black people, bash black women. I don't do that here. But yet you are mad or presenting your anger towards this. We are not acknowledging men. It's not true. My main conversation is about men being better, moving better.
Sharon, I don't have any anger or hate for your channel, but I'm not gonna let PH Diva think that she's how she usually is, be slick. I've seen it done to other men. I'm not gonna allow you to be slick on me. And when she gives her speech, like how you're speaking to me, or you're speaking, it's no hate for PH Diva, no anger. But I've seen it to where I'm speaking on things. She's trying to take it and dissect it, or wherever she could hear and say, oh, well, it's this way and this way and this way, to where she'll be slick about it and say something, and it's an attack toward her. And I'm like, I'm not gonna allow you to do that, because I hear what you're doing, saying that I'm not, well, I can throw it at her. You're listening to hear, ma'am, but you're not listening to understand. And it has to be your way. It's not going to always be her way.
I got you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just think that what you maybe not hearing you saying is one thing to say something about PhD because y'all having a back and forth, but it sounds like hate when you say, oh, 4 years from now, you're gonna be over here reading, super chats. Now you involve in the channel like it's a problem with her being here 4 years from now, right? That's kind of what you insinuate. So that's what it makes like you look like you hating on the channel, bro.
Well, the thing is,
I get it.
though,
I understand. I got you.
He
I
will
got
not
you.
be here in 4 years, right? Ain't nobody watching him now, and they won't be watching in 4 years, to the point where he won't even be on YouTube in 4 years, right? And so whether I'm here reading super chats or not, I got a life, right? This is not something, because people have been telling me, hey, why you don't start a channel? I know people will watch, right? Somebody was just telling me earlier today I need to start a channel.
I will watch.
That's just not what I'm on. I know people will watch, right? More people than him. I could probably start it today, in a month or two have more than he do. But that's just not what I'm on. And so if I'm here in 4 years reading super chats, okay, what's the big deal?
I get that, but don't you tell me what I need to do and you're not doing it. Don't tell me what I should be doing and you're not even doing it. Is my point.
Yeah, because you tell other people what they should.
Shut up. Don't tell me to shut up.
Okay, hold on.
You got a lot of nerves. Don't tell me to shut up. Don't tell me what to do.
They're having a
Sorry,
back
Sharon.
and forth. Like right now, he was having his back and forth with PH Diva. So if anybody gonna interject, that should be Sharon. And I can understand what Eda Man just said, because hey, he paid $20 and he tried the bounty and he didn't know. So I can understand that, but I don't see any reason to tell Full Circle to shut up and all that other shit, bro.
I do.
But they got it back and forth. They both being disrespectful to each other.
Full Circle just talked. We had to listen to this dude talk. PH Diva tried to talk, and Full Circle want to keep on interrupting because he protected. He know he protected, so he keep on acting out.
Oh my God.
Actually, I didn't know I was protected, but since let you have it, I am. But thank you, Sharon, since you are the know-it-all.
You already thanked him.
But I'm just saying, man.
Shut up,
talk
man.
to somebody like that, bro,
Damn.
that creates a messed up atmosphere, and that kind of diminishes what Sharon is doing as the host of the show. I think Sharon is doing a pretty damn good job of hosting the show today, so he doesn't need all that ad-libbing and extra shit to try to put fuel on the fire.
Man, you know what? You shut up too.
You see, that's the bullshit,
You know,
bro.
I'm tired of that.
I don't know you neither, dog.
You shut up too, man.
You couldn't fuck with me, bro.
You want to go and help Full Circle because he depressed. You
Really
want men to
could,
recognize him. You want to recognize him so bad. Go sit in the corner with him.
Nah, bro.
And all of a sudden you're the intellectual one. I done heard you get down too where people don't put you up in the dirt. They done put you in the trash, sir. So you got so much to say. I done seen panelists done wipe they underwear with your butt. You got so much to say.
People
The
say stuff
nerve.
I don't agree with all of the time, or I don't want to hear them speak or whatever. I would never come up here and say that to PH Diva or anybody else on Sharon's panel because it's blatant disrespect.
All right, so go ahead. What we're gonna do right now, we're gonna try to calm it down. Go ahead, Hot Wheels in the coffin. What's your thoughts?
Wait, I had a question. I
No,
just wanted you to
Ron, you know
put
what? I'm gonna let
Full
you go.
Circle on the big screen so we can see all
I'm
the
gonna
men
let
he's
you
surrounded by.
continue taking care of your panel. I'm gonna go, but AR, I'm gonna tell you something. The next time you wish me death on me,
And now which one is him?
Shut up. Shut up. Next time you wish death
Damn.
on me, say my
Which
name.
one is him?
Okay, say my
Which one is
name.
him?
Okay,
Is it the
say
fat
my
black
name.
one?
Keep
Is it the
that-
fat
that-
black one?
Keep that lady. Keep
Is
that
that
lady.
him?
You think you untouchable?
Is that him?
Come on, y'all.
I'm just trying to
Come on,
figure out
y'all.
which one is him.
Come on,
Okay,
y'all.
I'm sorry.
Why you trying to figure it out, PH Diva? You got eyes. You ain't blind. Figure it out.
Okay, so you are the fat black one. It's a bunch of people in the picture. I'm asking, is you?
Oh,
the fat
let me
black
ask this.
one?
Are you fat? Because you never show yourself. You got the
No, I'm a
nerve.
size 2. I'm a size 2.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Proof is in the pudding. Proof is in the pudding. But yet you don't ever show yourself. Yeah,
I don't.
whatever.
I don't, but I'm still a size
Well,
2. Are
you
the
figure
fat
it out,
black-
ma'am. You figure it out. Yeah, you got the
Who
right
know
one
this
today.
man? Who know this man? Is he the fat black one?
All right, let's read a couple of super chats.
Southern Charm 13, $5. He's definitely a fan. He knows everyone over here. Right. I ain't never seen this man before. But he could tell me everything I done did and said. Juanita Claire Davis, $5. PH Diva, can you please consider being a better example for young women of whom many are being unalived because of the way they speak to men? Can you please consider not being a fucking mammy bitch? Nothing they say can make those men unalive them, you stupid old bitch. Hulu live streaming, $369, $2. PH Diva cooked that goofy. The microphone check, $5. Wait, I know that 60-year-old non-reading illiterate speech pattern Puerto Rican lady that sounds like hooked on phonetics is up there.
So,
I
so
like the
full
way you read
circle.
that properly too, PhD, because it did say phonetics.
So full circle. I got a couple questions.
Diva, you ain't shit. You stopped me mid push up.
It did
Oh,
say
you ain't
phonetics
shit.
though.
Full circle. Can I ask you a couple questions, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was just listening to you guys back and forth. I guess I can assume you're married. Is that correct?
You're assuming? No, I'm not.
You're not married. So, hold on, wait, guys. So, all of the things that you was knocking on her, do you feel like you are a reflection of those things?
It's called projection.
I'm actually not understanding you. A reflection of what? Being an example or practice what you preach? Explain that. I'm not understanding you.
No, so like I'm really big on me setting the example as a man. I tell other men to get married because I'm married. I tell other people to send super chats because I send super chats. Also, so all the things like even like the channel advice, like, hey Sharon, you should do this. I just think that the people that's giving advice should be practicing what they're preaching. And I'm trying to figure out where do your life lined up with what you're telling.
Okay, so it is practice what you preach. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the motto I live off of. But I'm trying to understand what's your motto.
My motto is, for one, I'm not going to be around here long. This is for this. As I mentioned on Big J's, I don't do this like I do this for a living or for business. Or I needed to, I'm not going to talk about pandering. I don't do this for what you might think. As far as a way separate from you two, I have a whole different life. Now I'm the same person in real life right here on the internet. And no, I don't run from anything. And actually, I don't go toe to toe for women. And I'll give Auntie that because I have that respect for Auntie. I didn't have to go after PH Diva. I really didn't. And I wasn't. There is no hate, no anger, but I know how it was taken. In the next few years in the future. But at times when I witnessed and I see when PH Diva gets involved, regardless of whose side, I'm not asking for her to be on whatever side, let alone mine. I know when she addresses an individual or even
Is he still there or is it just me?
He might have cut out.
Yeah, the pause.
Yeah, no, it was a pause.
I think the mic cut out or something.
Oh yeah, I don't understand it because I hear it all the time when men tell women you're gonna be single and they're single. So are we saying being single is a bad thing? You included into that? Like I'm just trying to understand.
I think what he was trying to say was Diva's attitude is why she's single and her personality or whatever, and as if he doesn't see himself as a problem. He's not single because of his attitude and his personality. He's single because he chooses to be. He's a little narcissistic. Yeah, you can. Oh, that might be it too. You can kind of hear it when he's talking, the little narcissism. Like he was like, PhD ain't never heard this. He kept on trying to slip that in there. Every single time a dude gets on here and goes back and forth with PhD, but they say the same shit. Like there's nothing new about it. What he said. When he was saying, "Oh, I'm not going to be here that long. I don't get on here for this." I'm really just basically saying he's gracing us with his presence, and he's just dropping knowledge, and we're just not soaking it up, and all these things. Like he thinks he is some enlightened individual, and so if you ask him why he's single, he's probably going to say something along those lines, and it's going to be about how he's so great and nobody deserves him yet, or something along those lines.
No, I get that.
Coping mechanism.
I just think we have to question why people say what they say.
Yeah.
Because now it asked the right question. None of what he said made sense to me. Like it sounds like it was just a form of attack. Maybe he felt like these things would have hurt him if somebody would have said it to him, maybe. But I just didn't understand that. So I was here for clarity. I ain't trying to yell today. I know everybody be yelling. I just wanted to understand what was his philosophy that he was coming from.
Okay. Go ahead, Diva.
Miss J, $5. The microphone check. Thank you. Did you hit the like button? The microphone check, $5. By that logic, either man. This whole space needs to shut the F down, because 8 hours a day, nobody is living every talking points they make or have experience.
Shit.
Microphone check, $2. Did you go to speech therapy this week, slow tongue?
Oh, damn.
I think
Chat
Ethan's
box,
point
boy.
was
That's what's
like
up.
you're criticizing someone for something that you also are engaged in or can't do or don't do, or someone that succeeded more than you or is in a level above you, and you're trying to criticize them and downplay their accomplishments. I think that's more what Ethan Man was saying than anything, or at least that's what I got from it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with being single though. But so that's how we know. Like women who are single, we don't care. Like we chose this, right? But men don't like to be single. And so that's why they always try to hurl it as an insult to women. They're actually projecting. They hate being single. And so they, feel like we should hate it too. It's also a way to try to get women to be more desperate and, willing to accept whatever. But she ain't going.
Work circle.
Well, I think that's probably a different conversation for a different day, because there are a lot of men that could give you valid arguments as far as to why that's not true, what you just stated, PhD.
What part ain't true?
Huh? I mean, if Sharon allows us to kind of change the topic.
No, I'm just saying, what part of what I said isn't true?
You
That's all
said
I'm
that
saying.
men don't like to be single.
Yeah.
Even by societal standards, for the most part, most men would prefer to be single as opposed to women, because we're just not seen the same way by society as being single. We're eligible.
It's not being
So
single.
hey, I was still talking, and I asked if I could say something, and you asked me, and now I'm elaborating.
Yeah, because I was asking for a specific,
And I'm
like,
not
what
done.
part of what I said.
You said that men don't like to be single. And a lot of men would tell you that's not true. And I will explain exactly why. By societal standards, for the most part, a single man could be considered an eligible bachelor for whatever reasons. Rarely a lonely man, but a single woman is often a lonely woman, because we're not seen the same way. Players, bachelors, those are single men. Women, you know what I'm saying, that are single, unmarried, they're considered unkept, left over. And in some cases, when they practice their sexual liberation and sexual freedom, they're considered H's, 304s, whatever the case may be. And most women actually care what society thinks of them. So yeah, they're different. So that's one argument that this one man has for you. And I'm sure other men could come up here and they can give other valid arguments.
So let me respond to your argument, because it really isn't that valid, right? So you say, kick Big J off. I'm gonna send you $20. So
No,
you say,
no,
yes, absolutely.
you're not.
No,
you're not.
I'd like to see you try.
Yes, I am, bitch. So if society sees single men as eligible bachelors, right? So there's how society views them, and then there's how the men view themselves. So yes, society doesn't have a negative judgment for single men as it does for single women past a certain age. Okay, but those men themselves are telling us that they lonely. Right? That's why
you said men in general, and
No,
then
okay,
now
I'll
I think
let you finish. I'll let you finish.
men in these spaces.
I'll
So go
let you
ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
Right. So we're talking about a male loneliness epidemic. This is the men themselves telling us that they lonely because they can't get women, right? These men are out here making it a national crisis that these men cannot get women, right? So they're saying, warning us, saying like, oh, well, if they don't get women, they're going to become violent. And we see in several of them, they are becoming violent, right? So they need a woman so much that it's only a woman keeping them from either being a productive adult or being a degenerate, right? And so while society, and actually I think society's perception of single men is changing because of all of that. Meanwhile, we have global movements of women saying, I don't want to be bothered, right? So we could go to Asia and look at the 4B movement. We can go even to Africa and seeing that the women are even starting to buck, right? And so being single, regardless of how society may or may not feel about it, is not something that a lot of women give a fuck about now, because society is not running our lives, right? And the vast majority of the people in society who would look at a woman like me and try to judge them negatively I live better than. And so why the fuck would I look down and give a fuck what the people who stand up at me think about the fact that I don't have a man to be a mother to, right? I don't have to cook and clean up after somebody. I don't have to listen to somebody try to poke their chest out and tell and lead me when he ain't even led himself to something better than I done led myself to. So yeah, so
don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
So I'm
how
trying
much to boot Big J for the rest of the day? Big J, I'm not playing with you.
I'm not playing with you.
Oh, okay. How much to boot? You know what, Sharon?
I'm not
Watch out.
play
I'll
with
get you out of here for good. And I know you don't have the
PhD.
What?
Don't worry, I'll fight this fight. Use my credit.
Now, you see that? E, why do y'all do this? This is some hoe ass shit. This is hoe ass shit. Real talk. The fuck up in 2020. That's why I don't like it.
So yeah, hello. I think it's the opposite, and Antique's my guy, but what we're seeing is the opposite of what you're seeing. Men want these women. Men are proposing to these women, and these women are denying the proposal, right? Cause it's not that these men don't want to be with these women. I get what you're saying. Maybe for the top 10% got this bachelor lifestyle that you kind of explaining, but the majority of men is definitely not want to be single. We even hear it in this space say, I want a woman. I just want a woman to be a robot. That's what we hear. They want these women. They just can't find the woman that they want because they don't qualify.
I'm pretty sure Full Circle and MOT got your back.
Yeah, probably not. But can we also just the fact that just because a man is not in a, you're talking about bachelor and stuff, they are around a bunch of women, so even they don't want to be single and alone. They just want to be with multiple different women. So that's not being single, that's being with multiple different women. So even with your own argument, it was kind of self-defeating because that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, but I mean, we're playing semantics.
It's not semantics. Why is it always semantics or something when y'all?
Because that's what it is. Now you're saying that we have different definitions of what single is.
No, isn't.
We're talking about unmarried men. We're talking about unmarried men or men that aren't cohabitating with a woman. That's a single man.
All right. So if he's with multiple women, what is that?
That's a bachelor. That's a
predator.
But a woman with multiple women, you already know by societal standards. And I personally don't care. When women do whatever you want. If you want to stay single, if you want to get married, I personally could care less. I was just speaking the PhD's point of saying that the single men are the unhappy ones. And I'm like, there are a lot of men that can give valid arguments to why that's not true.
The incel movement is almost completely comprised of unhappy men because they can't get a woman.
It's clear that you were listening to respond instead of listening to understand. But go ahead and
restrict the whole movement. We can look at the statistics, which is why PhD says she feels like the societal perspective is starting to change, because it is starting to change, because incel movement is that it's a bunch of men that want to be with women, can't get them because they're failures, and so they want to restrict women to stop them from getting to stop them from achieving a level that they can't. And so like this perspective that it's women that are single but they really want a man or whatever bullshit you were trying to say, I can see it in my personal life, and I'm not, I'm just one person, but I just don't see it. I don't see these women that are single that are desperately looking for a man or whatnot. It's not that. And I don't see it. I don't see them committing violence because they can't get a man either. I see men lashing out because they can't get women.
All right, before you go, let me just read a couple of super chats. Go ahead, Diva. If you there, Diva?
Microphone check $2. Oh, I'm here. The microphone check $2. Did you get to speech therapy this week, Slow Tongue? Who was that?
I'm not sure.
Microphone check $2. You sound like you're chewing ice. Who chewing on ice? Big J $20. Fuck the human mute button. PhD Diva, get me back on. But it's not fuck me. It's fuck you. The microphone check $5. Men would rather be alone or with few people because, unlike women, we don't keep a room full of fake jealous friends just so we won't be alone. Well, then why are y'all telling people that you are lonely? This is the thing. You can't sit up there and say, "Oh, we want to be alone," and then blame the fact that you're alone for all of you being a failure in life, right? Or that doesn't make sense. But you still trying to force women to get married, have children, but you want to be alone. It doesn't make sense. Anyways, justice.
And you know what, PhD, if I can respond.
5897 is a super chat. No, you can't respond. Justice.
The ad-libbing ain't necessary. All right, go ahead, read your super chat as you're allowed to do, and then I'll respond. Go.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Sharon. Watch out. I'm gonna send you $20 more. Drop this bitch too. Drop this motherfucker too.
I ain't your bitch. Bitch.
Allowed. Drop
he's
his ass.
sensitive.
Pay that
He's
man.
sensitive.
No, hey, open the street. Go ahead.
Taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Fuck out of here, you small head anteater looking bitch. The microphone check $5. Society is like these panels complaining about the same dusties they sleep with, marry and get pregnant by off screen. Lies you tell. I'm so glad I ain't done none of that. None of it. No babies, no marriage. I ain't laying with these disease spreading. No.
Hey, Full Circle, you gotta speak up for your people. You're the only one protected. Everybody else getting booted off. Hey man, you gotta take your mic and start speaking.
Well, hold on. How are you trying to tell me what I need to do? Let's get back to Ether, man. No, I'm not. I'm not sensitive. Stop saying I'm sensitive. You up there got to put your little, you got to put your little jokes in, and I'm not even addressing you, sir. As they said to me. No, hold on. Who are you?
Let Sir.
Who are you? Let's go back, Ether Man, with you. Let's go back. Shut up, man. Ether Man, go back to what you were saying, Ether Man. That's why I was quiet and I was letting Auntie and PhD do their thing. Let's go back to you. Okay, go ahead. Oh my God. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sharon.
Hold on. Go ahead, Diva.
Okay. The verbal assassin FAFO $20. It really doesn't matter what delusion the men come up on panels and say. The statistics and men in general are yelling about how lonely they are. Right. We hear it. Meanwhile, women are saying the opposite. Look at.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Hey, Sharon, can I address VA?
The official YT purge $20. The official YT purge $20. Really? Yes, really.
So let me. I know y'all gonna have a back and forth, but Full Circle, like, sir. Hold on, just 1 second, because I think he came back up because
nigga.
So Full Circle, I'm just saying from the outside looking in, it looks like it's kind of hypocritical.
Go ahead, Ether Man. How so? How so, Ether Man?
I tell you, Shadow, if you shoot me, I promise you won't be on the show for a week.
Oh shit! Never mind.
I promise you. Listen, I promise you. If you stop me from having this conversation, you might as well go do something else this week. So, like I was saying, Full Circle.
You ain't shit either.
Oh my God,
I
Ether
really
Man,
just
can
want
you
to
please
understand him.
go ahead?
I really
Go
want to
ahead.
understand him.
Why you
So
want to
basically,
understand the slow person?
I know y'all don't care for
Oh my
it, but
God, dude.
just for my psyche, I want to understand the thought process.
Can
And
you
so,
understand?
sir,
Respectfully, or my bad.
Can
Respectfully,
you shut up, dude? Can you shut up and let Ether Man say what he got to say? Sorry about that. You keep jumping in.
You just say you're not addressing me, and now you're addressing
No,
me.
I am, because you keep
All right,
interrupting,
so,
and I'm really trying to stick around for Ether Man to get his point out. I
It's
got
crazy.
off
I'm
by
just being
accident.
you. I'm just
Now
being
I'm
you.
shut up, dude.
What if
Shut
I
up.
don't shut up? What if I don't?
No, I don't. You know what? You got it. You and Ether Man. Hey, Ether Man, address the question to him. Since he knows so much and he's supposed to be me, you go ahead and address him. Go ahead, Ether Man.
Ether Man, I just had a question because you're trying to reason with someone that obviously is what he is. When you try to reason with KT, do you feel like it gets somewhere? Respectfully to KT, I rock with KT. I think he needs to.
I don't know him. That's the point that I'm saying. KT to go, I realized that it's a wall there, and I'm okay with that wall. What
Okay,
I
okay.
am saying
Gotcha.
is that I want to give Full Circle that same grace. If he put that wall up, then I'm okay with not
Okay.
having the conversation.
Fair,
But I
fair.
do think that he's willing to try to have the conversation. And I think it's more than just us here. The crowd want these questions answered. I did a poll on my channel and they told me that I should do it. It was only me in the poll, but in the poll it said that I should do this question. So I want to know.
Okay,
So
all right, my bad.
so Full Circle, what I'm trying to understand is if you are everything that you are accusing her of, would that be hypocritical?
Well, no. Okay, can I answer? For one, everything that I'm accusing her of, and I don't need you to be specific. I'm gonna try to remember what I said. I went there, which I was not trying to do with PhD even mentioned about in a couple of years. And the only thing you might not got me on is the marriage part. That's the maybe only thing, but I'll throw this back at PH Diva. PH Diva, out of respect, she said something. She says, it's by choice. I'm right there too. The only thing I will throw back at you, Ethan, man, I'm not on the channels. Now, going back to Auntie, maybe I shouldn't have said certain things. She can do what she wants. Be on there. I just do that in there. Coattail, not riding, but being on the coattail, reading off super chats. I will agree with her because I'm not married. And I know I could if I wanted to, if I was looking and searching. It's a choice. So it's not being hypocritical to say or comparison, but I do agree with her. I'm not going to downplay her. I threw that in here that I'm not going to say, well, she shouldn't be on here 24/7, which she's not. That's over exaggerating that she should be out there looking for a man. If she does, she does. If she doesn't, she doesn't. It's a choice. I threw in the little cat thing. You know what? I got dogs. I love my dogs. I don't know if she has animals, and it's neither here nor there, but it's not being hypocritical because for one, Ethan, man, I'm not on YouTube all the time. You might think I'm in the clouds and I'm watching everything. PhD Diva said this as well. She got a life. I got a life. I done been to Africa too. I've been out of this country. I've been all over. I'm not going to downplay it, but once again, what was mentioned, the men in comparison with the women, I'm not on that. I'm not even on the gender war. So if I didn't answer your question, okay.
No.
Okay.
But no, you gave me clarity. So you said you're single by choice, she's single by choice. You said that she like cats, you got dogs, right? What I'm saying is it's almost like it's a projection of your life that you're trying to insult her life. Do you agree with that part, Full Circle?
I never meant for this to be an attack on PhD Diva. It's just that when and not to be being sensitive, she says, well, why don't you do this and do this on your channel or on a channel? And I was like, it was never about that. I was just like some on the panel have channels and some of them don't, regardless of subscribers, regardless of their message. It was specifically on Brownsville in his introduction to say, hey, don't forget. I was specifically on that. I wasn't here to change Sharon's channel. I was speaking on solutions. I would rather it go toward the solutions, talk on anything that you want, review different videos, do whatever you want. Wherever it was going, and I saw where PhD Diva was going with that, and not to try to interrupt her or to come in here and just take down her name or, dog her name or any of that. That just went in left field. That's not even me. That's why I'm giving.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You saying that your emotions got the best of you. That's why you reacted those ways. You really didn't mean to react that way. And now that you have a moment of clarity to sit back, that was just kind of an emotional outburst.
No, I came out of character for that. And that's why when Sharon jumped in, not with the cape, when he says, well, how could you? Because I know usually in a situation like this, or like other situations, PhD Diva is not far behind. And it's not nothing against that. And that's fine. And that's when I went on a tangent and went on to like, you just riding the coattail in a couple of years. And I went to the cat. I don't know if this woman has a cat or not. If she even likes animals, if she's allergic to them. I just threw that in. And it's not like this was a battle rap. It was more of like PhD Diva and Sharon said, how could you have predicted? I mean, how would you know that? I said, some things are just predictable. Just like, the bounty thing. And you said you saved me. And the Mr. AR said, well, you said thanks. But it was like, I really didn't know, but I just, said thanks. I really didn't know because I'm prepared for you just to boot me off and stuff. But Sharon is like, hey, he's here. He was invited here. Actually, let's say if I had nothing to do, I could have been gone and everything could have been said. Reviewing the video, everything could have been said about me and about my name. And I know how situations like this goes. A person is not around and people can say what they will. and talk about a person, and it's either one side or one story. So with Brownsville just being there and on there with you and Sharon, I said, you know what? I'm gonna pop on. And once again, I didn't have to.
I got you because
Go
I'm trying to
ahead.
get clarity, a little bit more clarity. So you say you don't watch in the cloud, but it seems like you have a lot of details of how the show is run. So do you just watch it like every now and then in the clouds, or you just most of that was guessing?
No, it wasn't guessing, because you have ones that guess, and sometimes like I did that with Brownsville, and I apologized after he left, but I think he was in the chat, so he heard that. He didn't mention that when I said you rarely apologize, and before I said you don't. And when he says, hey, I went back, I've done it even this year. Someone jumped in and said, I think it was Uda, he said he just did it recently. So I was out of place by saying that. And I said, you know what, then I apologize. So I jumped. So that was one of the moments that I just said, because I had never caught that. But as far as frequently on a regular, no, I don't. It's every once in a while. And once again,
every once in a while.
Every once in a while. And if hold on, Ethan man. And if it's a decent topic on something that's actually helping us or something, I've seen Sharon shows where it's like, I've seen ones like yourself have not a debate, a back and forth. And I throw in Shadow a lot because I notice Shadow has a lot to say. And he has that type of intellect to where it's like the man ain't wrong, or not all the time, but he has a lot of things to say for this man I've never met. I listen to him. I listen to you. I've listened to you all to say, you know what? These men got it going on. So when you spoke in, I jumped back on about the loneliness thing. You know, I'm just throwing in, Ethan, man. I'm jumping in real quick on something else. Not all men that are alone or lonely, are not happy, are not unhappy. A lot of men and women got it going on. My point was like where there's a problem where we can come together, bring things together. Go ahead.
I got you. So are you saying, so you feel that you are alone, you're not lonely, is what you're saying, right?
I'm not actually alone. I'm not married.
Oh, you saying that you shacking? I got you. That makes sense.
No, I'm not shacking, brother. Look it. Let me.
No, I'm just trying to understand. I understand.
Let me throw this at you. I know.
No smoke.
Look it. I'm not shacking. I don't need to. I literally got my own thing going on. I literally do. And with the PhD thing, I threw that out just to say that I did it. It was maybe like a shot. Maybe it was unnecessary, but I did it. Okay, I didn't have to. But check this out. I'm not shacking. I don't ask nothing from no one. I got family all over. I literally got.
I got you there. Yeah. So
you get me? Okay, go ahead.
I actually appreciate this, because what you're saying is, my ways was error. I did this because I got out of character. I really didn't mean this. It was more supposed to be just like a shot. And when I really think back on it, you know what I'm saying? It was just an in the moment type of situation. I think as men, you acknowledging that, I appreciate that. Nobody else on the panel might, but your apology that you was just out of character in that moment. So shout out.
Right. And let me add on to this. I've listened to PH Diva, and she has a lot of information. She's very knowledgeable. I've seen her go up where it's not a challenge, toward men or women, where it's like, okay, that a lot of that makes sense. So when I threw that in there, or she had to throw in the PhD thing, where it's like, PhD, you ain't got to use that. The PhD name or the PhD or the degree, if it's just in the name. I've listened to you where I don't need the title thing. I listen to individuals where it's like they have a lot of knowledge, very intellectual. Seems like they've gone to school, college, wherever they've gone to, Stanford, Harvard, wherever, HBCU. I respect that. So it wasn't a challenge. But when it came to it, to where a PhD would jump in and say, hey, this and the other, maybe I took it that way to where it was like, no. Where you're right, PhD, but I should start doing that and up in the, no, I jumped in there and say, no, that's not what I'm doing. All I tried to do is address, even though it was aggressively to Brownsville, to say, why don't you do that? Not to Sharon, to him, because it's not Sharon that does it. Sharon doesn't jump in and say, hey, but Sharon does a little thing. And I even told him, I said, I like that when you do the little cartoon introduction. You do it with PhD, and I like that. Go ahead.
All right. I just have a question full circle. What is it? What do you think it is about men like you that you can't control your emotions?
Explain, AR. Controlling my emotions. I don't have to
explain. Everybody saw it when you started going off on PhD, but because she asked you some simple questions.
But actually, if you look back at it, you're saying I couldn't cope. So you're going to take that situation and knowing that this is my. Hold on.
And then Auntie,
hold on.
A brother of yours.
I've never been on Sharon's show before. It's long in the making. And Sharon, maybe he knows and maybe not, because I was going to come on his show a long time ago to address some things. I didn't have to do that with PH Diva. And in fact, I don't even go toe to toe and one-on-one with women. let alone PH Diva. So when you're saying the emotional part, the thing about it with that, it was more of like, I just wish where it doesn't include myself, and it didn't even have to involve me, to where it's like, hey, why we don't have to have the aggression. Like, I'll give you an example. The part.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on, AR. It didn't involve. I just jumped in with.
Doesn't have to be there just because someone says something to you.
Right.
People like you, men like you specifically, immediately jump to being emotional.
No, but check this out. Okay. No.
Why it is that you guys do that?
No. What's hold on, real quick.
AR like two feathers of the same bird. You know what I'm saying?
AR, I get it. Let me say this. Just like, for example, you did it. I saw it was done. When we address each other, we don't have to have the slick thing. Like with you, it wasn't about being sensitive. You'll say something, and it was like, just address me. Address that. You ain't got to say, well, dang, you're sensitive words. And I know you might say, words don't mean anything. Just like when I jumped off, or I didn't jump off, it was PhD of an Auntie, where it was like, wait a minute, we ain't got to call nobody out their name. That ain't being sensitive and emotional. And we threw out the word respect. We can't even respect one another. So that part that you're saying, AR, that's when the emotions come up to be like.
It sounds like you backpedaling. You're not really addressing what I'm saying, because I'm asking you why men like you get so emotional. And you're not answering.
No. It's not emotional. It's the respect to answer your question. If it was you and me and you did what you did, and I shouldn't have had to say that, to say, oh, shut up and you shut up, or you shut up. It's more of like, yo, when it comes down to it, we ain't really got to do that. Why are we doing that?
But the point is that you went at PhD, but it's talking about she's going to die alone. All these other PhD ain't really like that. You try to downplay her accomplishments and stuff. And she didn't really go at you in the first place. And actually,
I didn't downplay her accomplishments. I never, because I don't know PhD even like that. I just know. Okay, go ahead, sir.
It's a common trope. It's a common trope to tell educated people or someone more intelligent than yourself, oh, you don't know everything, because it's a coping mechanism, right? That's what people.
No, it actually is not. It's something that I've witnessed.
It's cool. It's cool. The point is that she was just asking you questions, and then you immediately started to go in at her just because she said, well, why don't you do it on your channel? And then you took that as offensive and started going in at her.
But I didn't take it as offensive. It's just that she said, no. If you go, look, come on, AR. If you go back to it, I said, I answered the question. I said, well, do you have a channel? She said, no. And I said, well, you know what? Maybe you should have one. But see, the thing about it, you're looking at it towards like, I just attacked. It's like you missing it to where you don't see it. Just like whatever happened with her, PhD, but I can't speak for Auntie. I just witnessed that to where I was like, okay, look what just happened with that.
Auntie, Auntie is sensitive just like you. The point is that
would be more than happy.
Even when they come at you,
I just want to say
this motherfucker, bro. I would be more than happy to explain.
This is crazy, man.
You get off my bad, I got you.
Yeah, that is your. Hey, don't let that happen again, Auntie. Don't let that shit happen
That's
again.
$2. That's $2.
Yeah.
My point is that why can't it be a conversation like Ether Man? Why can't it be with a conversation or a question like Ether Man out of respect? Why can't it be that to where it's got to be this and it's got to be a little slight-handed type of thing? And you make it seem like AR that it's all on some sensitivity thing. No, it's not. It's not genuine, because when Ether Man, do you know I came back just to address? Yes, I can. No, stop, AR. At the same time, I came back to address Ether Man, and while Ether Man was trying to talk to me, do you know what you did? You kept jumping in. And that's when I jumped in, which I jumped out of character and say, just shut up, AR, because I'm really trying to address.
If you keep on doing it.
No, it's out of character if you keep jumping in, disrespecting where I'm trying to answer this man. That's when I stopped and I said, you know what? You take my place, AR, and you be in my shoes and you answer Ether Man's question.
I would never want to be in 50-year-old shoes at this moment.
So you shouldn't have said anything. What place do you have in this? What place did you have in Ether Man and his question toward me, sir?
Because I had a question for Ether Man.
Well, he had a question for me. That don't make no sense.
Listen, Big J is another example. We saw him get on and immediately get emotional because he got attacked. This is my point. Even when someone attacks you, is that Auntie or Big J talking?
That's Auntie. That's Auntie.
I mean, I haven't said anything.
I see both of their things.
I didn't say anything. Right.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about Big J. I say anything. When I do speak, I like
to
so all right, we got the point. They're emotional. He emotional. We got that. Everybody know that. The cloud. He emotional. We got that.
All right, so we on the same page. All right, because
Hold on, look. Listen. You know I'm quiet, bro. You know I don't say too much. Listen what I'm saying. I just think for full circle, I think it's disingenuous, right? Because the whole crux of this whole thing started from Brownsville. Whether he's saluting the women, he's doing something to uplift women. Yet you get Brownsville up out of here because Brownsville left because of the way this is going. But when Brownsville leaves, what do you do in turn when the women are here now? You go to the weaponization against the women, right? Because PhD really didn't come at you. She really just asked you a clarifying question. She might have said the slam dunk thing, but what the hell? That's nothing, right? But you took that more deeper when you took that because you understand something more. You watch the show. You got some kind of attachment to us. You understand. But you was no better than what you was trying to say, what you was talking about Brownsville. What did you do when you came here? Not to just, because we can't just talk about who doing wrong. You got to come and bring what you think your solutions are. Yeah, I think that this is a solution that we need. I think that this could be something that y'all could figure out. This could be what we add in. That's what we're talking about. But you was no better than Brownsville when you came to do that, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so check this out, Uda. Let me throw this at you. And this is not toward PhD, but Uda, hold on, Uda.
What I wanted to say.
Go ahead, Auntie. You got it.
That's all I'm saying. No, real quick. Look, here's the deal. It's not about being emotional. It's about refusing to tolerate disrespect. So even when Full Circle and PH Diva got into it, it was actually a little respectful dialogue until the ad libs started coming in and she was adding all that other stuff in with the super chats and then throwing all of those slick shots. Even with me and PH Diva, the back and forth, the dialogue was respectful, okay, until I was called the B word. So all I did was say, hey, I got you, B. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's not being emotional. That's matching someone's energy and refusing to tolerate disrespect. And I even jumped in when you, AR, decided to tell people to shut up because I understand what type of energy that produces. So you're not talking to rookies in this space. We understand the gaslighting tactics. You're going to call somebody the B word, tell somebody to shut up, and then when they either match your energy and or exceed it, now you want to say somebody's emotional. That's a game we're not going to play with you. Now you guys can go.
Right.
And that was my. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, PhD or Big J. Go ahead.
Here is.
It's still a crash out response. How did Big J get back?
How is he still here? Bro? It was respectful until people were called the B word or the slick shot.
Let that man say 2 words before they kick him. Yeah, Big J, say your 3 words. Yeah,
right. And the thing is though, to be fair to the argument, I think the argument that you're raising, Full Circle, is somewhat of a weak argument because you it seems like most of your arguments hinging on the Queen's part rather than hinging on the fairness issue, on how how this particular individual like to judge people when he does the same thing. That's where
ain't nobody sitting the cash out.
Is wrong.
Hold on, Sharon, watch out.
And the thing is, and on top of that, Auntie, you're right, because you can't, you expect people not to say anything back when you disrespecting somebody. Like you actually think that somebody ain't supposed to sit there and return fire when like everybody on this
panel. Right, I just cash out you $60. Drop his ass, and I got 2 more for whoever wanted.
Okay, and there will be consequences behind that too. I hope you know that, right?
Consequences.
I'm not playing. I ain't playing with you.
I'd like to see
consequences.
I think that you get what I'm saying, but I don't think I'm making myself clear. Maybe I'm not elaborating or whatever.
Well, hold on, AR.
Just real quick.
Hold on, just 1 second. No, I need to address this. I don't know why y'all think it's cool to threaten women. That shit's lame, bro.
I'll threaten my channel. That's what he's threatening.
Hold on, who threatened the woman up here?
He just threatened my channel, Eda, man. That's what he was threatening. That's what he was threatening. Let's be for real.
I thought he was talking to D. I thought he was saying he was going to put money to try to get Diva kicked off. That's how I took it.
Emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, he was up. That's what I'm saying.
If you going against Brownsville, right? He's doing the speech, the soliloquy, the diatribe, whatever you want to say.
Wait, no.
You know what I mean? When you come here, you supposed to show something different, and that's one of the arguments that Brownsville was saying. Like, look at how you react. If y'all older than me and you reacting like this, and you can't control your own emotions so that we can have a proper discussion, then this is an issue that we're having. This is a breakdown of communication right here. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Full circle. You feel me?
Oh, you're talking to me now. You're addressing me after what they just said. Because
You're
I
addressing
see
me
you.
the
I
whole
see. Hold
time.
on, everybody. Uda, you still, because I was listening to everyone else, so you're still stuck on that, and you're still addressing. And so I'm not gonna do that like others have said. Hey, you don't even know me. I don't, because we don't know each other. So check this out. We were stuck on, regardless of when you jumped on, or if you in the chat or in the conversation, and when Big J jumped on. No, it was being as far as give it can you something that he said to where it's like, let it be not equal, to where let it be, that's the word, fair.
Yeah.
That's really where in the beginning I was stuck on the fair. Before PhD Diva jumped in, and before going back to Sharon said, well, how could you have known? How could you know? In a way it was predicted, but at the same time going back to Auntie, to where it's like, can we have that conversation? I addressed PhD Diva, but then at times where it's like, I don't know what it is, to where I've seen it before, to where, and I don't think it's that, to where there is a hate. So don't put that title on me, and that includes you, Uda.
I
ain't
put
talking about no. But hold on. I don't. Okay. I see it in different channels. I at times I might see it over here on Sharon's channel, and this is not with me and PhD, but to where it's like, oh, there's a hate. But I've seen black women, black men as well, but the black women, it's like there's a hate. So when you're having these topics and conversations, how are you going to have that? You're stuck on Uda. Well, be the example, be this, the other. It's like, well, we can't even get the solution. So not saying you being slick. We're not going to take what happened and transpired, what happened with me in Bronzeville, and go there and then throw it on me and say, well, that's why we can't get nowhere, because you ain't being an example. We're not going to do that. Go ahead, Uda.
We're here to learn, because we can always learn from anything. We're always here to learn. Only a fool's not going to want to learn from any mistake they make. So we can learn. But look, let's take it away from internet. Let's bring it to like my hood, the way I grew up. I grew up in the hood. You know what I'm saying? When I look around, how many men I'm going to look around and saying, celebrating or lifting up women or anything like that? We don't even see that. We don't see it like that. And it's really not even taught. We actually taught the F, I ain't going to say the F-bomb, more than love. We taught the F more than love, if you look at it, right? So if we see men that's trying to do something like that, why is that an issue? You know what I'm saying? Why is that a problem? I don't understand.
Uda, I never said that was
He's not trying to be with the women, because that's a major part. Because some people cater to women because they want to get women. But it seems like Bronzeville is married. He got his own wife. And it seems like when he's saluting these women, none of these women saying he trying to holler. So it just seems like it's genuine. You know what I'm saying? What he's saying. You know
Uda, I never look at Uda. I never downplayed Brownsville. And if you listen, not saying you're not, if you listening, not the whole listening to hear or understand, I brought in Shadow the Titan. I brought in Ether Man. I brought in, regardless of if she really even Sharon. Damn, dude. I brought in Sharon. And I said, Sharon, these are men that are married. I said, but these men, notice what I was saying, Uda. I said, but these men have fathers. So if they're able to be the example, including others out there, they have to have gotten that. They have to have had that taught to them by someone. And I threw in the fathers. Like you said, women don't get enough of that. I didn't downplay that with Brownsville. I said, but wait, in order to do that, the men, like when you're younger, besides sex education being in school, who taught these men that? And then you have men on other channels, ain't nobody taught me that. It was, as Brownsville said, the crackhead or some other person. I learned it off of TV. No one actually taught me. Then you got the single mothers, you know, and it's like, well, are the mothers teaching the men about sex education? Most likely not. Where's the men? It falls right back to that. So, Uda, I'm not dismantling what you're saying as far as upping the women, but at the same time, like yourself, regardless if you got a family or kids or children, if you're a father yourself, it has to come from someone. It's no different from the women. The women that get blamed for this and the other, do these women have mothers, or they just have the fathers? The men teach the boys, the mothers teach them. Do they even have mothers in their lives? And then who are teaching it was going back to the boys, what you said, these men that have wives and husbands and all that. Who are teaching these men, Uda? Who's teaching the men besides one another? Or the Rembros coming together as a collective? Uda, who are teaching the men?
About to be a situation.
All right, go ahead, Diva. If you're there.
All right. I'm trying to, you know what? Let me go ahead and just read the super chat. The Furbo testing FAFO $5. He just goes on and on and on. Hey, I go on and on and on. Okay. God. Damn. I feel like I'm being tortured, right? I don't know what it is about older men. Like they just love to talk. Conversations with MJ, $5. Are the bounties back on for Full Circle, Sharon? Nobody else been able to speak. I left, went to work, and he's still speaking.
Shout out to work.
Broke lifestyle, $2. For the home of the YT Purge F-bomb. The official YT Purge, $2 for the F-bomb. Bigger than your ex, $5. Bigger what? Thank you for the
Only a woman can say that name is pause. Only want to hear women saying that name. Pause, man. All right, there y'all.
The Verbal Assassin, FAFO, $2. Full Circle is sassy to a diabolical degree.
Goddamn.
And I'm just like, so I was called single. I am single. And then turned out the man's single. But then he said he's not really single because he got a woman. And so, sir, my advice would be to tell that woman to start making and feeding you some healthy, whole foods, right? In order to improve your health and all of that stuff. Because like, as it stands, you fat, black, and ugly. But if she feeds you better, you might be able to take the fat off and just be black and ugly, right? So the fat is the part that you can help. You can't do nothing about black and ugly.
Well, MJ.
Okay, so hold on, AR. First of all, I'm not fat. I'm at a decent fit size. And as far as the standards of what you might think, because you're going off of a photo of an avatar, I'm not fat. But let you tell it, you know. See, that's another shot again. I never attacked you on that, but I see you still stuck on that. Go ahead.
Full circle. Hold on. I'm gonna do a poll for MJ right now so that y'all can decide on if we should lift it up or not. But I do understand, Claire, you feel like that was for you. I see who's that? Flavor Flav and Teddy Riley in there, like Izzy Bands. I'm not sure. But I know Shadow also wanted to ask Full Circle questions while I write this poll.
Can you elaborate?
Go ahead, Shadow.
Goddamn.
Can you elaborate on that first?
Jesus.
Can you elaborate on my bad, Shadow? Can you elaborate on decently fit or whatever the hell you said? Full circle.
No, PH Diva. We're talking about attacking somebody, and because of which
you said you're actually decently fit. So like, is that like?
No, I'm trying to. Damn, dude, I can't even answer it. Oh my god.
I stand in truth. I stand in truth.
I can't answer it. AR.
You gotta let him answer, y'all. You asked him.
Thank you, Uda. So first of all, you're damn, dude. Sorry, Sharon. Hey, check this out. When PH Diva came back on, I even went there and said, going off of what Auntie said, I said, you know what? I didn't even have to go there. Going back to what I believe, if not you, Uda, AR mentioned it. Yeah, I came out of character and I went there. It wasn't an attack on PH Diva. I'm not holding on to that because once again, I don't know this woman. It's not even about that. So it wasn't an attack like that. But sure enough, when it comes to back and forth, that's not even what time it is. But she came in and said, she went in on that. Are you the fat one? Are you the fat one? Look at your avatar. I went back at her and said, well, look, you don't even show yourself. And that's when I went there. So we're not going to be disingenuous and say like, oh, I just went at PhD, but went at PhD, but she just had.
But look, Uda, he answered my question, Uda. That's what you made me stop for?
No, hold on, guys. You got to defend that AR if you don't feel it was substantiated.
I said, can you define decently?
And so PH Diva said, I suggest you start doing this and doing that. Do you know what? I take care of myself very well. So to go there with the fat shaming and other men that are fat shaming, and I'm not saying I need her validation. I'm going with you, AR, with the upbuilding and everything like that. I'm not gonna go there to be like with the whole, because you know what? I threw the shots at you because I don't know you. It's not just because of the PH Diva thing and your knowledge or your intellect or your education. It wasn't about that. But ma'am, you don't know me. You might think that you're going off of a photo and thinking you going off of that and the fat one and the ugly one. You know what? You might want this, but I'm not gonna give that to you. You gotta snip it. It's not to take shots to you because it's not worthy. You're not worthy of the back and forth
in a battle like that because it's not. So
But
it wasn't meant for that.
hold
Hold on. It wasn't meant for PH Diva. So for PH Diva to come back and say you're fat or this and that, I said, you know what? I wouldn't even came back like that. I would rather come back and say, you know what, PH Diva, it wasn't meant for
But
you.
we
I answered
expect
AR's
women to act
question.
that way,
And
brother. No, listen,
huh?
full circle. I expect women to act that way. I don't put that above women. The
Right.
problem the problem with what you're saying is I don't think you understand what we're hearing behind what you're saying. You attacking this woman for being single, and you talking about you got a woman that's single because you haven't married her. I don't understand. I don't think you understand the psychological part. Like, because I'm a deep thinker. I get everybody hearing surface things, but in my mind, I'm like, he's talking about the woman he's with because she's single because he haven't married her, and that's no shot to her. But I'm just saying, all of these things that you're saying, it's almost like that when you point a finger at somebody, four is pointed back at you. And when I analyze that, that's the part I'm like, bro, you almost attacking your woman if she's not married.
But check this, going back to Ethan, man, going back to listening. I know you're going to throw it back at me, and you have that right. I said not quite. Not one time did I say that I myself had a woman. I know that's going to be like, oh, shoot. I never said that. Now, someone jumped in and said, well, you and Diva are just about on the same, and going back to choice. Not once did I say that.
No,
Now, see how you took, hold on. You took that to say, well, hey, that's something against your woman. I never jumped in and said I even had a woman. Now, I mentioned
But that's
dogs.
the point. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Listen.
Go ahead, man.
Men don't play these word games. I am a married man and I love my woman. I'm not about to play I got a woman, I don't. It's even disrespectful if you got a woman and you don't want to claim her on this planet. Like I'm just saying, regardless of how you look at it, it's almost like you're trying to be a wordsmith. And instead of just stating where you at.
I
And I'm
never
single.
said that I had a woman, Ethan, man. Does
Are you
that clarified it for you? We even mentioned that I was single, but you're throwing in, you are, sir, saying that I have this and what I can do with my woman.
That you had a woman, sir.
I never said I had a woman. I said, you know what? Not quite. So when I left it like that, and you're saying it's a word game, I said not quite. So do I have to go and reiterate and break it down and say, well, this is my situation, this and the other? I don't have to. I really don't, Ethan, man.
So
and I gave you the respect that, and you're throwing in the whole Anton thing. It's, dude. Let me throw this at you in plain Mr. Rogers English. I just told you that I don't. Thank you, sir. I just told you. I said that was brought in by you, sir. I said, you know what? Not quite. But I threw in two. I said it's not that I can't. I want you to be able to listen. Now that we're talking about word semantics, I never said that. That was you, Ethan, man. I even gave you your props for having a family. I threw in Shadow. I threw in Sharon for having family. When I threw in the PhD, but that was a one-on-one thing. I said, you know what? Going back to Auntie, I shouldn't have done that. I came out of character, and it went the way it went.
No, what I'm saying is happy people. Hold on, no, Uda. Happy people claim where they at. They don't have a mystery. Sharon happily married, so he said, you know, I got a woman, and he prayed. He walked around talking about his woman, right? And so when we start going back to the lonely conversation, right? This is what I think lonely people do. In my opinion, they have this mystery, so you don't know what's going on. Either you got a woman, you don't got a woman. Either you're alone or you're not alone. Like this is just how my mind works. I'm not even saying that it's right, but it sounds like you're trying to hide something.
I don't know about that. I ain't gonna put that on the brother yet. But look, listen, all I'm gonna say is this.
Look at
not no shot at you, but there's a coincidence that a lot of these brothers that's coming from this manosphere side ain't got no woman, but they telling men how to go about getting a woman. I don't know if you coming from that sphere, but I'm just gonna put that there. I'm just gonna let it fly where it flies. I'm just gonna let it fly where it flies. That's a so universal, right? But look, this is what I'm saying, right? We're gonna take it past all of the if you have a woman stuff, right? We're gonna take it here. When the interaction between you and PH Diva happened, right? When she's just asking the clarifying question, I think that you had a preconceived notion about PH Diva. You had something that you felt or ways that you think about maybe her thinking, her ideology, or her, because there's no way that the energy goes like that. You know what I mean? Because it went like that. You might not have seen it, but if you rewind it, you'll see it. You know what I mean? And maybe that comes from maybe you've seen the show because you obviously watched the show. So maybe you have some notions about some things that she thinks or something about her. So maybe this is where this comes from. You know what I mean? So we could all say, yo, this is emotional, this is emotional. But a lot of things is emotional come from the back of our mind shit that we be thinking. So is it something that you was thinking or you think about her personally or her ideology or something like that? What is that?
He dropped. I think, or
I think that's the real question.
disconnected.
He probably come back if he wants to, but I'm just saying, I think that's a real question. You know what I mean? Because, you know what I mean? Even when she busted a little joke, it wasn't even that serious, you know?
I mean, hey, he back.
Go, Ethan Man was speaking. I jumped off. My bad.
Yeah.
So Ethan Man was saying, hey, it's either that, whatever I last heard. I even agreed with the PhD Diva part where it's like it's by choice. It wasn't attacking her like that. And the part that he wasn't listening to say, hey, and I said, I don't have to do that because you know what? Not everybody, especially when it comes to the internet, deserves that. They don't deserve to be allowed to come in someone's life, only unless you allow it. And in fact, I think it's dangerous to even do that. We're just on the internet, but don't you think 1 minute, Ethan Man, that because you think that I'm alone, when I say I'm alone or lonely alone, I'm not lonely and I'm not unhappy by far. And I never, when I went at PhD, I never said, well, you're unhappy. Now I said the other things. I never said she's unhappy. The woman is traveling. I've traveled as well. So that part, I'm giving her kudos on certain things, but I'm thinking to myself, hey, it still goes back to where it's like, hey, for example, we still can't come together. I don't mean get with each other. Hey, finding love on the internet, people have done that as well, but I'm not lonely in the sense that you think. And every man that you think that's a bachelor is trying to shame women, come after women, shame, blame, and explain that talk. I'm not unhappy in my life and where I'm at in my life. I'm not.
I could get you, but you know what I mean? It just comes down to, like, I just come down to the crux of the whole situation is that you had a gripe with Brownsville from the beginning, right? Based on whatever his ideology, his framework, right? So it's either we believe in some things that a person's believing. You might not believe everything a person's saying, right? But you might say this person got that right. That might be right. So it comes with compounding now. What solutions can you give a person to say, look, we can do this. You probably can add this in. I think that you got something good going on. But if you added this and you added that, I think that it could embody more. You know what I'm saying? I think it's more about that instead of just more of a pointing the finger thing. Because when you come, did you really give us solutions that could, you know what I mean? That's opposite of what Brownsville or anyone is doing. You know what I mean? So it's more about what's your framework? What's your ideology? What do you think should be a solution for us to link or connect or build or whatever you think? What is your solution to it?
Okay, Uda, so Uda, I it goes back to what I mentioned before, and I threw this at Sharon. I want us to, if the fathers are still around in individuals' lives, I want us to either be able to, I've done it myself personally, to go to our fathers, no matter what their age is, have questions for them, get answers. And instead of the men out there possibly making mistakes, going after women, attacking women, doing certain things to where it's like, instead of having to learn from another person or someone on a panel or get from other men that are all grouped together, or as you put Rim Bros or the Red Pill, go back, because they used to say, Uda, it starts from home. It starts from the home. But I rarely hear that's like, hey, brothers, I don't hear it at any time at all. And I might be out of place by saying that. I never rarely hear the fathers. Brownsville mentioned elder or myself, elder and all that. I'm like, doggone. It was really, but I'm not, don't take that. Take it for what it is. So please don't attack that. It was like, why can't we, Uda, just mention, and I'm not asking you, sir, like, hey, where's your father in your life? We can even go there to say, here, we're coming here on the panel. How many of you guys, gentlemen, have your old high school friends from school? Do you still communicate with them? Do you get any examples from them? Or is this where we just come, even though we've never met each other face to face, and we just come on here to group together, or you all do? Do you have friends back in school, preschool, high school? Are they still around? Are they alive? Do you have your father that you can go to and say, you know what, my father told me this. He told me that. He schooled me on this and that. That's not just a solution, Uda. It was a part of to say, we looking for solutions, but we're not even going back to the source. The person that even brought us in this world. Our father, so I don't hear it. Maybe you do, but I don't. And then if you got your buddies, I don't know any of you all in person, just so here. Do you still have your friends where it's like they're married and say, hey, man, you know, I'm just a third wheel. You might have a wife or a woman of your own. Hey, I want to talk to my buddy. And we ain't got to talk about their business and get into the stuff. I need some advice on something. Can you men off of the internet confide in your buddies from school or from any part of life when you were younger, the ones you used to hang with? I don't know if that hits home with you, Uda, with all my long speech and then going back and forth, and even with PhD in Brownsville. I wanted to hit home to be like, hey, who do we have at the end? And not to blame the women or the mothers. and that talk. Go ahead.
Can I address you? All right. So let me make 3 points because I understand what you're trying to say. And even the message.
What's
Oh,
that
shit, that's
echo?
an echo. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
It was full circles. He just got a
Yeah, full circle got the echo.
Yeah.
All right, my bad. All right, so look, I understand the message you're trying to bring across. You're not just talking about the weight that people are doing that in this channel specifically. It seems very female geared, and I brought that same point up before, and I actually had to sit down and have the conversation with everybody on this panel to change my perspective on that, because it's the way that we're viewing what's happening here. What's happening here isn't merely just trying to make men look like the villain. There are things that we are flawed in that we do not capitalize, and that's an issue that we have to fix. Your point is it's not a unilateral issue. In order for a team, I made the same point yesterday. In order for something to work, we need both men and women to be better. Yes, male backers, if for whatever reason are sleeping around and that's degenerate, then women doing the same thing is just as degenerate. That's what you're saying. But the thing is, you're talking about men's overall mental health. That's a conversation we haven't had here much, because right now we're still trying to build the foundations of what it is to be that proper man in order to fix your mental health. Your mental health won't even matter if your value system is still out of pocket. So one of the things you got to realize is, yes, the reason why Brownsville does what he does to pick up women is to lift up women is because as men, we acknowledge each other as we're going through our conversations. We don't need him to go ahead and acknowledge us up front. It doesn't even matter if he likes you mentioned my name specifically. I'll be as fucked up as this sentence is gonna sound. I got one left. I really don't care if he respects me or not, or anybody for that matter. I really don't give a damn. But at the end of the day, we still respect each other enough to have that conversation. But that conversation has to be a two-way conversation. You know what I mean?
No, and I get you, Shadow. My thing is that it was never coming at Bronzeville, even with the smoke and everything, to downplay him big upping the women. And I know you mentioned it before. You said you could care less about that. It was more of like, well, hey, and I've heard this in conversations. Well, it comes from the men. The men have to be the ones that make the change. I was trying to say it without saying it, without clarifying it and explaining it, to say, hey, put the men there. Put them in there. And remember, I mentioned the God, the men, the children, or the wife and the children, the woman and the children. Put them in there so they can be the ones in charge. I didn't even throw in the leader thing. Remember, that's a conversation too. That goes somewhere. It goes all over. The leader. I can't be the leader. How can you? And then women don't even respect you. So that's how I was shooting at Bronzeville, to be like, okay, we got to start somewhere. I respect what Shadow said. And even with the Brownsville, I never say, Brownsville, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
Who's the boogeyman stopping the men from being there?
Who?
Like, cause y'all keep talking about this boogeyman, and I'm trying to figure out, Sharon is there for his kids, I'm there for my kids, Brownsville, like, I don't know why the men keep talking about this some boogeyman stopping them from being in their family life. And just like we had the right to go out there and get married with the right woman and create a family, and we're there, that's on the men. The men initiate marriages.
That's the solution we have to fix.
I just don't understand why y'all think women are stopping y'all from doing something. Ain't no woman
Where
ever
y'all
stopped
coming
me.
from? I'm married.
No. I think you're taking it as a shot because I'm not talking to you, Shadow. What I'm trying to help people understand is nobody could have stopped me from getting married. It's no like this idea that somebody, this imaginary boogeyman, is stopping men from being able to get with women, marry women, and stay with women. It is just not true. We see example after example.
But so here's the thing. Men can't get married if women won't accept. That's one of the things Diva had actually mentioned before. Women need to stop accepting bullshit men and start only dealing with people who are at or above their level. Diva,
it has nothing to do with women.
Hold on.
You keep, because if these women are not fit,
I have not finished the goddamn sentence. You can't know where I'm going. Bro, I didn't even finish the sentence. Regardless of how many men want to get married, men can't get married if women don't accept it. Men are proposing in droves now and being rejected. What are you talking about?
So Shadow, you telling me you didn't get rejected, but these niggas out here get like, listen to what we saying. I think y'all really don't understand what y'all saying, right? If men are getting rejected, they're proposing to the wrong women.
Check this out. No, hey, either man, I would agree with that too. But at the same time, even if you want to talk about quote unquote manosphere talking points, that was never even a talking point. They would always talk about how the marriages are ending in divorce, 70% of them, and 80% of those are initiated by the woman. So I don't think that the issue, even if you want to talk about that, is that people aren't married. It's the BS marriages that ain't working, they're toxic or whatever. So if anything, let's talk about that. But who's getting married and who just is married isn't an issue, because there are plenty of people that are married and been married and the marriages are garbage.
No, but Auntie, so it's two things you talking about. First of all, Shadow was trying to paint this picture that men can't get married, and I think that's BS, right?
Yeah, I think that's BS too. I agree.
Wait, did I say men can't get married?
Hold on.
You just misquoted me. I didn't say that.
You said that men was proposing to these women
and not getting married.
No. Listen to what you said. Shadow, you said men are proposing at droves to these women and they're getting turned down. That AKA they can't get married. If they're proposing and the women are turning them down, they can't get married in droves. That's what you said, right? So that's what made me say the statement I said. And now I want to go with what Antique is saying. Now this actually validates Sharon's channel, because if women are leaving at these high rates in these BS marriages, that means that we need to address some things on the man's side. I think all the men to understand that it's something going on with men today too, is that's contributing to these marriages. That's what I don't agree with, Auntie. The manosphere talking point that it's the women.
I would agree with you too. I'm not even disagreeing. I'm just saying, even if you're addressing the talking points, I don't even understand what Shadow was really saying about men not being able to be married. I would even say the same thing about
when
women
did I say not be able
to. Well, that's what
I'm
either
very
man had
specific
addressed.
about what I say.
Hey, if you didn't say that, I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, bro. I'm not gonna disagree with you if you didn't say that. I'm saying that either man's talking point, what he just stated. I wouldn't even say that. I say the issue is just BS marriages, toxic marriages, and just marriages ending either prematurely or ending because they probably shouldn't have started in the first place.
Then my bad, Andrew.
Yeah.
So if the men, they understand that they have erred in their ways and they correct their ways. And guess what? I learned if I'm not toxic, I don't accept toxic people. I don't know why people don't understand this, right? So listen, the men be toxic. I don't know why y'all trying to act like these men ain't toxic. And they get in a toxic relationship. They like arguing, they like fighting, they like doing all this toxic stuff. And then when they end a divorce, she's like, she left him. No, we saying is if we can get the toxicity out of men, the people who are getting in marriages will stay married.
So we're talking past each other because we're having two different conversations. My thing is, I said the men are proposing to people and they are not being accepted for a number of reasons. So not they cannot get married, they are not getting married. Those marriages are not being accepted. And it's not exclusively on men, bro. I'm telling you, there are as many toxic men as there are. There's probably at least half as many toxic women, and a lot of them are trying to end up together. But as one part, if a man proposes to a woman that she doesn't want to be with him, that nigga's not getting married. That's my last one. I send you another 10. Hold up. Hold on.
I can say in real life, I know I might know one person, one dude that actually proposed to a woman and was turned down, and that was after they had already been divorced. Like he asked her to marry him, you know what I'm saying, marry him again, and she said no. So I don't even know about that in real life. Like men get turned down. I get it. I know you can pull up videos on TikTok and stuff like that, but I don't think that's real.
But Shadow, who control access to marriage?
Typically men. No, men, but hold up, that's a talking point, and let me correct that talking point. Men start the access to marriage, but women have to agree to be in it.
Okay, listen, men, hold on, just let's be clear. If men control access to marriage, we should hold the men accountable for being in a toxic marriage. That woman cannot even get in that marriage unless he give access. Do you agree with that, Shadow?
Yes.
So the
I do
point
agree.
so that's the point that I keep making. If I control access to the marriage and the marriage is toxic, I as a man have to hold that L. I just don't understand why we keep having this conversation, Shadow.
Because we're not
Like,
having the same conversation.
I chose,
That I
I
agree
chose
with.
a toxic, listen, I chose a toxic woman. Now I'm in a toxic relationship. That is on me as a man.
Right. And my entire point is this. We, not just men, not just women, but we as a whole have to fix all of us, not just men. Because get this, we can get 100, Sharon's channel can go super viral and we get 100% of men standing on code, right? Doing things that they're supposed to do, they be adjusted to their correlation, everything. Guess what? If all the women are still as toxic as they are, those good men are still not going to get married.
Not true.
That's my
That's
point.
That's
hold
the
on.
fallacy of your argument. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the fallacy. Yeah, that's the real fallacy of the argument that we trying to act as if all the men all of a sudden get better, that all the women are going to stay horrible. That's the problem with the argument. Because as men move better, they are going to find better women around them, and then they're going to also produce other human beings to be moving better, and it's going to keep on being like a virus of people moving better.
So I can understand that, Sharon, but what happens to all the people who are not getting better yet? Like I said, I'm not just now. I can use
Perfect. I'm glad that you
bilaterally.
said that. That's the issue, right? If we keep with that mentality, we ain't gonna never move the needle because we keep worrying about who is not going to do what. We got to just move the needle, be better, get other people to be better that have the same ideology, and the trend would keep on moving forward. The same way how we are starting to clean up our conversations with $2 bounties. It's got a $5 bounty, right? And we are attempting to change our speech in real time, right? It started with Izzy. I'm doing it, and we could keep it moving forward, and people are going to stop communicating with.
Ooh, who got the feedback?
That's Shadow. He's working as well.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's me. My bad.
So
No
all
worries,
those
no
things, like it gotta start with you first, right? So I changed the way how I used to move around Brownsville, and it keeps on moving forward. And so we cannot keep having the argument. Well, if we all change and none of the other men change, why should I never change? It doesn't make sense. And I changed to help my family move in a better situation, right? They now doing some Ninja Kid stuff. They being homeschooled. If I would have kept with the same mentality, if nobody else is going to do it, then why should I do it? I would never improve my family.
Homeschooling, that's what's up.
But Sharon, that's not the conversation I'm having. The conversation I'm having is no, it's not. I didn't even say that. I didn't even imply it. What I'm saying is we all have to grow together. If I, as a man, can't lead a woman that doesn't want to be led, we
You
talked
shouldn't
about the
be in the
Bible
same
earlier.
room with
Hold on.
her.
We talked about the Bible
That's not
earlier,
fair.
and we made this whole conversation about the hierarchy, and that's what it actually says in the Bible. Not respect; it's a hierarchy of a relationship, and it's the same thing. Johnson said yesterday. Hello, sir. It's the same thing he said yesterday. It's that hierarchy that matters. And I'm not saying that my wife is lower than me. In fact, my wife is she's my helpmate. She is my best friend. Whenever I do anything, she comes first.
Okay, so Paul,
then my kids.
Hold on.
That's
So
my
let me
point.
get this right. For you to get married to your wife, y'all both had to move better, or did you have to move better so you could be in her life?
There are things I had to fix, and there are things she had to fix.
No, hold on. Right. That's after y'all got together because y'all gotta move together as a couple. But I'm talking about before. Who needed to move better so you could recognize a good human being? Was it her or was it you?
I know it was definitely me. I had.
Thank you.
Again, wait a minute.
Thank you. It is no need.
I believe
It
we
is
both
no need
have
to
to.
move forward. It is no need to move forward. Thank you. Point proven.
How far down am I?
Once we start moving better,
Just 2 more
we
people.
start finding other people that's moving better, and then that also produces better families, which also produces better communities. Let me read a few of these. Let me read a few of these super chats so we can get that so everybody can.
And why you get your super chats right? It's at the $5 mark, and I know for a fact that y'all are loving this show. Make sure y'all support this show. Just send a little bit. We ain't asking for much. I just need 10 people to send $2. We talking $20 to keep the show going. I'm telling y'all, we got about 45 minutes to crowdfund, or he gonna end the show, and you don't want him to end the show. Not on this good old show.
Good old show. Natasha Vincent, $5 Canadian. Did I miss all this energy and banter when yesterday's topic was inappropriate behavior with minors? No? Okay. Go back to wanting your name being said. Ciao. Ice Cube. Hey, today was a good day. You became a member.
Shout out to Ice Cube.
Yeah.
Yogi, for you see me, Uncle Jeff.
I see you, Mom. I see you.
Yogi Fish.
Commence.
Yogi Fish, $5. Maybe human evolution doesn't require marriage and family like the past.
Woo! Come on, don't get ahead of me. Don't get ahead of me.
So this is the point that I think that we don't talk about, right? Me and my wife was in the same room for almost a year and a half, and I couldn't notice her because I was not aligned right for where I needed to be. As soon as I got aligned right and I changed my priorities of what I saw in women, this woman was before me. I truthfully believe it's a lot of men got the right woman around them, but their vision of their life, what they're looking at is not aligned. And so until they align their system, they're not going to choose right. We got to stop giving men excuses for choosing wrong. Shadow kept trying to make the example, oh, well, what if I choose her and she's wrong? If day one you see all those red flags and you choose wrong, okay. If day one you choosing wrong, you got to hold that L as a man. And I'm going to give it to, I understand that people can change, they can become wrong, but I just seen from what I'm looking at, men are that personal develop, their wife usually level up with them.
Now that I agree with fully. So
Alright,
yeah,
then.
me and you are on point now. Good job.
All right, then. So don't talk about we got to do both and all that. You got to do one thing at a time. You cannot build a whole house by dropping the house on the goddamn foundation. No, you got to dig up the ground. You got to till the land, goddamn it. Then you put the concrete. It's a lot of steps before. So we cannot act as if we could build the house and just drop it on. It doesn't work that way. And if I'm a man, I'm going to talk to men because I know the things that men go through because I am one. I cannot talk about maybe Diva want to start her own thing eventually and she want to have her school for wayward women, then fine, she could do that.
Is she right?
As a man, I'm not going to be teaching unless y'all want to send y'all girlfriends over to Sharon. I can teach her how to be a good wife now.
I'm telling you what. I'm gonna tell her.
But Sharon, I do want to be clear.
Right, we don't want. Right? If I start talking like, hold on, E, if I start talking like that sounds crazy, right? Send your wife over to me. She be with me for 2 to 3 weeks. I'm gonna send her back to you, the perfect wife. That sounds insane to me. That's why I don't bring that up and have conversations about changing a woman, moving a woman. I cannot get into the woman's mind frame on how to deal with anything that's close to anything like me. Most women can't deal with a man like me, and I know that for 100% fact. That's just what it is.
And Sharon, I'm saying, listen, if we've fixed the behavior of men and women don't change, that will be phase 2 of the SPG. Right, but right now
that's all I wanted you to say.
Listen,
that
but
there,
right now
that creates a totality. That creates a totality.
Hold on. But we can't listen. Hold on 1 second. You gotta let me finish. Y'all keep talking about framing the house when we don't got the foundation down. That's the problem that we keep telling y'all. If the foundation was down and we had I used to disagree with Sharon until I started seeing niggas come up here. I send the $2. Like I literally thought, I was like, it's no way men are thinking the way that you think. And then we seen person after person after person after person. I was like, he's right. The foundation have to be corrected before we can frame the house. And the women are the frame.
And the person I'm going to start with my wife's school
is Shiesty Bum. I'm going to DC and I'm going to teach Shiesty Bum all of the ways of being a wife. God damn it.
Kill it. Final point. I just want to say two things. One, Full Circle has only been talking about the men's mental health aspect of it. The fact that, hold on. See, how you gonna? All right, sure, you got that. Number two, I think I understand where our big difference is, because I was raised to believe that the woman is the foundation of the house and the man is the structure. So that's why I was always taught that you need both. That's why
They raised you wrong, bro. I love you, bro, but hey.
Hold on, let him finish it. Uncle Jeff wanted to jump in on this conversation as well. Shout out, finish up your thought. So Uncle Jeff,
this final part of that, that's why, because women are inherently part of the foundation of a home. Most things at a home start falling apart if the wife is not where she's supposed to be. That's why I take the time to make sure my wife's in a good place. That's why I make sure we have those conversations. That's why no matter what happens, I put my wife before I put myself. Because as a man, because I believe in love, I will always put my wife first.
Hey, Sharon, I got a question for Uda.
You muted.
Whoever's next, I'll wait.
Oh, my bad. Hold on, Full Circle. It was Uncle Jeff next. I got you, Full Circle. Just let Uncle Jeff get his thought in.
Don't forget, there's a lady here.
Oh, just let me know.
After Uncle Jeff, we gonna let Uncle Jeff the lady goes. All right, nobody jump in front of the lady.
It is always a traffic jam before I start. I don't understand. Okay. Hey, what's up, everybody? Frightening news. Everybody's right. First off, when you start with this many smart people, we have to get out of the writer Olympics, because that's the other event in this Olympics is who's wronger, men or women. It's foolish. It's childish. Where we really need to be, and I get what Brother Shadow was talking about, is that nobody really wants to take a full-on good look at the scallywags, bro. Nobody. Whenever you get on them, and I tell you something else, nobody defends the women you talking about like the women you not. Nobody. Not realizing that these horrible broads is who make their life hard. They don't get it, that we're just reporting back. We're also discussing marriage like it's not. This is a fantastic show for 1988. I'm so glad we brought up the Bible. I don't want to be the one to bring up Isaiah 4, but nobody, and what's crazy to me, not even the men want to talk about the math. The mathematics of Black people does not equal monogamy. It doesn't. The numbers are not there. The numbers equal Isaiah 4. So, sure, if you'd like to live in monogamy, absolutely. But understand what you two Black people are doing. When a Black man marries a Black woman right now, and the two of them decide to live in holy matrimony monogamously, you're just sentenced 15 other Black women to a life with no Black man. That's the math. That's not Jeff. That's look outside. That's look at all of these single Jesus.
Did he just freeze? I got a little pushback for him until he gets on the road. Okay, never mind.
You guys, so that you understand, so we can get this out of the way. I live in Big Bear right now. Big Bear has shitty internet. Sometimes I'm going to freeze. It's never going to be for a minute. It's like 10, 15 seconds at the most.
Ain't Big Bear like a rich place in California?
It is.
Man, what's up?
It is. But don't fool yourself.
What's up,
Don't fool yourself. It's a
I can
ghetto.
see you
up
in a
here.
minute, man.
It's a ghetto. What's going on, man? It's a ghetto up here. Don't
Yeah,
fool
all right,
yourself.
yeah, all right,
Okay.
Uncle Jeff, though, check this out though. Address this real quick, Jeff. Even
Absolutely
when you
not.
said,
So if we're talking about the math don't
Damn.
work for monogamy,
okay,
it also don't work for polygamy, right?
Okay.
And so the average black man earns what, about $53,000 a year?
Okay.
Yeah, we ain't taking care of multiple women on that.
Let me know when I can
and so-
respond to that. But okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Do you have a Bible handy, PhD?
Oh, I don't believe in that, so I'm never going to have it handy. And so
Okay.
that's not
Okay,
a way
that's
to,
All
to
right.
address it.
All right. Absolutely. Forgive me. I'm going to try to get my thought out.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not a fan of the Bible either. I use it for these two reasons. Well, there's two things you can't find in the Bible: original words and white people. They're not in there. Not one spot. Everything is taken from somewhere else. The somewhere else is absolutely valid. This is why the Bible has truth in it. The Bible has truth in it the way Kool-Aid got water in it. That's not its intended purpose, but it does have truth in it. This part of the truth is unavoidable. It is Isaiah 45:7, and it is right now, sis. You can look outside. The numbers here. Let's talk numbers outside of the Bible for a minute.
Wait, can you tell us what Isaiah 45:7 is? What does it say?
It says that in that day, 8 women will come to one man and say, we will provide our own food. We provide our own clothes. We just need you to we just need to take your name, which means to be under your covering, which does not mean, I as a matter of fact, I cover 3 other black women that I don't sleep with. When they have a problem that it requires a man, it's me. I get their breaks done. You need something? I am a man. I am covering you. Ain't no sex involved. If you have a security issue, this is where we are going to have to go, because there's just not enough. Once you count the sweet pickles, once you count the knuckle draggers, the PS5 generals, the ugly dudes you don't want. Once you count all of that, and you count the dudes that so many of them are leaving this continent that they have a demographic and a nickname. Once you add that, and then add the rest of the world's women lining up to get with us and pushing and shoving in line, you outnumber us by 2 million. On top of that, these are numbers, sis. This is not the why can't I find a good man? Because damn it, they out there, but they looking at different. What they're looking for from you is not what we used to be looking for. It's something different, and I think we're going to have to. We're going to this conversation is always uncomfortable, always. There's go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to address what you said about, the numbers of women, in the world and whatever, and everybody's lining up for y'all. But that actually isn't the case, right? And we can see that through the marriage statistics, right? And so over 50% of Black men have never been married. If women are knocking down y'all's doors and lining up to get with you from all over the world, that wouldn't be the case, right? And
no, wrong. Absolutely. Sis.
May I get next, Ron?
Sis, you asked the question.
Hold on. So if they have access to all these women, then why are they single?
Okay, because again, single by choice is not a female flex. It is a man reality.
Oh, okay.
It is a man reality.
It is.
There are not. Let me explain to you this way. This marriage
got a
problem.
clarification question on a scripture.
Oh boy!
So, what scripture did you give again?
Isaiah 45:7.
What did you say it said?
I said inaccurately because I don't have it memorized. And I'm sure you can say it accurately because you have it in front of you. I paraphrased to say this. In that day, 8 women will ask one man for his name and they don't need shit. And it didn't say shit in there. That's what I meant. I don't know what I said. You're right that I was wrong about that. Am I right about this?
Isaiah 45:7 says, "As I create light and form darkness."
Oh, 45. Yeah, you're right. That's Isaiah 4. No, Isaiah 4.
Isaiah 4 and 5.
Isaiah 4. My bad. 45 and 7 is I create the light in the dark. No, I'm sorry. I just worked out, and to take away the pain, I just had some of this funky ass strawberry kush. Man, it's great. So I get those mixed up. You are right. Isaiah 4 is what I meant. Now, if you read the bottom half of Isaiah 3, it discusses the hyenas we all agree we don't need. And if you discuss Isaiah 4, it tells you where we are right now.
What they say about the hyenas? What they say?
Oh, bro, go on and read. I ain't gonna spoil it for you. Go on and read it. It's the bottom half of Isaiah 3.
But Uncle Jeff, this was my pushback on even the numbers, right?
Sure.
Because if we say that, like right now, even in American society, right now they say 70% of marriages end in divorce, right?
Mm-hmm.
They end in divorce, so they end prematurely. So even if all of the men were sentenced to monogamy, it wouldn't sentence 15 women, for each man, to just loneliness. It would sentence them to just having to wait their turn.
Okay.
That's it. Because most of them, even if they were monogamous and married, if more men even got married, even the PhD's point with the statistics, even if more men just got married, the statistics say 70% of them, their marriages will end prematurely anyway, and then they'll just find another one.
Okay. Let me know.
That was my only
well, it sounds like a bar until you. It sounds like a bar. And again, if I can't do it here, fellas, to include you, Sharon, this is a great topic. I would love to have it on my own show. But real talk, we are skimming the surface. We are skimming the European surface of this, and that shit is crumbling. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. If we want to get into it, we can. But no, that's what does away. Your math sounds good until you start to really look at it.
Not being a flex for women. And I think it is when you are attached to a group of men, your male counterparts are in the position that our male counterparts are in, right? And so there are certain things that women are supposed to get from being attached to a man. Provision, protection, that don't really happen in our community, right? Just because, again, $51,000 a year, and the fact that your diminished social status means that you can't even protect yourself, so you certainly can't protect us.
That's not true either.
And so they're absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Absolutely. And so, yeah, I think it is a flex to be able to go, live the life you want to live.
Oh no, I never said that.
Oh,
but see, you gotta watch.
I'll let you finish. You ain't got to blow me. Right. So I certainly think that is flex. To be able to just, do you and not have to, like many Black women who are attached, they work outside the home and then they come home and they start their second shift. That was something I was never gonna do. And so, yeah, and then, even Josh characterizing it as the woman being the foundation. The foundation is the thing that hold everything up. Y'all be wanting to work with me. And Black women, I'm gonna tell you, don't do it. Don't let him do it. It ain't worth it unless he in a position where he can have maids for you, nannies, governors. I'm telling you, other than that, you're gonna be losing. Unless you just really want kids in the family and that thing, and that's wonderful. We need people to do that. But ladies, if you don't want no kids, ...
If you don't want no kids, okay, move to the
Hold on, but wait. It's crazy that we trying to take the Black women and make them only subject to American, but when they talk about the men, they tell them get their passport, travel, all these, open yourself up to all these other groups but they want to limit the black women only to the black men. Y'all gotta
Who?
watch it. That's all I'm
Who?
saying.
Wait a minute. Who's they?
Hold on, before we go to the day part. Also, it is not 7 women to every man. We are pretty much damn near even with the amount of women to amount of men, at least here in America.
You count. You just here's what you didn't count. You didn't count sweet pickles. Are they counted? Nope.
I was just going to say that.
Here's a gang of dudes. Here's a gang of dudes. Oh my sweet dick.
Hold on. You tell me, hey, we understand that.
But you can't if you go
in this day and age, it is more gay men than ever.
Sharon, I love you.
Listen, women, listen, hold on. What I'm trying to get you to understand, women are accepting those men as well.
Whoa. Wait a minute. What you are telling me is that you and I'm seeing a sad percentage, but you are telling me that dudes is going, hey, I'm Mark. Hey, Tina, man, wow, nice to meet you, blah, blah, blah. Let's go out next week. Next week comes. Wherever she wants to go, he pull up, ride, fly, dude's hair tight, treating her like a lady. They sit down to eat, and he go, by the way, I also sleep with men.
So no, this is how it usually happens, Uncle Jeff. They have a great date, and then they finally get to go home, and then she says, I'm about to slip into something more comfortable. I'll be right back. She goes to the bathroom, and he's waiting there on the bed. He's getting undressed, and then when she gets out the bathroom, she comes to the door. He's bent over with his head turned back, looking back directly at her, and she's like, "What the hell is this?"
Okay.
And he's like, "Oh, my bad. I was just trying to get under the covers." No, you wasn't.
Forgive me, bro.
Sharon, you all about this.
Forgive me. When I speak, I'm sorry. There's the confusion. I speak black first. Everybody else thoughts and prayers. Number 2, goddamn grown ass, incredibly flaming heterosexual man. I come from right there. So all this watching TV on your stomach, kicking your feet, eating chocolate and fluffy house shoes. No, I ain't over there on none of that. Ain't none of my butthole is an exit. It is an exit. It's like the back of the mall. Everything you want to see is in the front. You don't go to the mall for the back, niggas, boxes and trash out there. Same thing with me. Ain't shit you got to do with my ass, because I'm a grown ass man. So I don't understand them bent over dudes and sweet. That's some sweet pickle shit that is above me. I don't care who else you heard say it. I wrote it. I am so straight, I bite my hot dogs from the middle. I wrote that. That is a Jeff Brown joke. That is, I know. So I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about straight up, straight men. I ain't gonna paint your nails with you. And by the way, gay men, you need to understand that when black women want to throw an insult at a black man, they call him you. Think about that. Anyway,
and a lot of other stuff.
And a lot of other stuff that I wasn't talking about. I was talking about just that one thing.
Let me read a couple of these real quick. Go ahead, Diva, before I
We call them more than that. No,
yeah, you do. A lot of other stuff I wasn't talking about.
Raspberry, $2 for support. Thank you. Bridget M7, $5. Super sticker. Thank you. Justice 5897, $5. The Most High and the one below, all is fatigued with humanity. Jeremiah 11:11. Corinne Mackey, hey Corinne, $2. Not this good old show.
Oh man. Sometimes I gotta cook them up. I'll be having a good time. But
Full Circle said he wants to ask me a question.
Did my profanity super chat come through?
Well, Full Circle wanted to ask me.
Say what?
Full Circle said he wanted to ask me a question.
Oh, that's right, he did. Go ahead, Full Circle.
Yeah, I was listening to Uncle Jeff, and salute to you, sir. This is for Uda. So, Uda, when's the last time, religious man or not, when's the last time you've been to a church?
Probably some months ago. I went because of my aunt. My aunt was going to church, and I went. And then after I went to a church with my aunt, it was crazy. I ended up going to the church a couple of times by myself, you know what I mean? Because, just the way the preacher was talking, you know what I mean? But,
Okay. And so to go off of what you just mentioned, the last time you went, Is there something that you noticed? And where I'm going with this, did you notice in the church that you went to where the women were at the front, or the majority were women at that church? Did you witness that or observe that?
Yeah. It was majority.
And where were the men?
It was just majority women in the church.
Right. Correct. So for myself, no matter where I go, whatever state, and I'm speaking of black churches, not other cultures of churches, that's what I witness. I witnessed the majority. Now, there was conversation not too long ago, even now, but I haven't heard it lately, where it's like, where have all the men gone? Back in the days, it used to be a mixture. You know, you have the majority of women, good portion of men. And I'm listening to Uncle Jeff. I said, last time I remember, not because of how I was raised, you would be able to find a woman, a proper woman, a moral woman in the church. Now that's gone somewhere. It's no different from the club scene. You know, the clubs that bring in the men, you got the women. You have the women, and they get in free. That would attract the men. But in the churches, you would think like, okay, hey, got the women in the front, and they're holding it down. And as Shadow said, women, you know, and it is a hierarchy. You know, in his family, his wife comes first. Mad respect to that. But in the churches, things I've witnessed, and it's gotten worse. The men have deplenished. They've disappeared. And now it's just the women, not just saying that they're running it. They're the majority over the men, Uda. So that was my point. But I am agreeing to even Uncle Jeff's point, to where something is lost, to where regardless of what PhD Diva said of being an atheist, I'm not to each their own. I don't even have nothing to say against that, because I have an atheist friend and she's a black woman. We haven't spoken for a minute, but there's no disrespect. To each their own. But there's something missing when it comes to that part. Do we go back to that, Uda? Do we need more of that? Do we have to bring men back in order to find that connection? Even when it comes to morals, because once they get together and it's a choice, they might want to have children one day, and they'll raise those children. What's being missed? And that's even for Uncle Jeff. What's being missed? Because when you bring up the Bible or anything, it's just lost in the sauce. And then it goes back to creating these children to where it's like they're committing crimes. They're doing things they shouldn't be doing. There's literally something being lost. So I'm coming to you, Uda, even Uncle Jeff, to be like, what's really missing? Or what's really going on?
You get Uncle Jeff.
Okay.
No, wait, hold on. Can I say something real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
So he mentioned, he said something about me being an atheist. Look, you got to be real brainwashed to automatically jump to the conclusion that because somebody doesn't believe in the Bible, that they're an atheist, when there are too many freaking religions out here. Stop being so freaking ignorant and stupid. I'm not an atheist.
Okay.
Okay, so PhD Diva, you know what? Hold on, Uncle. You're not talking about, and I get it. Someone mentioned it. It wasn't meant for that. So you know what? I mistook that because it's automatically put out there like that of atheist. Someone who doesn't believe in the Lord or God is an atheist. So you know what? I take that back. I retract that. But please don't let that get to you. You know, you went there like, dang, you know what? My bad. But anyway, going back, it's like you still holding on to that. Right now, I'm not even holding nothing towards you, PhD Diva. And I'm saying to you, please let it go, because you took that and you ran. I don't understand why it's like the animosity. So going back to you, Uda and Uncle, if you can address that, and I take that back, PhD, but I retract that. You just don't believe. You don't believe in a higher power. Okay, I get it.
I don't believe in yours, you dummy. Nobody has to believe in your Christian God. Just because you don't believe in your Christian God, don't mean that I don't believe in a higher power. You're such an idiot.
Okay. Can I?
I don't know what you're talking about at this point. Let it go, PhD. But you still holding on to something. Go ahead. You let it go. You busy trying to attack and taking it personal. I let it go.
Your God, that they don't believe in a higher power.
You got that across. You put that out, and then you saying I don't believe in yours. You don't even know what I believe in.
Your book or your God.
What are you talking about? You don't even know what I believe in.
Full circle.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for that. Because she going on a tangent and she's taking it personal.
Emotional.
Hold on. You still have that.
Full circle, right? She didn't do nothing. She just defended her little thing. Because when you said the atheist thing, I was like, I don't know if that could be taken to be an atheist. I thought about it in my head too as well, because we don't know, right? So she just spoke up for the one little thing, and she ain't drag it and go into the whole thing. To go there. So it's not like she rehashing that. She just spoke up at that one point about that.
I'm gonna do a show just on this.
Who do you
This is a show.
man?
This is a show. This is a show in itself. I swear to God, every time it's my turn to talk, there's just freaking chaos.
Look, even the internet.
Or you freeze, Jeff. Either one happens. When it's your time to talk, you freeze as well. Yo, it's crazy, man.
Okay, now what it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I don't think that Full Circle was being foul when he said that she was an atheist. I don't think. Maybe I'm taking it out of context, and there's some other stuff that happened before. But number one, parenthetically, name a war an atheist started. So I don't even front on whether I know some great atheists. I happen to know personally because PH Diva called me out on Voodoo yesterday that I know that she believes in another power. The fact that he didn't, generally, if you really want to stay away from, and maybe she didn't, she took offense to it. She took that road. If you stay away from pronouns and adjectives, if somebody got to be stupid, if somebody got to be ignorant just because they don't understand you, that's how conversation escalates to there.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So she maybe just maybe. Hey man, I'm not an atheist. I believe in a higher power that's different than yours. See the time we don't waste.
Yeah, but people should have.
But look at how you said that, Uncle. That was literally not cutting on PH Diva.
Whoa! Do you both hear each other? This is something neither of you do in court. You don't do this shit in court.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer.
Hey. Okay, no. You don't have to be a lawyer. Lord. I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about, wrong one, PH Diva. I'm talking about the people who sit in the audience. They don't speak. They have thoughts and they keep them to themselves. Do you know why? Because there is a bailiff that'll take your ass in the back with people who look like you that like to fight. So they don't do that. But here we make the conscious choice to be disrespectful. It's a conscious choice.
Okay.
And what I am saying
here.
Okay. What I am saying, what I am discussing right now, I'm not even
laugh on mute, goddamn.
I'm not even getting to what Full Circle is discussing. I am saying that because you felt offended, you made the conscious choice to use the adjectives and pronouns you did, and then Full Circle made the choice to let his pain body be affected. Your ego was hit. That's something that's in a book called The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. I strongly suggest it. It talks about the pain body and how you let that go. He was trying to let it go. He couldn't because he got some shit cooking on it. And both black, but this is how you get into the wrong Olympics with black people.
And
wait a minute, how you ending the show? Didn't people send in super chats?
It ain't add up.
I sent you $60. Cut it out.
Look at these. Yeah. Flexing her damn muscles. Those $60 was for goddamn bullets.
Don't. All right, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
I don't have to. Like, if you want to extend
Can
it,
you hear me?
Jeff, hold on, Uncle Jeff, don't leave yet. I was breaking it down because before I was going to end it, Brownsville wanted to talk to me and give me a stern conversation. So,
okay.
If Diva's saying she's going to use her bullets to extend it, y'all better.
How much was it? It was like $20.
Yeah, it was $20 and
how much they sent in?
10, 12, 14.
Okay. All right.
So Brownsville, so y'all lucky. Well, before you want to have a conversation now, cuz, or you want me to bring everybody back and wait to the end of the show a second time?
No, we can have a conversation right now.
All right.
And you know this is out of love.
Yeah.
Me and you grew up together. We are first cousins, right? And I'm unapologetically team Sharon Bracey, right? That's never going to change. The issue that I have with you, cuz, is I want to understand your rationale when it comes to this, right? So when we went on vacation and you was like, hey, come support the show, right? I started supporting the show. Never once did I ask you for protection, right? Never once. I would speak, people would drop me, right? I would just pay my money to get back on, right? And I don't understand. So here's the thing. I want to ask you this question. This brother Full Circle, right? To my knowledge, he's never supported your show in any way. He's never sent the super chat, never sent the cash app. Don't know if he ever shared. Don't know anything he's ever done to support the show, right? Today, he came up to have a conversation based upon me being on somebody else's show and him trying to have a conversation with me based upon him being a hate watcher of your show. Right? So you give him latitude to speak, right? And he spoke a lot. He probably spoke more than anybody else on the show today. Right? He's probably spoke more than anybody else on the show today. And you did something that I just don't understand. Once it was clear to the audience that he was essentially a wolf in sheep's clothing, he was attempting to have bad faith arguments. He was very disingenuous with his intention. The audience decided, hey, now he got to pay to speak. You decided to protect this brother, right? Even though it was clear, and it is clear to me, that he's a red pill incel manosphere brother. That's very, very clear to me. And I'm sure the bulk of the audience would agree with that. Why did you extend protection to him?
Because of the optics everybody keep trying to use against me. So people like him, people like Big J, even women in these spaces, they will go after me and say that all these things that I don't do, they tend to lie. So I need evidence that I don't do that to these people, that they do get an opportunity to speak. So this way they can stop lying. So now whenever they come up and I can say, get the F out of here, they can never tell me that I ain't give them an opportunity to talk and hold and conduct themselves properly.
But that logic is flawed, Cuzzo, because he said himself he watches your show, but he doesn't support your show. He understands the rules of your show. He knows you have bounties, right? So it's not like he's ignorant to what is going on your show, right? So you gave him latitude to speak. I just don't understand the extra level of protection that you would give to somebody like PH Diva, right? Probably not even her, because PH Diva supports the show wholeheartedly, right? You give this brother who don't support you at all more protection than you would give the people who support you. I don't understand that logic.
Because that's not true. I don't give them more protection than people that support me, just because one time I said, hey, we're going to hear them out so where they can stop with the remedial rhetoric that they keep on pushing out day in and day out. Because they spreading these rumors around the whole space as much as they can to whoever will listen to them. I went to a show the other day, a woman's channel that I didn't even know. They followed me there. I go to another channel. They are following me there. And they will keep on saying the same thing over and over again. And what it does is, with them just lying without any proof that I'm not doing that, I had to give them something that where they could see that that is not true. instead of listening to everybody else, he can have firsthand to see that he got to be able to substantiate his own words, and that if he acts or if he want to be a baby, I could baby him. I could baby a lot of these men, but you're gonna have to ask. You're gonna have to play nice.
But he didn't ask. He didn't ask for protection. You just
but you translating it to you and PhD the way he does not get protection like you and PhD at all.
No, but what I'm saying is me and PhD will protect ourselves.
Absolutely. I get privilege, but I don't get no protection now. I don't need to be protected from them.
Well, you told me to shut up. I'm like, all right, dude, that's not my business.
Right. And the thing is, right, that is how I expect you to extend protection to people who genuinely support you and want to see your show become a success. This brother and the brothers that affiliate with him, they want the opposite. So no matter what type of grace and mercy and protection you extend to these brothers, they're always going to treat you the way that they treat you because of two things. One, they're jealous of your ideology when it comes to, being fair, when it comes to women and uplifting women and giving them a voice, because it was clear he had some type of disdain with PH Divas. As soon as she attempted to have a discussion with him, the disdain just came out of him automatically, right? So there's some issue that he has when it comes to respecting women. Uda was pointing that out, and that was just going over his head, right? But it was clear to everybody who's seen that interaction. So to me, right, I just need to know the direction that you're trying to take your channel, because I don't want to be a hindrance to your channel, but I can't support if you're taking your channel to a place to where you're extending grace and protection to those type of individuals.
Yeah, but you can't use this one example as to say that's what I'm doing.
Well, this is what you did today. So that's what
it.
I'm asking you going forward.
Yeah, that's all today. I wanted to make sure it get fully pushed out, because I didn't even care about the situation at first. I was like, I don't even give a damn about but you wanted to push out the where he went wrong and all these things, so I let it go. So if I start allowing people to kick him off, they're gonna run back and say, "See, I got kicked off."
No, but but that to me, that's childish, right? Because
who's being childish about? But what I'm saying, they childish behavior hurts my channel because they keep on doing it, because they the ones that report the channel. They the ones that try to push people away from the channel. They are the ones that try to push people to believe in some Ramita Rarick that I'm doing it for some nefarious acts. They keep on pushing the same thing over and over again. And then I'd never get a chance to address it, because the first thing they're going to say is some BS. Right? That's why it's beautiful that PhD was here the whole time and she didn't say anything, so everybody could see that she didn't start nothing with them. So we allowed the tape to prove them of their ideology, they falsehood, and how much they are not what they say they are, instead of me just saying it.
But the haters, Cuzzo, you know this. We from Brownsville, from Van Dyke Projects, right? Blake Avenue, Mother Gaston, Stone, Sutter. We know the haters are never gonna stop hating. Yeah. You're never gonna turn a hater into somebody who's gonna be your friend, right? That's never going to happen. The truth is going to reign supreme. So everybody knows you're fair. Today was a good example. Up until you just gave him protection. That's because to me, he spoke more than everybody, and I wanted him to speak more than everybody so it could be highlighted that you don't run an echo chamber show. Right? So you gave him the latitude to speak, and the brother who accused me of being long-winded, he showed himself to be, long-winded, which is ironic, right? But you gave him the platform to speak and get all of his thoughts out, all of his concerns out. But when we peeled back the layers of the onion, it was determined that he was just coming in bad faith, right? And we got to be able to recognize people who have those type of nefarious motives, right? To where
Do you think people in the chat have these same motives as well?
Absolutely.
All right, so therefore I cannot give them extra ammunition to push out their rhetoric as well. Because people that's here every day, they try to push out that same BS too. So it's not just him, it ain't just the other people that hate watch, it's also people that comment every single day as well. They try to push out BS about me as well.
Right,
They try
but
to
the
push
truth
people to not support. So that's why when if no matter what, even if I'm arguing with somebody like Lee that did something very disrespectful and lied on me, and I dropped him, they're like, "Oh, why you drop Lee for?" So it doesn't really matter. And so, but it still gotta be a point where I gotta let people see that what they're saying is lies. And so when other people see it, they can say y'all are lying on the SBG Nation.
But the
That's why I started my rant earlier the way how I did earlier, even though most people thought it was about Corey Holcomb. It was not.
The truth overcomes all of that, right? So people who tune into you day to day, they know the truth. They know this is not an echo chamber. They know, and this is why they're upset. There's a reason why he kept bringing up brothers like Shadow the Titan Wasp and Ether Man Williams, right? He brought those brothers up specifically because in his mind, he believes, hey, these brothers are Manosphere brothers. Why are they over here supporting Sharon? Right? So even throwing those names in there, he's trying and attempting to draw some type of wedge. You gotta be able to discern when somebody is coming with nefarious intent, right? And it's, that's what I'm saying. You just gotta be careful, man. And I don't, we gotta, just be consistent.
At the same time, that's the reason why I stopped going outside. Because when I don't go outside, I negate all those things. I don't get into their arguments. I don't get to hear their BS and all those things. I didn't see that show that we was reviewing today. You know what I'm saying? So, it's no matter what I do personally at this moment in the career of YouTube, I'm damn if I do, if I don't. If I let people talk, they get mad at me. I stop people from talking, they get mad at me. I invite people that have disagreements and allow them to talk, they get mad at me. I stop them from talking, they get mad at me. If we are running in a space where degenerate behavior is the main thing that get pushed. And so with me trying to be the counter to that, because that's just naturally who I am. I'm naturally counter to that remedial rhetoric. This is really authentically me. And so I gotta let it be. So I gotta get them to understand that all that hate. So no matter what they say, I can always refer back to this and say, I gave full circle opportunity to fully express himself, even though he spoke the most on my channel. So him, MOT, Big J, and whoever else is cloud watching, that's cloud hating, that's scared to hit the like button, scared to get the channel to go to where it needs to go. Sometimes I say, let me get 300 likes. People say, how are you gonna do that? Because in this one video, we're probably gonna hit 2,000 views. So that's how we can get 300 likes.
Because you ain't got nothing to prove, man. We ain't got nothing to prove.
Yes, we do. We do have something to prove.
Nothing. Listen,
we have something to prove because that's why they challenging me every single day.
But you ain't got nothing to prove to them.
Yes, right? I do. I
no,
do.
You don't. No,
I do. And I'll tell you why I got something to prove to them. I got to prove to them that you don't have to be a degenerate to be successful. So other young men that see this, they can see that you don't have to be a degenerate to be successful.
That's an oxymoron, I know. Here's the thing, right? You don't have nothing to prove in terms of your integrity, in terms of, your honor, in terms of who you are to them, right? I mean, to your haters. You don't have nothing to prove to your haters, right? Your haters are always going to be your haters, regardless of what you do, regardless of what you say, regardless of the grace and mercy you extend. Somebody with nefarious intent is always going to have that nefarious intent. That's just just the truth.
if you want me to stop, then your ass gonna have to stop going over those places too. Cause we wouldn't even be talking about it. You ain't take your ass over there.
But it's not about the but I don't go out. See, here's the thing, right? I'm not really on YouTube that much. So I support your show. I go on Bomb Sherry's channel from time and time again, right? But I don't really go and hit a whole bunch of panels, right? Because I already know that they're just trying to bait you to get into a bad faith argument, right? Because their whole complaint is that we went against the manosphere. We went against the red pill. We went against the incels, right? And we weren't afraid to call out their remedial rhetoric. We weren't afraid to say, guess what? These guys are bad actors. They're disrespecting women. They're pushing down women.
He got a phone call. So while he got his phone call, and what's your thoughts on it, Diva, while he's answering the phone call?
Y'all stop going over and fighting with these people. Stay y'all asses in the house. But yeah, I think you have to just, focus on doing you and not be concerned about, the noise, the detractors, the haters, whatever. You have to really tune them out.
Absolutely not. I'm gonna whoop their ass, Diva. After that, I'm gonna whoop their ass. I enjoy being down on them, Diva. I ain't gonna lie to you. I kind of like whooping their ass. I kind of like destroying their fallacies. I like destroying their remedial rhetoric. I like to whoop their ass with intellect. I enjoy it. It's fun. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie. I enjoy beating them up.
So, that's right. Anya said stop reviewing reject channels. I agree.
So from this point forward, starting right now, when you bring everybody up, none of those dudes got protection, right?
They never do. Unless they
I'm talking about the brother you gave protection to. He's no longer protected. Is that correct?
He's never really actually been protected. But yeah, I just protected him for the meantime, in between time while y'all was having y'all back and forth. So yeah, you know that for a fact. So I don't know.
Sharon, can Uda answer the question and Uncle Jeff? Because we never got to that.
You trying to get kicked off.
No, actually, I'm not. I'm not, Sharon. I'm really not. I listened to Bronzeville, but I'm not.
Hold on.
All right.
Go ahead, Diva.
El Nix, something to think about, $10. As a content creator, no one has to agree with your message. It belongs to you and those who support. You have the spotlight and you don't worry about opposing positions. You just focus on your message.
And I think we do a good job of that, to be honest, even though people try to lie and try to make it seem like it's something that it's not. Just what it is. And surprisingly, we got 3 more votes. I'm surprised at the poll. You seen the poll, people?
I haven't seen it. What does it say?
Yeah, I'm surprised at it. I ain't gonna lie.
Let me see.
Interesting. Uda, you still there? All of my shooters go Uda.
That ain't it no more. It's bad bitch just like Betty Boop, and my Udas is ready to oop.
What's going on? What's good? Y'all?
Some kind of question, because we kind of went past the question, but before he get kicked off, he had a question for you.
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
No, you don't remember it. It was when Uncle Jeff was here. When Uncle Jeff was here, it was for you and Uncle Jeff. But Sharon, wait, hold on, Uda. Yeah. Sharon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. Before the whole booting me off and everything, for one, I'm not a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm gonna give you kudos and props for being your own man. Third, it was brought to you. I never came to your channel. I never hit you up with anything like a cash app or a message and say, hey, I got something to tell you. I didn't bring this to you, sir. You know that. Now, regardless of where I'm at in the clouds, I said this to you before. I don't run to other channels doing all that talking and this and that. And I got something to report to you, Cuzzo or, Sharon, out of respect. We're not related. He mentions Bronzeville that I mentioned. I even mentioned Bronzeville. I mentioned you, Sharon, that these men are married. When I say that, it's not to bring to the dark side or to the manosphere or the red pill incel, as Brownsville would say. I was mentioning that out of respect. Out of respect. He's throwing in, as he would say, the word lies. I said to myself, I said earlier, don't lie on my name. Don't lie. Everything has been put out there. But at the same time, Brownsville is still stuck on how I'm trying to destroy and harm your channel. But you, at the same time, Brownsville judging me. And I'm going to tell you this, Sharon, out of respect. I respect you for being your own man. When it came down to that whole protection and doing this and any other, and the being ironic of being long-winded, because you might not ever see me again. I don't have to be long-winded. I did this to get it all out. But at the same time, I didn't bring this to your doorstep. I did not do that. And out of respect, like I said before, I respect those men for having families, regardless of the wife, the kids, or no kids. I respect that. I even threw that in with Brownsville, but he's still stuck on like, I'm going to show you full circle who you really are. I'm like, you know what? I'm really not that. I was stuck on the solutions and brought up the fathers and different things that even Shadow brought up. But for him to throw in, he keeps getting stuck on that. I brought you up to Brownsville. I said, Sharon, I said, I respect that for you guys having families. I have my issues on certain things, but I'm not a yes man for one, and I'm not going to agree on everything. So to think that I'm going to come in and destroy your channel, I'm not here for that. And just because you think I don't support by throwing in donations, you don't know what I'm capable of doing. Yet, even though you might think like, well, you still ain't done it, you don't know what I'm capable of, Brownsville, but it's not here to destroy as a quote unquote hater to your channel, Sharon. I thought I'd get that out.
Yeah, man, but I believe in practicing what you preach, right? So don't, say what you can do or what you gonna do or what you will do. Do what you say, right? And that's what I believe in. That's what I do. So ever since I was supporting my cousin on this show, see, let me give you a history lesson, right? Me and my cousin go way, 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 way back before the internet was even a thing, right? Supporting each other, protecting each other, rocking out with each other, right? This internet thing is just the next chapter of our story in our relationship, right? The issue that I have with you and brothers like you is you're it's almost like you want to pretend to be an advocate to save face. I would just rather you just be honest and say, you know what? I don't like Brownsville. I don't like Sharon. I don't like the show. And I don't appreciate that y'all are saluting the woman and y'all are protecting the woman and y'all are about, empowering the woman to have a higher self-esteem. I would rather you just come out and say that than to, give us these long diatribes about fathers, right? We agree with you that fathers are very, very important. Both of us are fathers of boys and girls. So you don't have to give us this speech about, oh, we need to go to the fathers and the fathers need to be teaching and all this stuff. We agree with all of that, right? But we also agree with this. There needs to be a higher standard that men need to maintain, right? And we can, as men, talk about that higher standard without even bringing up, what about the woman? What about the woman? Right? Because that's what y'all brothers love to do. Y'all love to take every conversation and bring women into it. And some of y'all like to even bring children into it. Right? I don't get the, the weird like gratification that y'all get when you get the chance and opportunity to humble a woman, which is probably what you was thinking you was going to do with the Supreme Goddess PH Diva, right? But then you found yourself in a position to where she humbled you. And that did something to you. right? And so don't give me this whole you're here for a good faith conversation and you know, just be honest and truthful, right? You don't like us, you don't like the show, and you don't like the fact that we give women privileges that you feel like should go to the men. I would have more respect for you if you say that.
I would have more respect for you if you wouldn't put words in my mouth. With Sharon, when I told you, well, I didn't tell you. When I listened and witnessed what you tried to do with Sharon with the protection thing, and Sharon stood two toes down and said, "That's not what I'm doing." You mentioned it, sir. You said it yourself. You don't need protection. PhD, but don't need protection. No one needs protection. You try to throw in things as it's not like on no sensitivity thing. Whoever humbled who. This wasn't a comparison, but I know that's what you're doing, Brownsville, and you're wrong about that. You're saying I'll have more respect. That's disingenuous because you're trying to get me to say something that's not true. I've never gone out anywhere saying I don't like Brownsville or Sharon. I said I attacked issues. I said I even had a problem, but I never said that. So please don't be disingenuous and say something and say, oh, I would rather you say that, where it's like, okay, not regardless of it being recorded. I didn't say that, and I'm not going to say it. You came in with this whole, we grow up together in Brownsville, or in New York, or wherever you grew up at. And then with the whole support part, is it because of the money? Donating or support or being growing up as children? I brought up everything I could. If you thought it was something that I brought up fathers, because I got off the woman part, I was bent off of that. I jumped on other different topics, even though it was a number of things. I noticed you didn't mention it. You say, well, we agree with all of that, but you still have a problem with that because it came from me, and not because it was a comparison and it didn't come from you. But yeah, I mentioned it, but then you went back and say, just because I mentioned this before, it ain't all about you, Brownsville. It's not. And for Sharon, and I saw that the audience can go back and they witnessed it. You kept doing that with Sharon. Well, why did you? Sharon is his own man. I said that on the channel yesterday, or when you popped on, I said, I appreciate this man and respect Sharon for being his own man and making his own decisions, and not you being a relative or a cousin trying to detract him and make him think otherwise. And no, I'm not a wolf in sheep's clothing. I didn't come in to burn the place down, but remind you, he even said it. It came from Sharon. Why do you even go over there? Why did you even go over there? If it wasn't for you, sir, running back to your relative to do all this, we wouldn't be here. Sharon, which I respect him on that, he says, you know what? When it's things like that, he's gone through it himself. I just brush it off. I don't have to bring it to my channel. But look who did it. You did, sir. You're not gonna defame my name. And it ain't no humbling over here. But I know in the future, I know not to go, which I went back on what I said I would do, go toe to toe with a woman. So what makes me look bad. So I said, you know what? I shouldn't have done that. So I look at man enough to say, I didn't need to do that. I shouldn't have done that. And for anybody who calls me out on it, I will
land it there.
So amen. Lord Jesus.
Cuzzo, did I reach out to you or contact you about the show I had over there?
No.
So what this brother just did was lie, right?
Yes.
Did you just not come on the channel today?
All right, listen. If you do that one more time, you're out of here.
You got the mute, baby.
Before I came up on a panel, my cousin was already talking about the show, right? Yeah. Me and him didn't talk last night.
Somebody else came and told us what happened. Somebody told me what happened, I should say.
Right. So it wasn't me, and I wasn't planning to, because listen, I could care less. That's the difference between me and you. Right. I wasn't even planning on having him review the show. I was just going to say what I say and then go on with the conversation. Right. Because frankly, you are irrelevant to me. Right. I know you got an issue. You said no peace, no love, and I'm not your brother. And all of those things that everyone heard you say. Right. So all of this humble talk now that you had good faith and you was trying to really have a legitimate conversation, it's all lies, right? And listen, like I say, it's not respectable for me when men pretend to, oh, I'm here to have a conversation. I'm genuine. I like the show. I like Sharon. I like what y'all say. You don't, right? So like I said, if you hit the pen and say, listen, I don't like y'all. I don't like y'all message. I don't like how you run your show. I don't like how you lift women up the way you do. And here's what my ideology is. I believe in the opposite. To me, that has more weight in terms of respect. But you flip-flopping, going back and forth, not standing on anything that you say, I can't respect that. So I'm not even interested in even having conversations with people like that. That's double-mindedness.
Brownsville, I still stand on what I said. I'm not flip-flopping, and I said I have issues on certain topics or certain things that are said. I stand on that. You don't have to respect it, and it's not me coming in, oh, I'm being humble now. I said it over. Maybe you weren't listening. I stand on what I said. When you mentioned the brother thing and it was reviewed, you don't know me, and I don't know you, so it's not being sensitive. I have a problem with that when it's like, oh, and it's in passing, brother. No, I said it. I said we're not. Even interacting with Sharon, we don't know each other. So for Sharon, before if it was ever a chance to know one another, I'm not going to say my brother. That's you, however you pick that up. So I let that be clear. I let that be known. You're not my brother. And I meant that. So don't say, oh, I'm flip-flopping and now I'm doing it because Sharon, he didn't show any disrespect. And because he held me in there, I said, you know what? I'm going to give him that. I'm not going to dust up. That went down with, okay, PhD even I. But so far, I hadn't brought up no dust up. Yeah, long-winded and everything. But still, don't try to turn it around because I know you, Brownsville, you still feel some type of way. And you do. Just be honest, regardless of the whole disrespect or respect. Because likewise, you're irrelevant in my life as well. Ditto.
Okay. Well, then we can move on, man. If you want to,
and I got a question for Full Circle. Do you usually support shows financially that you represent as good content or good brothers or anything that's in a positive, productive way?
Do I? Okay. As of lately and as in years, when I mentioned this, I haven't done it. The years ago, I would support on a regular basis. Now, regardless if you go back and review channels, I do the super chats, I do the cash apps. I've done it. I've sent it in various ones. I just, as of maybe 2.5, 3 years ago, just stopped. I've done that. Now, as far as when Brownsville was jumping up, hey, cuzzo, he don't do this, he don't do that, this and the other. I said, hold up, we got Sharon. I know you mentioned it. And I said, you know what? Not being hypocritical, I haven't done it. Yeah, it's a business that you're running. I said, in this case, who's to say? Brownsville jumped in there, the woulda, coulda, shoulda. You don't know. You're not in my head and you're not in my pocket. So you don't know what I'm capable of doing or what I'll do. But I will give you that, Sharon, for giving me grace. But I have done it in the past. I haven't done it at all lately to anyone. And I haven't been on panels except for yours. And it's been for years. It's been years.
Okay. And so my next question is this. So do you think we need to support Black men that are intent to move solutions forward as, like taking lust and degeneracy at the top of their value system so they could be more productive humans within their relationships with that's work, with romantically and in a family? What do you think about that?
I support channels. I support individuals that are moving in that direction of solutions and solutions only, which is a part of why maybe I haven't done any donations and got back in the game of giving donations and giving. When I start to see that and I see progress, most likely I will. But as of lately, I have not seen that. And I don't just do that just to do it. Back then I would do it. Not just jumping on the bandwagon, support, and it went nowhere. I had mentioned that, regardless of Brownsville witnessing what I had stated and what I had spoke of. Lately, I haven't. But then you have ones that I've witnessed, and I'm not saying, oh, be like them, that will be on channels and don't give a dime. I used to have an issue of that. How are you going to be on the channel and you don't support, you don't give anything? I'm not doing a comparison. I was like, wow, that's wild. We got this favoritism. It's always popularity and favoritism, and I have an issue with that.
Could you imagine being on a channel and being protected and still not putting in any money?
See where we went with that? He
I'm
jumped
just
on
asking
that.
a question.
No, I get that. I get what you're saying, but I actually just said, just because you don't see me as of now and you haven't seen me now doing it and you think you putting my back against the wall, you don't know not saying what I've done, what I'm capable of doing. Just because by your standards I haven't done it.
So you're going to donate some. You're going to support.
You don't know. No, hold on. Let's jump on this. You don't know what I'm going to do. Let's put it like
that's
that.
That's what I'm asking. I don't. So
And I'm telling you, and we're going to keep it like that because you're not going to know because you're not in that position to.
I got a question.
You're not in a position.
It sounds like a man. You had another man protecting you, and you're not even showing them.
No. The thing about it is called "Don't let the left hand know what the right hand is doing," and you're whatever hand you want to call it, or I want to call it. You're not going to know that because it's not your right.
And you're still not supporting the channel.
But so break down. So it's supporting. I think Sharon said it or Brownsville said it. It's support, like letting other people know the likes. Because look at, I without you knowing it, sir, I put thumbs up on his before Sharon even would know it or nothing. I put a thumbs up on his channel.
How did you do that? Because you say you don't watch the clouds.
Good job.
You say you don't be in the clouds.
I just said that you're not a good listener. Someone mentioned that as far as listening. Every once in a while, I've checked out the channel. I don't do it every day. Okay, just no different from you with your judgment. I put a thumbs up on it. I said, I even mentioned, I said, there's some topics that Sharon has had, and he's spoken on some things, and I agree with. Some things have been with the N-word, niggerish, where it's like, this is just a bunch of gibberish, and I won't support that. I'll admit to that. But by your standards, just because you think I'm not doing something according to your standards, you don't have that right. You look at, sir, you don't move anything in my world, and you won't ever. What?
How did you support the show today?
How did I support the show today? What? And you're gonna laugh at this. Oh, by being here? Yeah. Just because you think that I got to do, because I got to make a move on the board, because you want me to make a move on the board. Because it don't mean.
I'm gonna mute you for a second because the echo is strong. Hey, I'll make your point and try not to make it.
No, I got $30 from yesterday, so I hope someone put up more than that.
No, because he has an echo when y'all just back and forth that quickly, so I wasn't just talk.
I hope that should say 50.
One by one.
I should better say 50. I ain't got nothing. I asked the question.
Oh, okay. Because when y'all go back and forth without him on mute, it sounds crazy.
Yeah.
No, for real.
I ain't got nothing. I said what I said. How did he support the show today?
Okay. I was about to say. Let me read a couple of super chats. Hold on. Go ahead, Diva.
Misty.
You better not rush the supreme vaginal vessel. I had to learn my lesson.
Listen, it's nothing PhD can do to offend me. That's why I understand these. She can beat me how she want to beat me. I just like I don't get offended by her. She's amazing.
Something I noticed. Being in a relationship.
Is she talking?
No, she's not. So before she goes, something I realized being in a relationship is that you can't really talk to women or your partner the way you talk to your homeboys or whatever, other dudes. And that's something I learned, being in this relationship with my girl. And when these dudes get on here, that's exactly the type of thing I hear. Like, they don't want to be talked to like a man. They want to be talked to very, sugar coated. They want to be talked to feminine. Like, you have to talk to them. You heard him say he wants Brownsville to call him out by his name. He wants Brownsville to say nice things to him. He said, Brownsville, you're just too critical. You're not noticing me enough. And those are the things that I would hear, in the beginning of my relationship when I wasn't doing what I needed to do as a partner. And I just think, like, a lot of these dudes, they want that from other dudes, respectfully. And there's nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of people make fun of gay people on here and whatnot. I rock with y'all. Y'all are cool.
I can't stand you.
I think y'all should do whatever, y'all should do find someone that likes what you like. It don't matter. And that's, obviously an adult. I guess I got to put that out there because everything going on right now. Find an adult, preferably around your age, that likes things that you like to do and just enjoy it with them. Man, female, male, female, it's, theys, whatever the person happens to call themselves. and don't shy away from it. Full circle. Like, you don't necessarily have to be unhappy in a relationship with a woman because you're ashamed of what you might be.
All right.
You know what? That went into one ear and out the other, sir. Because once again, you trying to play that, and I'm gonna be like Ether Man. I'm not even affected by what you're saying, regardless of you being funny about it, and you're still being stuck on the whole part of what I said with Brownsville of calling each other by names. And I'm gonna throw this at you. You're not a very good listener. I could say that maybe possibly with myself, but you, sir, you take the cake. You're not a good listener. Like I said, I got off of the whole name, calling them by names. I said, just don't forget about them, but put them in position, which is why I went to Uda and I said, in the churches, do you notice the women are in the front and the men are in the back, and it's even less men in the church, and where you could possibly find someone. So how you put that on me as far as find someone of this and find someone like that, why don't you just work on what you got going on with you and yours and your relationship, and stop focusing on mine? Because see, I got off of you, AR. I didn't even make it personal, and I'm still not making it personal, but you're still taking this to where you want to take these personal shots, and it don't even affect me. It's rubbing right off of me. So you don't affect me at all.
How you know?
Hold on. I want to understand, why do you think, full circle, that the men are not in the church?
All right. So
no, Ethan, they're in the church. Go ahead. Sorry, Sharon.
Think about your answer. MDs, Lofty got him with the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. The Verbal Assassin, FAFO with the $5. Brownsville has Full Circle's number. He sees this charlatan clearly. He's a bitter joke and liar. Shout out to Conversation with MJ with the $5. Here's $5 for the next time I see you. I want my 5 outside, Sharon. You don't be listening. Hard-headed. Damn it. MDs, Luffy got him with the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right. So go ahead.
Can I go, Sharon? So, Ether Man, I never said that they're not in the church. I said there's less black men that are in the church. The majority is black women that are in the church that sit in the front. And it's gotten even down to less numbers. Why is that? So, Ether Man, once again, I never said they're not in the church. I said that the numbers are greater with the black women, is what I said.
But he asked you why. You didn't answer his question.
What do you mean? What I didn't answer? I'm the one that asked the question. I'm the one that asked the question, Brownsville.
He just asked that to you.
I asked the question. Maybe I missed it.
Go ahead.
Full circle, why do you believe that the men are not in church?
Okay, maybe that's where we're missing it. Whatever reason why they're not in church, maybe they need to come back to church. But what's the real reason? For one, and I don't want this to be taken out, maybe you can explain it and maybe I'm not understanding. The men are in church. They're just not in as greater numbers. You had Uncle Jeff that broke down stats, and I think he was saying that it was equal. And I think, Sharon, someone said it, no, it's not more men than women, or there's not more women than men. It's equal at this point. I brought in, which I didn't have I didn't jump in on that because you all were having a discussion. I've noticed that in churches, and Uda had even backed that up to say, hey, I see the women more than I see the men. It's not that they're not in the church. Now, why they're not in there, who's to say? Something has pushed the men from the churches. Something has pushed the men from the churches. And the part that I was trying to understand, why are there all, this is regardless of what the pastors is doing, hooking up with the women. That's a whole different topic and story. Why are there more women in the churches? They're in the front. That goes back to, I guess, why I was going with the issue or problem I had with Brownsville to say, hey, why can't we bring the men in? And then we got these numbers to where I think was it Sharon that said it. Now it's equal. So it's going to come to a point where the numbers starts to switch or flip. I listen to Uncle Jeff.
What is the issue with the woman being in the front?
Hold on.
Why is that an issue?
Go ahead.
Hold on, wait, because you about to move it somewhere. The reason the men are not in the church is because they're not submitted to God. And they're asking the women to submit to them, and they're not even in a submitted position. See, this idea that, and that's what it is. Like, because if you are submitted to God, regardless of what's going in the church, it's going to be your responsibility to stay in the church and change it, not run away from your problems. That's not manly. So that's the point that when you made that statement about, oh, the men are not in the church, and you try to kind of make it a woman's thing. in reality, what you're really doing is men running from their problems and not fixing their issues. So it still go back to the men. The original point.
Okay. So that, look at Sharon, that part I can agree with. So thank you very much for that. Brownsville tried to jump in. Was it Brownsville? I might have that wrong with Brownsville, where he was jumping in and saying, well, why is that a problem? I wasn't focused on that, Brownsville. I'm not. I was going off of what Ethan Man was saying. I was like, okay, do the men have to come back? Ethan Man explained it. He says the men are dealing with their problems and issues. I didn't even attack the women. I said they're in the front. They're there. Maybe the men need to step up and come back to their church or take the lead or take the horse by the reins and work, going back to that whole leadership thing. And they went right back to Brownsville to be like, okay, somehow the men have to take charge again. They need to get back. If you want to take the word control and misconstrue that, okay, do what you will. But the men have to step in regardless. And that's a problem, even with the numbers. And someone broke it down with Uncle and say, no, you know, the 2-to-1 thing or monogamy, polygamy, all of that. Look at the men still. You can't exclude the men regardless. And I agree. I get you, Ethan, man. I do agree with that. But that has to still be handled. That has to be faced. We have to face that. That has to be somehow handled or corrected. That's a problem.
But you got to understand the churches are in a very interesting position. It's still the work of God still have to be done. Outreach still got to happen. The people still have to get fed. You know what I'm saying? Like the business of church have to keep going. If the pastor don't have an option to choose men, he have to choose women to lead. Right. And I think that's the conversation that we're not really having. Like it's almost like we always keep saying that men are reacting to women, and we're supposed to be having this conversation of men leading women. And that's why I keep trying to help people understand. We have to get to a leadership mindset versus an excuse mindset on why we're reacting to women as a whole for men.
Okay, so Ethan, man, see how you explain that? We have to get back to that. And I was going to ask you, so I get it. The pastor is fine. And like how you have women pastors, regardless of it being tradition or not. You had men that were the ones, however long ago, that would take the lead, that would do these things. It's still being put on me, sort of, where I'm attacking. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm not attacking the women. I'm looking at to where, regardless of what Brownsville might say, you're flip-flopping this together. No, I still stand on that. That was the still premise. Brownsville jumped on it and said, well, what's the problem with the women? I didn't even bring in the women like that to say I'm downgrading them. I'm saying like where I had to explain myself and say the men, even with the numbers, regardless and the stats, the men are few compared to the women. Yeah, they're sitting in the front. Brownsville jumped in it again. Well, what's wrong with that? I'm thinking to myself, like, wait a minute. Okay, so what part do the men play? I'm gonna still be stuck on that. And you can call it a battle, a comparison. We going back. It is what it is. Where do the men come in to where it's like, you know what? We gotta play our part. We gotta play our position.
No, full circle. That is the wrong answer. The reason why, though, there's not enough men in the church house has some more to do with economics more than anything else. It's economics and messaging. That's the reason why, though, you don't see men in the church house. It doesn't matter. You can go to white church or black church across every denomination. You don't see men at the church house because of economics and the messaging from the pulpit itself. Ain't some extra. Comparing men to women. No, reason why men don't show up is because of messaging and also the economics involved in it.
Okay, so thank you, Big J. So since Big J said that, how do we solve that? Since Big J says it's economics, how does that get solved?
You got to get your echo fix full circle. I'm not sure.
I think he got to exit out of YouTube. It sounds like he got YouTube playing. But that's what I'm saying is economics ain't got nothing.
No, it does. It does.
Hold on, Big J. Hold on 1 second. Brownsville wanted to address it as well. Go ahead, Brownsville.
Listen, man. When y'all brothers speak, we hear y'all, right? So when you brought up the church, right? You said this at least 4 times. Why are the women sitting in the front? Right? That is not by mistake. That is intentional, right? Because what you're trying to suggest is that somehow the women are in control because they're sitting in the front, right? You got a problem with women, and that's just the honest truth, right? And whether you want to admit it or not, whether you want to, realize it or not, I don't know what's going on here, but we hear you when you speak, and certain things you say is clear to everyone that you have an issue with women. If your contention is, well, men need to be more involved in the church and men need to be more involved in other facets of productivity, you can do that without saying anything at all about the woman. Every time you make a point, you have to somehow, some way, try to diminish the woman or try to blame the women or try to, bring up the fact that the women are doing something.
Brownsville, how is that diminishing the women? And a hate for women, sir, you have that wrong. I don't. I brought up the women, so I was bringing up a point to see that we've seen it. It seems to be a problem to where the men can take back not even position, not even control their place. Because if you mention submit, that's a problem. If you mention leadership, that's a problem. But yet Sharon with the solution-based thing, it's like, but there's something being missed with the solutions to where it's like, well, where do we go with it? The men ain't doing this. The women ain't cooperating. The men ain't cooperating. We're still going to be up at arms with you, Brownsville, lying on my name as far as we obviously can see that you don't like women and you don't love women. I don't know. I can't make you do anything. Stop with that. I can agree to stop lying on you. I can make that agreement with you or lying on your name if you can agree otherwise, because it's wrong. You're saying it's obvious because I'm speaking on it and I brought up a woman, but yet you're allowed to say what you say. And I don't really come back with a comeback on it. I'll say Brownsville said what he said, but you continue to lie on my name and say things. You got that wrong. I brought it up as a point to say, how do we bring the men back? Big J corrected and say, no, what it is economics. Someone else is about to jump in and say, no, it's not economics. I wanted to hear, what is it? Solutions to be like, well, what can it be? I don't know if you got the answer, Brownsville, besides the lusting and this and that and the other. Get to the real root of the problem or what's affecting in this war where black men and black women can't get along, sir. Can you do that? And stop putting on me saying I hate black women, because that's not true.
All right,
every day,
so we can hear.
And that's
I also
why
want
my
to say this. I also want to say this. Look, this is another one.
People who are bringing the issue into existence, right? So the people who are hindering our community from moving forward is the red pill brothers that have that ideology, the manosphere brothers that have that ideology, right? That is moving in some type of nefarious misogynistic way to where they believe that women shouldn't have a voice. They believe that women should be in a certain place. They believe that it's okay for men to disrespect women, right? But they never have smoke for the degenerate men, right? Here's the thing, right? You come from, or from my knowledge, right? My experience with you was on Big J's show, right? Now, Big J is an example of what I'm talking about. This is a brother who has done this multiple times to where he comes on the channel, he yells and screams and disrespects women. He calls PH Diva the human mute button, and he has all of these salacious things to say. He switches up his name from Big J Triple X, which is problematic in and of itself, right? Triple X, we know what Triple X means. And
sometimes Triple X means whiskey. Have you ever make your own moonshine? You're making liquor, because sometimes it's not always about sex. Brownsville, see, you're lying. You don't know what re-exes mean all the time. It's not always about sex, nigga.
But the fact that you brought up sex means that it does mean
and you
that.
just said an N-word, so that's why you got dropped.
But I wanted to talk about it because everybody keeps saying men are not in the church because economics. And I wanted to understand what that meant because black men economically have always had this challenge that we've been trying to accomplish it, right? Or get better at it. So I wanted to understand, like, what was the excuse that your economics wasn't right, that you wasn't going to no church? That was just an
Hey,
interesting.
Sharon, use one of my 4 on Jay. But that's the last one I'm giving up because I'm gonna need those.
Ethan, man, maybe because they're trying to be the breadwinners and have a family, Ethan, man. And it does go back. I thought about it when Big J jumped in and said economics, and I didn't think of that. Go ahead.
See, y'all keep making the wrong argument. It's really pissing me off. You know, for full circle, you're making the wrong argument. The argument is, if you look at from 1970,
Hey, Jay, I can't afford to be paying for you. Sorry.
Since the gold shock of 1972, the black men's income has been decreasing ever since. And because most black churches is built by black deacons, the building materials to upkeep the church and also apply the services to in and out of the church is being depleted.
Hold on,
that's where
we talking about
from.
attending church though. We're not talking about building the church.
Hold on. See, do deacons build churches? No, do deacons build churches or not? No, do deacons build churches or not? E.
Just let the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
That's the crazy part about it. No, the community typically build the church. Everybody put in their 10%. The church take the money, and that's how they pay their bills.
Natasha Mother Loving Vincent for the win. The 7 Fears of Black Men was a classic episode. Run that bike.
Yeah, run that bike.
And so I also want to post. Hopefully he read it. So that was another episode that we did that had full of solutions, and we broke them down. So that's another. So besides the recalibrating and all the many steps of the recalibration, we also have the 7 fears of black men that we got to get over as well. So again, we are about solutions and we push them out there. It is up to the person or the people to start supporting positive and productive information so we can start moving the needle forward. But if the people that claiming that they want solutions are fighting the ones that we come up with before they even attempt to push them forward, that is a huge problem. Just in case you didn't see it before, you get a chance to read it again. Hashtag SNL, Sharon never lies.
Hey, Sharon, remember how I fought you on that? I fought you on that hard. Since then, almost every other episode, somebody's proven it right.
Crazy.
Yeah, hello, no, we gotta stop. Listen, so
back to the church.
I want people to really understand what is being said, right? I can't go into a church and sit down and listen to what the pastor is doing because of economics.
No,
And
no,
for
it's part of the strain though. It's part of the strain though, but I think it comes down to emotional vulnerability. I think that as we go further in the future, people are desensitized. Men are scared to be vulnerable in any way. I think that church is one of those places. Churches comes with accountability. It comes with vulnerability, submission. It comes with all these things. And I think that nowadays, even you look at the music, you think about old school music, men was singing to women, all type of thing. They ain't care. They was crying in the room, talking about they woo-woo, they was lonely, whatever. Right now, we can't even see that in the music.
So you agree with me, Uder, that men do not want to be submitted. That's why it have nothing to do with women. The reason men are not in church today is because they don't want to be submitted to God, but they want to be God. They want everything to be submitted to them, and they don't want to be under the authority of something bigger than them. And that's a fact.
Yeah, that's part of
it. But we say it's economics. It's because you broke. They've been broke for how long? They've been black men been broke for so long, and we think that's the reason we not in church.
But the black woman was also I don't know what other church we talking about black, but as far as the black church, you know that the black woman is the backbone of the black church. You know what I'm saying? They the one who's organizing this, doing everything, pulling the things together.
That's because the black men are not there. That's the point that I'm telling you. Listen, we put in the black church, we don't put black women in a position that they literally have to be the backbone. It's because the backbone left.
And,
so you got people
to further substantiate your point, E, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, Edelman Williams. In the church today, right? As far as black women, we have married black women and we have single black women. Both of those demographics are in the church, right? As
Yes.
far as black men, the majority of black men that's in the church are married and have families. There's not very many single black men in the church. Am I correct about that, either man?
Facts.
Absolutely not.
That is
I go to church
definitely
every
facts.
goddamn Sunday. We have a single men's church that I'm part of because I help them there. That is not true. I'm sorry. We
No,
have
no,
at
no,
least
no, no,
90.
no.
We have
We're not
90
saying it's
single men.
absolute. He's not talking
Oh,
about
okay.
it's absolute. If we was to go to 1,000 churches, most of the single men don't go because they don't want to be told what to do. Married men understand structure typically. Single men typically don't understand structure. That is factual.
All right, but I feel that my bad. No, I'll accept that.
So that's kind of what the point he was making. But yes, I have seen it. If single men would come to a church and then a pastor would say, "Hey man, you can't be doing that," and he's doing something that all of us agree that he should not be doing as a whole, and he would get in pride and ego, and he would leave that church because he don't want nobody to tell him what to do. He don't want to be submitted to no authority.
Yeah, can I jump in real quick? Peace to the vice president.
Before
Hey,
you do,
Sharon,
Rilla,
can you pull the?
hey, let me go real quick, Rilla, because I got up here. Can you put that back on the screen real quick, Sharon?
That's what I was about to ask him. Like I sent the dub, calling that
Because
out.
no, and this is just my question, and the whole panel can answer it, or any one person. I mean, with the 7 fears, I don't see how that's exclusive to black men or even just men in general. Like those are all like fears of human beings. So
Yo,
I don't
and
understand how that's exclusive. And I get it. It's nice to say that because it just pushes your narrative with when it comes to black men.
Okay, so
or
I can give it
pushes
to you. So
an
you
agenda.
think?
But
You
this
think?
is
Black,
like, come on.
okay, I can tell you. So
Go
you
ahead.
think black men are a fear of prison?
Yeah. Who doesn't
No,
have a fear of prison? That's why they
white men are
prison.
not
Like,
afraid of prison. If they were so afraid of prison, they wouldn't be out there in the streets fighting ICE. That is one example, and we could go plenty of examples. They halfway roll their window down, they scream, they yell, they curse out. They are not afraid of that at all.
well, shit, that's why they use it as punishment.
White men are not in fear of irrelevance. They are not in fear of appearing unintelligent. They are not in fear of those things. They're not in fear of being broke, because most people don't look at them as those things. They do not have a fear of dying. We have a fear of dying. Majority of people, when I was growing up, they didn't think they was gonna make it to 18. I ain't never heard no white people say that as a collective for men. So this is why I pointed these things out and I could substantiate why I put these certain specific things out. Because I noticed in other races, they do not have these same thoughts and fears.
In that episode, he laid it out, Auntie. That's why I was saying, like, you'd have to go back and watch it. I was like, when he was talking about it, I was like, God, dog, like, where you going with it? Where you going? Shout out to Natasha Vincent, man. That was a classic episode, and he laid it out like plain as day and substantiated each of those bullet points. It's a great episode for anybody that has not seen it. I would strongly encourage you to go back and watch the monologue. Not necessarily the entire show, but definitely that opening monologue that he did on that.
So you agree that most of that is either is either like more prevalent amongst black men or exclusive to black men?
That's not how he did it though. He didn't even say, his premise wasn't even that it was exclusive to black men. He laid it out specifically of the fears of black men. Now he left, if I remember correctly, he left the window like people could add away, take away, come up and challenge those points. But for what I remember on that episode, like he substantiated that claim as it relates to black men specifically. Not that it's exclusive, but just calling out black men specifically, because that's who we talking to and that's what we deal with. He laid that out like quite clear.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Rilla.
Yeah, so but that's what I'm saying is like I just think we gotta stop blaming women for why things are happening with black people. and I see it often. That's kind of why I challenged the black church, like black men are not because of these
Wait a
women or
minute,
what's
did the
being said.
VP just pivot away from that conversation to bring it back to the church?
Well, because we was in the middle of a conversation and you decided you wanted
No,
to
y'all
go back.
wasn't. No, sir. I sent the doc specifically to highlight that comment, and I pulled up specifically talk about. I actually want to go into that conversation with you. I just wanted to make sure we landed VP respectfully. VP,
I just wanted Big
that
J.
part.
I just wanted Big J to substantiate his argument. He only got 5 minutes. If we go into a whole
Okay.
other subject, he ain't gonna be here.
That's crazy.
See, but it's not gonna be fair with these 5 minutes because we know what's going to happen, right? It's not gonna be fair on see. We can't be talking about solution-based gang, solution-based group when you don't want to hear.
How did he? I just got back. How did he get back?
Not Big J.
How did he get here?
Oh shit!
He paid some. They paid to bring him back.
Okay, well, my $30 from yesterday. Can I use 20 of it? Let's just come on.
See, this is the reason why violence occurred because somebody's trying to tell you something.
I'd like to see you try.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I just got back from the store and I see Big J yapping. I don't know how he got back on.
Yeah, but that's the only thing is
Don't worry, I know Full Circle will bring him back because Full Circle got it. I know.
Yeah, so and this is what we see. We see men try to weaponize the Bible and say submit to me because the Bible say so, but they don't want to talk about submitting to God. They don't want to talk about the Bible also say be submitted to one another, husband and wife, out of the reverence of God. Like, so that's what I'm saying is like when I hear these conversations, it's like do as I say, not as I do. And we try to blame women for men dysfunction.
So Edelman, if we pivot into the Bible talk now, right? And I'm cool with that. I actually want to engage in that dialogue. Does it track that we see less men in the church? Because I'm actually doing a deep dive on this part too. But you don't have men intentionally creating family, right? You have them making more excuses for debauchery and degeneracy and, my biological imperative. And so, I could pipe this one down. And you're not intentionally creating family. Again, when I was introduced to the church, I heard y'all talking about it. There were more families in the church, and there were more villages or more of a village and communal mindset out of that church. Would you agree with that, E? So
yes,
wouldn't it track in 2026 that if men aren't intentionally creating family, that they would not be in church? Because now I'm curious as to where do you get your moral compass from? Who's informing your morality?
Well, no. So first, because you asked, they're not creating family. To answer your question, yes, that's why. That's one of the reasons. But the biggest reason is because the one thing that I love about the church, he says he placed the members as he see fit. It's not about my will. Do I want to go to church? It's what's God's will for my life. And so even the days I don't want to go to church, I say, okay, let it not be my will, but what's your will? And then I meet a brother or I meet somebody who might need a level of influence, a youth in the church that I can help. So I'm just telling you, it's just so selfish. And then when we try to weaponize it, because in this conversation, we weaponize women supposed to be submissive because the Bible said so and all this stuff. We try to do that, but then we don't want to take the beam out of our own eye.
Well, you can't ask a woman to submit. And you know what? Listen, E, and y'all can research this. I asked one of your favorite content creators who he submitted to, because he touts that. And this was on a Thursday show. Right? I asked him who he submitted to. That man said nobody.
Damn.
Like big facts. And I asked that I was asking that in good faith, because even the centurion said, I understand authority. Right? The centurion said that's a Christ. You say the word, right? And it's done. I understand authority. I have men submitted to me. So I don't understand how I agree with you, E. I don't understand how men can ask for submission when you aren't under proper covering. But to me, and I have this conversation with my grandma all the time when we talk about the end days, the last days, if you think it from a scriptural perspective. I tell her all the time, like, Grandma, yeah, I see it. You're right. I just had a conversation this morning with somebody powerful conversation that was like, yeah, I see it. You right. We're in a really bad place right now.
But that was kind of bringing it all back together, and I landed quick. Is why? Because everybody keeps saying, because the whole argument that I've seen over the last 7 hours is, Sharon, why are you running your show the way that you're running it, and why are you holding man accountable? And when we keep going back to the foundation, even if we want to bring the Bible in, when he made the man first. And like he was literally the foundation. That's where I come from, saying the man is the foundation of creation, right? Of men. And when we look at the data foundation, until we fix the foundation, I don't care if you want to go like with logic. I don't care if you want to go with logic. It'd be building the house. If you want to go spiritual, we have to fix the man before we fix society. And that's the point that I was making, Chicago.
No, but check this out, right? I would agree with you wholeheartedly, and this is the pushback I even had for manosphere dudes when I came into space. I'm like, look, if y'all are trying to say that the men are the leaders and all of this other stuff, then why is every topic like revolving around women? So even if I had to give Sharon some kind of pushback right there and Brownsville, I think they allow it too.
Ain't this a bitch? The show about to be over. I didn't get to say a goddamn thing. Okay, I see how you doing, Sharon. That's some funky shit right there. Okay. Y'all did.
What's your final thoughts, Uncle Jeff?
Y'all did the fake out. I thought was final thoughts.
Right, and
then I came back.
Yeah, then they came
I'll be
back.
damn. Y'all don't want to hear from me, then damn it. I think the chief problem.
And before you go to I need a copy of that commercial when men need to control they peen.
Yeah, mail important decision cream. Yeah,
yes, that one. That's hilarious.
Yes, sir. I also sell that. Man, I think what the core problem is we keep trying to have this conversation together, and it's too many people trying to make the other side wronger. Most to agree from the sister side, most of the black men that you see complain about black women, they don't want good ones. They just want to complain about the bad ones. It's almost like a horse. You don't want a good horse. You want to break a bad one. They don't look for where the good women are. They don't report back with any of the good women traits. And I refuse to believe that the world is devoid of good black women. That is bullshit of the first order. Stop worrying about the bad ones. I already told you outnumbered by 2 million before you get a passport or date a white girl. Stop worrying about them. Stop complaining about them. Stop listening to their little snippy ass.
Damn. Well, that's what I guess his Wi-Fi did to him. Cuz, you got any final words?
Peace and love.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Damn, it do sound like a personal problem. Hey, PH Diva, you got any final? Diva? You there?
I'm here. What's going on?
Do you got any final words?
Bye, y'all. Gone.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me